Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy Awaken Haki gears prematurely? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1, The Boy. Soft fluffy clouds floated in the blue sky above a small and insignificant island, the tiny island kingdom of Goa. More importantly, the island's name was Dawn Island. On this island a small 5-year-old boy sat on a sandy beach away from a small village. The boy had been alone and taking care of himself for close to a year now. He usually was living in his small 2-room hut that was in the jungle overlooking Foosha village, but the warmth of the morning had drawn him out. Playing by himself all morning, the boy had tired himself out. The clanking of nearby rocks caught his attention, causing him to turn his head towards the noise. Standing at the top of the hill was the green-haired lady, Makino. Her face flushed red with exhaustion as she had climbed the windy hills outside the village that held the abandoned windmills on them. The young woman had come across him a few weeks prior. He was leery of her, at first. Then she began to bring him gifts of food and clothes. He hadn't told her his name yet, even though she asked for it every time she'd come. His dark brown eyes followed her movements like a hawk. Any wrong move and he would run towards the jungle and vanish for the remainder of the day. A smell wafted down from her position towards his nose. His stomach rumbled at the scent. Fried fish. Makino made her way down to the little boy. Her heart hammering in her chest. A little over a year ago Garp had left the island stating that he'd left his 4-year-old grandson in the jungle and should anyone see him to take care of the boy for him. She had been so mad at the man. War hero or not, he was a DMN for abandoning his own flesh and blood in the jungle. It had taken her over a year to find the child. By then the child was 5 years old, skittish and tiny. Several times the boy had run off because she had approached him too fast. She quickly realized that she had gone slow with him. She had tried several times to get him to speak to her, but he remained silent, not even telling her his name, which she already knew. Monkey D. Luffy was small for a 5-year-old due to lack of constant food and care. Since finding him, Makino made it her mission to get some meat on his bones. Today she had brought him some fish sandwiches for lunch. For dinner she was going to get him a leg of ham or something meatier. For now she'd be happy if he ate the food she brought him. Placing the basket in front of him, she bent down to sit next to him. She showed him the sandwich and clothes she had brought him, silently pulling the items out to show that nothing was being hidden from him. The little boy pulled the sandwich out and ate it. It was so good, crunchy with a tangy sauce and fresh fluffy bread. It was really good. Better than what he usually ate. Usually he found and ate berries and fruit from the jungle. He knew how to trap and kill small animals. Cooking them was harder than his grandfather had made it look. Most of the time the meat was still bloody because he didn't have the patience to wait. He always got so hungry. Since Makino had showed up though, he was rarely hungry. These clothes should fit. Her voice tinkled like bells to his ears. It was soft and gentle, never harsh or yelling with anger. When he closed his eyes he could still hear his grandfather's harsh voice. The anger, teasing or hard-lined words still echoed through his head. His grandfather used to throw him down ravines, into monkey pits or tie balloons to him so he'd float off only to shoot him from the sky. He shuddered at those memories. He remembered there was another who had been in his life too. A dark-haired man with an odd mark on his face. He couldn't remember who he was or where he went, but he did know that man had given him to his grandfather only for his grandfather to leave him. Everyone always seemed to leave him. He hated being alone, it's just he was scared of people because he was afraid of being hurt again. Makino picked up a shirt with an anchor on it with words below it before holding it up to him. He was a bit smaller than the shirt, but it looked good against his tan shin. She grinned at him. I think it will fit. Standing up from his position, the boy held his hand up to have the shirt put on. He remembered that was what he was supposed to do. His old shirt had fallen off a while back. So gaining a new one would be nice. As it was placed over his head he could smell the clean scent and it made his nose scrunch up a bit. Once through the hole he found her hands in his curly hair. She giggled as she ruffled the greasy hair. I think we'll work on a bath next time. She then reached into the basket for some shorts. Getting the idea, the boy quickly took off his raggedy pants before grabbing the new ones. Once dressed, the child spun around for the woman, remembering how he'd do this for his grandfather and get praises. Oh, Makino cooed. You look so much better. Don't you think so? The boy paused in his spinning and nodded at her words. He watched as she stood up once again. I have to get back now. She leaned over and pushed his hair out of his eyes. The bar I work at opened soon, but I promise I'll be back with something for you to eat for dinner. Standing straight up she turned to leave only for him to grasp her black pant leg. Luffy. He mumbled quietly. Makino's eyes widened as she heard the tiniest broken voice. Oh. Oh my. She thought as kneeled down to his level. That's your name, correct? She asked, already knowing it was. He nodded. Why yes. He answered quietly as he twiddled his fingers, suddenly feeling unsure if this was the right move. If it wasn't, he would get angry. He didn't like getting angry. That emotion was too hard to control sometimes. Makino looked at him lovingly. Thank you for telling me, Luffy. She gently picked him up and held him in her arms, careful not to frighten him. Can I bring you with me? Luffy looked up into her eyes with uncertainty in his eyes. Oh okay. He stuttered, fear still gripping at him. He didn't want to be afraid. He wanted to know more of what was out there, and he had a feeling that if he went with this woman he would learn new things and see new people. Most importantly, he didn't want to be alone anymore. Chapter 2, A New Life. Coming to the village wasn't so much a bad idea as it was a big shock to the little boy. The adults were very loud, but the kids were even louder. The scent of food was everywhere. The docks were noisy with fishermen and merchants. The streets were bustling with villagers going about their day. Luffy hid his face into Makino's hair. He didn't like all the noise at all. He wanted to be put down and run off to the quiet beach, however one of Makino's gentle hands ran up and down his back as another held him to her hip. He was trying to be brave. He was trying not to be afraid. He was trying. Makino must have sensed that he was getting anxious as she moved her feet quickly. Once inside of the bar, she walked up the steps where the noises from the street below quieted. She then placed him onto the spare bed before walking over to the windows and closing the shutters to quiet the noise even more. She had prepared this room the moment she had found him, praying to the sea that he would eventually come here. She could see he was scared of all the noises in the village. She hadn't thought of the noise being a problem until she had felt him begin to shake in her arms. Luffy scooted up to the middle of the bed and held his legs up to his chest with his forehead against his knobby knees. He was trying to calm himself down. He was going to be fine. He just needed a second. He suddenly felt the bed dip slightly and moved his head to see Makino sitting on the edge of the bed watching him, waiting for him to calm down. Sorry. Luffy stuttered an apology out. He didn't want her to get mad at him for crying, which he was really trying not to do, but he felt a bit overwhelmed at the moment. Makino looked at him softly and very slowly lifted her hand to brush it through his hair. She saw him flinch slightly but otherwise made no attempt to stop her or run away. It's all right, Luffy. She spoke gently as her fingers undid some of the knots in his hair. She realized that she might have her work cut out for her when it came to the mass of curls. She, however, loved his hair and how it curled, so cutting it was instantly out of the question. You take your time. Luffy's eyes widened at her gentle and kind words. His grandfather would have grabbed him by the scruff and thrown him outside, he was certain about that. He then flung himself at Makino, wrapping his arms around her, wishing he could do so several times over. As overwhelmed as he was so grateful to have finally found a friend. Thank you. He mumbled softly against her skin. Later that afternoon Luffy found himself curious about his new home. Makino had left him in the loft room as she went to open the bar, Party's Bar she had called it. She owned this tiny place and lived in the second loft room. Snuggling into the blanket beneath himself, Luffy found that he loved the smell and texture of the blanket. It was warm, felt fluffy beneath him and gave him the feeling of being safe. It reminded him of something but he couldn't put his finger on what. His heavy eyelids threatened to close once more but he didn't want to sleep. He needed to explore the room, possibly even find places to squirrel away items when need be. Tiredly he pulled himself free of the bed and slid down onto the floor. Under the bed he found wooden boxes. Pulling them out from under the bed, Luffy pried the lids off of them. All of which were filled with empty jars. Annoyed, the 5-year-old boy placed the lids on but didn't put the boxes back in their place. Being as quiet as possible, Luffy made his way over to the large chest in the corner. Inside were blankets and old hats with feathers in them. Grasping a red hat with a black feather on it, Luffy put the hat on his head and giggled slightly when the hat swallowed his head. Luffy stood up after pushing the hat up so he could see and looked across from himself to a small table next to the bed. There was a drawer and that was his next place of discovery. Walking with light feet, Luffy stood on his tiptoes to look into the drawer after pulling it out. Inside were sparkling rocks, seashells and a small round black pearl with red spots on it. Luffy grasped the smooth object. Suddenly the hat once again fell over his eyes, causing him to fall onto his butt. Oh my, looks like a pirate has replaced my new friend. Makino's voice teased lightly behind him, causing Luffy to lift the brim of the hat to peer at the woman. I'm here. Luffy yelled, taking the hat off. Makino giggled. Yes you are. She stated excitedly as walked over to the little boy. Picking up the hat, Makino placed it back onto his head. But you look so handsome as a pirate. Luffy gave her a toothy grin. Shishishi. He laughed lightly. Oh what a laugh you have. Makino grinned as she held out a hand to him. Are you hungry? Luffy was going to deny it, but his stomach decided to rumble loudly at that moment. Shishishi. He laughed. I could eat. A while later Makino walked back down the steps. She could hear the grumblings of her patrons. The mayor in his corner of the room berating the regular town drunk for destroying the rigging on his fishing boat. Holding a hand over her mouth to stop herself from laughing, Makino masked it with a yawn as she walked behind the bar. Taking up her position as the local barmaid, Makino began serving up her patrons their spirit drinks as above her a tiny child slept peacefully for the first time in a year. Luffy was up before the sun the next morning. Having lived in the jungle for so long, he had learned to wake up before the animals so he could get breakfast before he became breakfast. Wiggling out from under the blankets, Luffy's feet touched the cold floor, causing him to quickly pull his feet back up. Taking in his surroundings, Luffy quickly went over his memories of the day before. He grinned happily. Makino was letting him live here. The door was open for him to leave whenever he wanted. He wasn't bound to her or the home, but she did ask that he kept his area clean along with himself. Doing a quick once-over, Luffy realized that he was a bit dirty. He hated baths. They were always so cold. Shivering at the memory of his last bath, Luffy decided that it was probably best to do one once Makino was awake. A noise caught his attention outside his room. Pushing the door open further, the boy quickly climbed down the stairs. Down on the bar level he saw Makino cleaning the cups that her customers had used all night long. Quietly, Luffy slowly climbed down the steps and patted his way over to her. She seemed to not notice him, so very gently he pulled her pants. Makino jumped in surprise at the feeling of someone pulling her pant leg. Looking down she sighed at the tousled dark hair. Luffy? She said his name questioningly. Bebath? He asked with uncertainty as he twiddled his thumbs. Makino covered her mouth with her hand to stop from giggling at the cuteness this boy was showing. Oh, he's just adorable, she thought, clasping her hands in front of her lips, hiding her smile. Oh, Luffy. She began. She kneeled in front of him. It's too early for a bath. She nodded towards the darkness outside. Once it's daylight I'll help you with the bath. Luffy didn't understand this concept. Maybe he was wrong in his assumption that people woke up when he did. Did that mean he was the only one who hunted at this time of day? Everyone woke up when the predators were about to go to sleep, didn't they? When Makino took his hand and led him back up the stairs, Luffy realized that no, they didn't. So as Luffy laid in bed, awake, as Makino went to sleep in the room next to his mind began to wonder. Makino fed me, he thought as he watched the boards on the ceiling. The moonlight seeping into the room from the cracks in the closed shutters. She gave me clothes and a warm bed too. What had he given her in the single day he had been in her home? Nothing. Luffy frowned at the answer he had come up with and decided he couldn't let that be. Climbing out of the bed once again, Luffy silently went down the stairs and out the door. Once outside he began to explore the dead quiet village. It wasn't very big and neither were the docks. There were as many buildings in the village as he had fingers. The docks had half that many. The sounds of the waves moving caught his attention for a brief moment before he suddenly knew what he could do to repay Makino. Taking off towards the jungle, Luffy braved the deep darkness. Running until he couldn't see the moon any longer, Luffy approached one of his traps he had set a few days ago. Crawling towards the pit he had dug to catch food, Luffy looked into the darkened pit. Inside he could hear breathing and a deep rumble. This meant he had caught something big. He'd have to wait until daylight to find out what exactly. So he sat, waiting and waiting for the first signs of daylight. However, as he waited his eyes grew heavy. Laying against a nearby tree the tiny boy suddenly fell asleep. Morning came all too quickly for Makino. She slowly opened her eyes, allowing them to focus on the image before her of her open window. The curtains were being blown lightly as the shade she had closed the night before had partly rolled back up. Useless piece of equipment, she thought with a mental eye roll. Luffy is going to be hungry. I need to get up. Her thoughts came to a stop as she remembered that the little boy was no longer living in the jungle but that she had brought him home yesterday afternoon. Sighing, Makino slowly pushed the blankets away from her body and began with her morning routine. Once done she went to awaken Luffy, only to find his bed unmade and him gone. Maybe he went to explore the village before it becomes too noisy. She smiled at that thought. I hope he makes friends. Walking down the stairs into the bar, Makino began to set out making herself something to eat. Finding some fruit she made herself a fruit salad and ate it. As the sun rose higher into the sky, she began to wonder where Luffy had gone. It wasn't until mid-morning that she decided to exit the bar and begin looking around the village for him. The grocery store owner was just finishing in placing his merchandise out for people to see. Next to his business the mayor was sitting out on his rocker with a coup newspaper in hand. Down the street she heard children playing. Walking towards the noise they were making, she saw them kicking a ball around, but Luffy wasn't with them. Worry began to eat away at her. She supposed she should have given him some guidelines to the rules of when he went out about telling her where he was going. Walking back to her bar, she paused when she saw something red on the entry floorboards. Bending, she swiped it with her fingers thinking it was fruit juice or something, but found that the red was instead blood. Standing quickly, Makino pushed the doors open and found Luffy sitting on a bar stool looking at her with a wide grin on his face. On the bar top was a bag that was stained red, but Luffy himself was covered in fresh mud from head to toe. His bare feet swinging happily at seeing her. "Makino!" He cried out happily before jumping off the stool and running to her. Grasping her pant leg first before grabbing her hand, Luffy pulled her towards the bar. "Food!" He pointed towards the bag. "I trapped it, brought it to you to eat." Makino felt her stomach roll at the thought of a 5-year-old child hunting food for himself. I guess he had to survive somehow, she thought as she opened the bag. It was surprisingly a large bag. Inside was a skinned and gutted animal that she could not recognize. What is it? She found herself stuttering the question. "Boar!" Luffy yelled excitedly. "You like?" When he asked this, he pet his head at her. "Oh!" She answered nervously. Boar were extremely hard to catch, especially once they had reached a year in age. They were huge and could crush a grown man, let alone a child as small as Luffy. Looking down at the boy, she stared in wonder. If she calculated the amount of meat here, she could tell that the boar Luffy had killed was half the size of a grown one, but that still meant it had towered over the boy. Well, at least he's okay, she reminded herself. "I do like boar, Luffy," she stated as she looked from the bag to the boy, whose smile got even bigger. "This should be plenty of meat for a couple of days." "Days?" Luffy asked before he giggled. "That's just for lunch. I have another trap out for the next time we eat today." He jumped back up onto the bar stool and looked at the meat in the bag before looking up. "Didn't I get enough?" "Enough?" she questioned as realization hit her. "Luffy, just how many times a day do you eat?" Luffy looked at her questioningly. "Whenever my belly rumbles," he answered. "Oh dear," she thought nervously, but then that begged the question, why was he so thin and tiny? The boy suddenly began to look at her nervously, fidgeting where he sat before opening his mouth to speak. "See, can I have that?" he stuttered before he paused and made a face as if he had eaten something sour. "Bath now?" As he spat the words out, Makino felt a giggle try to bubble up out of her. "Oh, right," she thought with a smile. "Children hate baths." Reaching out, she poked his mud-covered nose. "Most definitely." Chapter 3, The Bath. Ever since Luffy could remember, bath time meant getting wet and cold. Usually in that order too. With his grandfather it meant stripping down and jumping into the river. When he was by himself, Luffy went days on end before he would bathe. However, he usually would find a small waterfall and bathe in the pool beneath it. As cold as he would get in the water, he actually enjoyed the waterfall water or mist falling onto him. He found it to be relaxing. So expectations were pretty low when it came to a bath. Walking behind Makino, he watched her turn some knobs against the wall and watched in amazement as warm water came out a spout into a metal tub. "Clothes off," she ordered him with a gentle voice and a smile. Grasping the hem of his shirt, he began to pull it up and over his head. "You too?" he asked curiously. After all, his grandfather had always bathed with him. Makino knew the question was innocent, but she had to explain to him why that wasn't going to happen. "I can't, Luffy," she stated as she turned the cold on to even out the hot water so it didn't burn him. "I'm a girl," she explained. "Girls don't bathe with boys unless they're married." As Luffy pulled his shirt completely off, the mud crumbled onto the floor. "What's married?" he asked. Makino placed a finger on her chin as she thought of way to explain that one. "Well, the law says it's the state of being united as spouses in a CNSNS relationship," she explained, knowing that probably didn't help. The confused look she got confirmed it. When you love a person so much that you feel as if you can't live without them and constantly are thinking about them, that together you decide to live with them and have children together, is a sort of marriage." "Oh," Luffy said with wide eyes. "Are we married?" Makino felt as if she could facepalm on that one. "No," she said in a deadpan voice. "We're siblings now." "Can siblings bathe together?" he asked simply, grinning up at her as grasped the top of his pants. "Only if they're of the same section," she explained as she took the discarded the shirt and placed it into the hamper. "Like boys bathe with boys and girls bathe with girls," Luffy said excitedly as he kicked off his pants, leaving him naked. "Right? Exactly," Makino said, taking the pants before lifting Luffy up and placing him into the tub. "Now let's get you cleaned up." She said this as she took a cloth and began to scrub the mud and other particles off of his body. She then pulled the drain plug before grasping a shower hose and turned it on. She quickly noted that Luffy seemed to be in La La Land as she scrubbed his body and hair. She then put some of her shampoo on his head before scrubbing the muck and grease from his scalp. Luffy on the other hand was in heaven as Makino's fingernails scrubbed his scalp. Eyes rolling back, he sighed with relief as the itchiness seemed to come off of his skin and head. Only when the water was turned off did he snap out of his daze. Makino's giggle causing him to smile and look up at her nervously. "I like that kind of bath," he announced, having loved the warmth. "I can tell." Makino giggled with a wide smile before she picked him up and out of the tub, after which she began drying him with a towel. "I'll leave so you can dress. Afterwards come and eat." Luffy, whose head was covered by the towel, just nodded in agreement. "We eat meat?" he questioned, his voice muffled slightly by the towel. Makino sighed. "Well, I suppose so. You did go through all that trouble to hunt that." "Yosh!" Luffy exclaimed as he moved his hands up into the air. This caused the towel to fall to the ground. Makino shook her head and just left the boy to dress himself. Once outside the room, she started laughing out loud at the situation. "This is only his first full day here and already he's making me laugh," she thought. It was definitely the right thing to do in bringing him here. Nodding to herself, Makino walked over to the bag of bloody meat and began to go through it to ensure that the meat was a good quality. She was very surprised but thankful to find that it was. Picking it up, she walked into the kitchen area behind the bar and began to cook some of the meat. The rest she placed inside of the icebox for later. As Luffy left the room, he noticed that the dirty clothes were placed in a box. Picking up his used towel, he placed it within that same box. He then ran out of the room and into the bar area where he found Makino grilling up some meat. Sniffing the air, Luffy's stomach gave a loud rumble. "Shishishi. You're making me hungry," he grinned as he pulled himself up onto the bar stool. Makino turned around from the food and handed him a cup of juice. "Well, that's good." She then turned back around to the meat, pulled it off of the grill and began to cut it up before placing it on a bun and handing it to him. Luffy looked at it, curiously. "What's this?" he asked, as he had never seen a sandwich before. "Take a bite." She dared him with a grin. Tentatively, Luffy took a bite from the sandwich. His eyes widening as an explosion of flavor was set off in his mouth. The bread was fluffy with a hint of a smoked flavor as the meat and sauce gave off spked heat. The taste was so good and so unlike anything he had ever eaten before in his life. Makino then placed something else in front of him as she had it in the fryer. He looked at the yellow and brown food. "What's that?" he inquired, even as his curiosity got to him and he picked up one. "Fried potato peels." She replied with a smile as she put some spice seasoning on it. "Try it," she offered him to do. With the one in his hand, he put it in his mouth. The crunch was good and had him sighing. The next one that he put in his mouth had him give out a mmm. "So good!" he cried out in joy. His loud voice caused a passerby to poke their head into the bar's open door. "Morning, Makino." An elderly man greeted her as he took up a seat next to the boy. "Who's this?" His voice caught Luffy by surprise. The boy scooted further away from the man, almost to the edge of the barstool seat. This caused the man to chuckle. "A bit skittish, ain't he?" Makino groaned inwardly at the sight of Luffy pushing himself away from the mayor slap. "Luffy, this is our village mayor. He won't hurt you." In the past day she had made such success with him, she really didn't want to see him run away because he had been easily frightened by one person. "Oh?" Whoop slap-eyed the boy a bit more. "So you're Garp's grandson?" Just as Luffy was about to take a bite from his sandwich, he froze at the mention of his grandfather's name. "You know my vovo?" His voice was small and tiny as if he were suddenly scared. "Of course I do," the yelled Whoop slap. "That man grew up with me and several others." "TCH," he said, sounding annoyed. He was a bully back then. Always so loud, punching everyone's sight and causing mayhem. He slammed his fist down onto the counter. Then he went and became a Marine. Good riddance too. He eyed Luffy, who looked as if he couldn't decide if he should run or eat his food. "What's wrong, son?" Luffy pouted. "Vovo told me to stay in the jungle," he stated as tears formed in his eyes. "But I like Makino's food and her, and that I had a nice bed to sleep in." He began crying at all this. "Please don't tell Vovo I left the jungle." Rivers of tears ran down his cheeks now. He was scared his grandfather would come back and throw him down another ravine, or worse, the monkey pits. Luffy felt arms suddenly wrap around him as a soft body came against his own. Lifting his head from the chest, he saw that it was Makino. "Nobody is taking you back to the jungle," she swore to him. "Promised?" he asked, mispronouncing the word promise in his upset state, snot already coming out of his nose as tears continued to run down his cheeks. "I swear to you on the goddess of the sea, Calypso herself, that you will live here with me as my brother," she swore to him. "And if that bstrd comes back, I will fight him off before I allow him to take you again." She wiped his tears away with her fingers. All right? Luffy's crying ceased as he stared at her in wonder. Her words ground him and gave him the assurance that his grandfather wouldn't be able to hurt him again. Oh, okay. He tearfully stated as he nodded, still holding on to her to calm himself. His reaction made both adults wonder what in the world did Garp do to make his grandson so scared of him and why he didn't want him to leave the dangerous jungle. Slowly Makino pulled him away from her body and wiped his tears once again before turning him back towards his meal. Now finish that and you can go play, but be back before I open the bar so you can eat something. She poked his nose, gaining a giggle from the little boy. After Luffy ate the sandwich and finished his drink, he quickly took off to explore the village even more. Now, Makino began as she set her sights onto the mayor. You and I are going to have a little chat about you talking to Garp about Luffy. Whoop Slap swallowed nervously as Makino shut the door to the bar and began chewing him up one wall and down the other. After all, she may not be much of a fighter, but Makino was still a Monkey D, and that family didn't forgive anyone who hurt those they considered theirs very easily. Chapter 4, The Village. Luffy inhaled sharply at the new noises surrounding him. To his left were the buildings and businesses that led to the port. To his right were the businesses and homes of the people of Foosha. Pushing his curls out of his face, looked across from him and saw the grocery owner staring at him. His face flushed at the intense stare of the dark-haired mustache man. Scary, he thought, but he needed to conquer his fear. So the first place he was going was the port. Luffy took off into a dead run towards the sounds of seagulls and waves crashing against rocks. When he got to the port, the smile on his face dropped a bit. There were only a few ships in port. One was a small carousel-type ship with a single cabin at the center. The second was a fisherman's boat. The third was a small two-person boathouse. Boring, he thought as he began looking around the docks until he found a lobster trap tied to the dock. Pulling the rope attached to the trap, he pulled it until it was out of the water. Inside were two red fiddler crabs. The large pincers snapped at the boy, startling him and causing Luffy to drop the trap. Looking at the trap on the dock, Luffy shook the cage slightly as he examined the materials used for the trap. Oh, I can make this, he thought excitedly as a grin spread across his face. Oi! Came a yell from behind him. Before he could turn to see who it was, Luffy found his hands yanked from the trap, pain exploding on his palms. A man with a gray beard turned him around roughly. That ain't yours to be handlin', the man yelled. Luffy blanched, as the man's breath stunk horribly, but fear had him frozen in place. The man then pushed the boy out of the way. Hey! The grocery owner yelled, having seen the whole ordeal, stood over Luffy before reaching down for him. Luffy curled in on himself, hoping to be left alone. You a-hole! You hurt the kid! Luffy opened his eyes as he was placed onto his feet by the scary grocery man. The man glared at the trapper. He's Makino's little brother. Then tell her to keep the brat out of my traps, the old trapper yelled. Sorry. Luffy apologized with a sniffle. His palms were throbbing. Looking down, he saw blood dripping from cuts on his hands. Luffy found himself suddenly being picked up by the grocery man. The man turned on his heel and walked away. Luffy watched the angry trapper glare at them. I don't like him, he thought, finding something about the trapper sinister, other than the fact he hurt Luffy. The grocery man took him into his store and sat Luffy on the counter. Stay here, kid, he ordered Luffy, who nodded meekly. He watched the man go through the shelves before pulling a small tin can and a box from the back shelves. He walked back to Luffy. You need to be careful around him on. He's crazier than crazy, kid, he stated as he walked behind the counter, turned a faucet on and wet a rag. He then took the rag and wiped the blood from Luffy's hands. Next he opened the tin can. This is salve, it's medicine that you put on cuts and scraps to help both heal the wound and prevent infection, he explained to the boy, who reminded him of his nephew who lived in the gray terminal in Goa. These are sterile bandages, he stated as he took some from the small box and began to wrap the scrapes. This is to keep your wounds clean and ensure they heal right. This way dirt doesn't get into those cuts and make you sick. Dirt can make me sick? Luffy asked incredulously. He looked at his bandaged hands before looking back up at the man. How? He asked, curious. I only know that if dirt gets into cuts or deep wounds, it can cause the wounds to swell with infection, which can make you sick. He grinned at Luffy. My pai taught me that. He is a doctor in Orange Town. Taught me a few things before I left to make my own somewhere else. Where is that? Luffy asked as the man began putting things away in another box before writing down what had been used in a logbook. It's in the region of the Organ Islands, he said with a smile. It's a 4 to 5 day journey there from where we are. The sea isn't kind in those waters, so I don't sail to visit the area. Don't you miss your pie? Luffy asked, quite curious about the grocery man now. Ah, well, he scratched the back of his neck. My pai is a proud man, and so when I told him I didn't want to be a doctor, we had a bit of a fight. He scratched his cheek nervously. I talked to my May, but my pai never wants to talk. I'm a bit of a disappointment to him. Why? Luffy asked as he looked around the small grocery. You have this building with food. People come to you for it, right? The man smiled at him. You're important. A lump formed in his throat at the words of this child. Just who is this boy? Clearing his throat a bit. You should go back to Party's bar. Makino will want to hear what happened. Okay. Luffy agreed as he jumped off of the counter. Thanks, grocery man. Hey! He called out towards Luffy, who turned towards him. It's Abel. Luffy gave the man a wide toothy smile before running out of the small grocery store. Once outside, Luffy decided against going to Makino right away and turned towards the noise of children playing in the street. Running off towards the sounds of laughter and giggling, Luffy rounded the last building in the village and came to a group of children who were much older and bigger than he was. They were chasing after a round brown object that Luffy had never seen before when suddenly the object was kicked towards him. Bending over, Luffy looked at the round object. It was made from leather, and as he squeezed it he found that it was hard. Hey! Kiddo, throw the ball to me, an older boy yelled at him. Ball? Luffy mentally questioned as the older boy walked up to him and took the object in his hands. Are you stupid or something? He asked, pointing to the object. This is a ball. Luffy felt his cheeks heat up. I'm not stupid. He yelled as his rage boiled over, causing him to attack the boy by kicking his leg hard enough to cause him to fall over. Luffy watched the boy fall backwards onto his butt. Shock followed by a cry of pain occurred for the older boy. Shock because a kid smaller than him had hit him. Pain because obviously that kick had power to it. Luffy grinned as the rest of the older boys suddenly looked at him with contempt for hurting their friend. The group of boys converged onto the 5-year-old boy, thinking they held the upper hand. Little did they know this boy was a Monkey D, and that the Monkey Clan were known to be a sturdy bunch. It was late afternoon by the time Luffy returned to Party's bar. He had muddy smudges on his face. His hair was covered in twigs and dirt from the tussle with the older boys, but under his shirt were new bruises forming. His skinned hands and knees hurt from the fight, but he had decided he was fine. In his hand was a jackrabbit from the mountain. It had been caught in his trap. Unlike the boar from the morning, Luffy hadn't skinned this one yet. Climbing the steps to the bar, Luffy pushed the doors opened. The older patrons looked at the boy, frowning at him but remaining silent about him being there. Luffy climbed onto the bar stool he had used that morning and sat down with a wide smile as he plopped the dead animal onto the bar top. Makino turned to the sound. Her smile never left her face as she spotted the disheveled boy before her. Have fun today? She asked as she picked up the dead rabbit and placed it on the chopping block she had behind the bar. Shishishi. Luffy laughed as his grin got even bigger. Yep. He announced. I made a friend. Makino was thankful for that. What's your friend's name? She inquired as she came around the bar and began wiping Luffy's dirty face when she frowned at the sight of the bandages. Abel. He stuttered as she wiped past his lips with the rag. Blah. He made a face as the rag made contact with his tongue. Keep your mouth closed for a second. She told him as she continued to clean his face before moving on to his hands. So you met Abel? She asked as her eyes turned soft. The grocer was a nice man. Had moved to their village over 5 years ago, before Luffy had shown up. What do you think of him? She asked as she returned behind the bar. She then turned the burner on and placed a pan on it. I like him. Luffy announced. He told me to stay away from the trapper Amon. You didn't go near that man, did you? She asked, having turned sharply at the mention of the trapper's name. Luffy looked nervously at his injury. I was looking at a fish trap and how it was made when the man yanked it from my hands. He lifted his injured hand. The trap cut me, but Abel made it better. He promised as he held the bandaged hand to his chest. Makino held her tongue as her temper flared slightly. She would have to talk to Amon later. She made a mental note of that before she began stirring the pot of food. All right. She assured him, feeling an annoyed tick make her eye twitch. Luffy's eyes widened as a bowl was placed in front of him by Makino. It had vegetables in it and a huge amount of meat too. His belly rumbled at the sight. Thank you, he yelled as he began eating. I also had fun with the big kids outside. He stated with his mouth full of stew. They were kicking this thing around outside that they called a ball. Makino placed a cup of milk in front of him as some more patrons entered the bar. They waved at her to get her attention. Filling up a few large cups with beer, she walked over to them and placed them on the table. She then sat next to Luffy as he finished his bowl. They called me stupid because I didn't know what it was. Makino rubbed the bridge of her nose at this news. She supposed she could talk to the parents tomorrow. So I beat them up. Makino whipped her head around towards him. You what? She exclaimed, gaining another bout of laughter from the boy. "Oh Calypso, what have you given me now?" She wondered, horrified with each passing moment as Luffy went on to explain his victorious battle against the village youth. Chapter 5, Pirates. In the East Blue, pirate groups such as the Blue Jam Pirates ruled the seas. These weak groups would be devastated by the most powerful groups such as the Whitebeard Pirates or destroyed by those like Big Mom or Kaido. So when a fairly unknown group entered into the East Blue going from island to island, it didn't raise any alarms, even though the captain of said group was the second son of the dead Pirate King, Gold Roger. Problem was nobody took him serious because he was more of a partying type of pirate. His name was Gold Shanks, but the world only knew him as Shanks. Shanks' eyes slowly opened. As they were still heavy with sleep, his eyelids slowly opened and closed for several minutes. From his bed, Shanks could see the morning light just beginning to crest the horizon. The picture windows of the back wall of the ship allowed a full picturesque view of the ocean and sky. Against his back he felt the steady breath of his husband and first mate, Ben Beckman. Before meeting the man he had been on benders to stop the pain of first losing his father and captain, then the pain from not having his brother in his life any longer, and finally from losing his mama Rogue. Had he not won the match against Beckman, he was certain that he would have either drank himself into an early grave or jumped into the sea to end the pain in his heart. As it was, he won. Beckman became his first mate. They found Lucky a month later and Hongo a week after that in the North Blue in a slowly sinking vessel. Soon after, they had found Lime Juice, Bonk Punch, Building Snake, Yassop and Monster. They had switched out their first ship for the Red Force only after somebody groped somebody else's but one too many times in the middle of the night. He may have been to blame for that one. In his defense he was looking for Beckman. He suddenly felt lips on his neck and groaned as a hand sneaked down his front under the blankets. "Good morning, love," Beckman murmured into his ear. Shanks shivered at the deepness of his husband's voice as sleep was still thick in Beck's voice. "Not fair." He groaned as that hand sinfully stroked him, a tease Beck was well aware of that drove him crazy. "Life's not fair," his husband countered as Ben continued to tease and love on his husband's body. It was much later that morning that Shanks was walking around the top deck, going over the lists of supplies that Lucky, Bonk Punch and Beck had made. They were fortunate that they had a raid only a week ago, or else they'd be in a pinch. He rubbed his chin as he looked at the lists of things they could barter with the locals. Women's clothing, children's toys and odd things they didn't need or wouldn't use. The last raid had been on a Navy merchant vessel. The Marines aboard had fought them bravely, but because they'd been used to the weaker pirates in the East Blue, the soldiers had stood no chance against New World-type pirates. The only reason they were out in the East Blue was because Shanks had heard rumors that Buggy was out here. He wanted to see how his older brother was doing. However, every island had been a bust. He sat the lists of things needed down before placing a cup on top to stop the wind from blowing them away. Looking over the map of the area, he was surprised to see that they were really close to the small kingdom of Goa. He grinned. They planned to spend the next 6 months or so out here and they needed a base of operations. He felt his partner come up behind him. A brush of fingers against his lower back was his only indication to where the man was, as he could block anybody's, including his, observation haki from sensing him. It was a unique talent. "I know where we're going to dock for a while." Shanks brushed his fingers against Ben's hip too quick for most to notice. It was a way for them to tease each other without being blatantly obvious to the rest of the crew. Beckman leaned over the table and looked at the maps. "Goa?" he asked, taking a drag from his cigarette. "There's nothing much there," he stated offhandedly as he looked at the map a bit closer. "Foosha?" he asked, knowing his husband loved the quiet towns and villages more than the bustling cities. "The name sounds familiar but I can't place it." Shanks pulled the rim of his hat as he spoke. "I think Captain may have mentioned it once or twice. But you being the brat you are," that comment gained a pout from his fun-loving husband. "And you weren't paying attention," he finished with a grin. Shanks burst out laughing. "Maybe," he admitted. "We're getting awfully close to my home island," Yassop muttered under his breath as he looked off towards the direction of the island. Shanks grinned. "Do you want to go visit your boy?" His sniper blanched. "Usopp probably doesn't remember me." Shanks leaned over the railing to look down at his friend. "Don't say that." Shanks scoffed as he grasped his chest. "You'll make me think I stole you from the fate's grip that wanted to make you a father rather than a pirate. You would have still stolen me away," Yassop countered. "Nobody else can be the best sniper in the world." Shanks laughed. "Conceited too?" Yassop held a finger up. "Not conceited. Just spouting facts." Everyone burst out laughing. Luffy opened his eyes as the warm afternoon breeze blew over him. He was laying on the boards of his newly built treehouse. Abel had helped him build it from scratch. From foraging for good driftwood to use for the ladder up the tree to spare floorboards from an abandoned building that was in the gray terminal. The guy was more handy than he originally had thought. Since coming to live with Makino, Luffy had begun to create connections with a lot of the villagers. Since he was great at hunting and skinning animals, he had begun to barter with certain businesses. His furs for food, which he took to his big sister who in turn cooked it for both himself and her. However, a week ago they had gone for Luffy's monthly checkup with the local doctor, whom Luffy didn't like. In the 3 months he'd been living with Makino, Luffy had yet to gain a single pound. He ate and ate but nothing seemed to stick to him. The doctor was confused by this and had stated that it could be nothing. Even Luffy knew that was bull and he was a kid. Luffy lifted his shirt and poked his small belly. "Why won't you gain anything?" he asked it, causing a gurgling sound to be heard. He was hungry again. Looking up into the tree, Luffy climbed higher, gasped a pink and green fruit and yanked it. Before climbing down he spotted a large ship in the harbor. Chomping on the fruit he climbed down the tree, after which Luffy ran down the mountain trail, into the village to the docks. Looking up at the large sails and huge ornate figurehead, Luffy spotted a man sitting on one of the rope ladders going up the side of the ship to one of the sails. The man's red hair caught his attention easily. "Are you pirates?" he questioned the man, having spotted the black flag being flown. "If you are, go away." "We are," the man replied with a huge grin. Members of the crew went to the edge of the ship's side and looked at the little kid with a big X on his shirt. "I'm Shanks, captain of this ship." Shanks looked at the child, a bit impressed by his bravery to talk as he did. Luffy frowned as he felt his anger bubbling. "If you cause us trouble, I'll make you regret it," he threatened. "Oh?" Shanks felt amazed by the tenacity of the boy. "I didn't know this island had such a tough sheriff on it." He held up his hat from his head. "We mean no harm to you or your village. We only want to barter and resupply our ship," he promised the boy. Luffy glared at the man. "Go away," he yelled angrily before running off. There was a chuckle below him. Looking down he spotted Ben standing there with his arms crossed. "He's got spirit," he spoke, sounding almost proud of the boy. "Yeah," Shanks spoke softly. "He's got something." Later that evening Shanks and his men found the only bar in town. It was tiny, quaint, and only had one barmaid. The green-haired woman was quite beautiful but had nothing on Shanks' husband, at least that was his mindset. "Miss," he called the young woman over to him. "Can I get a few rounds for me and my men?" "Of course." Makino spoke, giving the red-haired man a friendly smile. "You must be the pirates I've been warned about," she stated as she placed the cups of booze in front of the man. "Oh? That was fast," Shanks commented when he spotted something, or rather someone, behind the bar. "I didn't know children were allowed in bars here." Luffy gave Shanks another angry glare. "Oh dear, I've seemed to have angered him again." Makino giggled. "Oh, Luffy is just protective of me," she explained. "Just as I am of him." Shanks heard the threat in that statement. "In other words, hurt the boy, you'll get hurt." He grinned. "That's an understatement." He raised the beer at her before he downed it. A few hours later the entire bar was filled with rowdy pirates who were drinking and sharing stories with each other and with the locals who would ask. Luffy had scooted himself to the far end of the bar to eat his dinner. Makino smiled as he ate his sandwich and stew in silence, even as the rowdiness of the new patrons seemed to be getting to him. The constant frown was on his face, along with a glare that could freeze most anyone in their place. It was worrying her. Luffy was usually a ball of joy and sunshine. It had been a long time since she had seen this side of him. "Oi," the big pirate said as he caught the smell of the stew. Stepping forward he peered over Luffy's shoulder. "What is that smell?" "Lucky, don't be rude," Shanks chided his cook. "But I do agree, that smells delicious." Luffy looked over his shoulder at the big heavy-set pirate that the red-haired captain, Shanks, had called Lucky. Lifting the bowl he handed it to the man. "You can have it if you're hungry." He grinned at Lucky. "I've already had 4 bowls." "4?" Shanks blanched at the thought of eating so much. "Not like it does me any good anyway," Luffy muttered as he pushed his half-eaten sandwich away and laid his head in his arms. His head was starting to hurt. "Luffy." Makino spoke his name softly before reaching out and touching his head. "It's true," Luffy muttered sadly. "Is something wrong with him?" Shanks asked, showing concern for the spirited child. Makino was about to tell him that it wasn't his business when Luffy's stomach rumbled so very loudly. Luffy growled as he reached up and grasped his hair and pulled at it. "I eat and eat and eat. I'm never full. I'm always hungry," he screamed before jumping off of the bar stool and running up the steps to his room. Makino sighed. She was at the end of her rope. She knew what she was going to be forced to do and didn't like it one bit. "Please, ignore him and enjoy yourselves," she pleaded with them before going up the stairs after the boy. A man with blonde hair stood up from his seat in the back and approached Shanks. "Boss," he gained Shanks' attention. "I think it might be best if we help them out." "What do you mean, Hongo?" he inquired, already knowing what his friend was going to say. "If we help the boy, maybe the locals will be a bit more friendly to us," he explained. "Especially if you're wanting to make this town our base. We need to build a good reputation with these people." Beckman chuckled. "He knows that already. Document." Hongo frowned at Ben. "If he knows, then tomorrow you'll find out everything about the boy," Shanks ordered. "Be discreet though. Like you said, we need to build a good reputation with the locals." He looked at Lucky, who had finished the bowl of stew. "How'd that taste?" The cook stopped liking the bowl. "Divine. I've got to get the recipe," he stated with a slight blush from being caught liking the bowl. "I'm a bit jealous now." Shanks pouted, garnering laughter from the crew as they all began to get rambunctious once again. Shanks' gray eyes turned to the stairs with worry. He could still recall the scent of blood on his captain's breath when the sickness began to get to him and weaken his body. To see a child suffering like that would be awful, especially one who had been so spirited earlier in the day. Turning his attention back to his drink, he felt melancholy take a grip onto him. Drowning his sorrows in the drink before him, the red-haired pirate soon found himself deep in his cups, something he hadn't done in a very long time. Chapter 6, Discovery of AD. The next morning, Hongo spent the early morning hours in the village gathering information on the boy Luffy. From his age to his habits, he found that the children of the village disliked him. Most of the adults didn't know or care about the boy. The grocer, Abel, on the other hand, was a wealth of information once Hongo assured the man that he only wanted to help the child. "I've been watching you all day asking the townsfolk about Luffy," Abel stated as he opened a crate of vegetables that his nephew had sent him from the other side of the island. "Luffy used to be a shy boy when he came here a few months back. Makino found him in the woods and decided to be a big sister to him. He began going through the stuff in the crate, throwing out the bad and placing the good in coconut baskets. He used to stutter a lot, but I think that was just his nerves. But boy, can he eat." He smiled at Hongo. "Never bet against that kid when it comes food. I don't know where he puts it all. I saw him eat a whole boar on his own once." He chuckled. "Made me sick watching him do it." He shook his head. "But the boy never gains weight. I know Makino worries. Heck, I know she's talked to the town doctor. He can't find anything wrong with Luffy," he sighed as he just stared at the vegetable in his hand. "Luffy tries to keep everyone from worrying about him by acting like nothing's is wrong." He placed the vegetable on the cart to go outside on the display cart. "I heard what happened last night. I knew the kid was going to have an outburst sooner rather than later." After the conversation with the grocer, Hongo went to talk to the doctor to see what Luffy's diagnosis was. The practitioner was passed out drunk with his head on his desk, curtains closed and a bottle of whiskey laying empty on the floor. Hongo gave the man a deadpan look before walking over to the cabinet with files in it. Finding Luffy's name, but no family name on it, he opened the file to find only notes in it, and not very good ones. Comments like ignorant child, overeating, and abusive grandfather or lazy were put into writing on pieces of paper and put into the file. "Incompetent fool," he muttered under his breath before leaving the tiny clinic. Research was next. He had plenty of medical knowledge. Having come from one of Drum Island's medical institutions, Hongo had studied medicine for years before meeting Shanks and his crew. Returning to the medical wing on the Red Force, he began pulling books off of one of his shelves. Opening one of the books in his pile, he sped through the book looking up the symptoms, leading to a couple conclusions. Malabsorption, a condition that prevents the body from absorbing nutrients from food. Can be caused by injuries to the small intestine, and certain diseases. Symptoms include diarrhea, bloating, weight loss, and nutritional deficiencies. He read it a few times more. While Luffy had 2 out of 4 symptoms, he wasn't sure if it was this. Grasping another book from his pile, he opened it to hyperthyroidism, an overactive thyroid that releases too much thyroid hormone, which speeds up the metabolism. His eyes widened at the symptoms. Symptoms include increased appetite, weight loss, nervousness, and diarrhea. A single note at the bottom said, "Can be caused by Graves' disease." Hongo groaned. He was going to be here all day. Standing, he went to the mess hall, poured himself a coffee, strong, and walked back to medical, where he spent the remainder of the day. By nightfall, Hongo had gone through his extensive library of books trying to find out what the F Luffy had. The last book on the list was a book that Shanks had given him, claiming it to have been written by a man named Crocus. He had only skimmed through it one time, sadly not paying much attention to the words once he found out the man was a lighthouse keeper. Sighing, he figured what harm could come from reading it. Mid-morning the next day, Hongo left the Red Force determined to take action, but first he needed to confirm something with the little barmaid. So with his bag in hand he walked through the docks to Party's bar. Inside he saw Luffy sitting at the bar with juice in hand, having just finished his breakfast. Shanks sat next to the boy spinning a tall tale about a fight he'd had with a fishman from Fishman Island, ignoring the parts of the story he'd gotten hurt or where Beckman's spine had almost been severed by a merman spear. Going up to the bar he waved the young woman over to speak to her. Her perplexed look told him that Shanks hadn't told her that they were hoping to help the boy. "Yes?" she asked as she continued to dry a dish in her hand. "I have a very serious question to ask you about Luffy." He stated as quietly as possible as the boy's attention may have been stolen by Shanks but with kids that could change in a snap. Placing the dish down, Makino showed the older man that he had her full attention now. "What can I help you with? Is Luffy AD?" he asked. Out of his peripheral vision he saw Shanks freeze up. Makino didn't know why Shanks' ship doctor wanted to know this. She did, however, know that a lot of pirates wanted members of the D-clan on their ships because of the unfathomable strength they held, herself included. This is why most didn't know her true relationship with Luffy and Garp. With this in mind she felt a sense of dread. "Did someone in the village say something? I'll answer that if you tell me why you want to know about that family. Because if he is a part of the D-clan, then I can fix his health problems without having to leave the island to get the cure." Hongo continued quietly. He was actually impressed the girl was willing to not outright say, but her question had given him his answer. If he's not, it can only be because he's seriously ill and will need to go to someplace like Drum Island to get better. Biting her bottom lip she looked at Luffy who was grinning widely at the story Shanks was telling him. After the night before, Shanks had made it his mission yesterday to make Luffy smile. "We both are," she admitted. If these people were after AD she'd sacrifice her happiness for Luffy's. Hongo hadn't been expecting that answer. His eyes widened at the news. "Good. Then the fix is simple," he said as he pulled out an intravenous line and a bag with yellow liquid in it. "We plan to stay in the area for the next year, so I can monitor his progress. He'll need this once a day for 3 weeks. Then a week off. Then 3 weeks again." He held the bag out to her. "He needs this for the next 6 months. If he doesn't, his body will begin to fail itself. He'll die in 2 or 3 years without the right percentage of vitamins and minerals." Makino turned the clear bag over in her hands. "I don't remember having to take something like this as a child," she said with confusion in her voice. "According to the book that I read, this usually only happens to children of the D-clan who have been abandoned and are left to forage on their own." He explained. Upon seeing her eyes harden he knew he had hit the nail on the head. His eyes turned towards his captain who was laughing as Luffy stretched his face to make a silly expression. "Somebody abandoned this boy?" he thought, stunned. "Why? How do I give this to him?" she asked with renewed determination set into her eyes. "I'll need to put an 4 port into his arm," he explained. "He won't like that." Makino nodded in agreement. Turning towards the boy in question, she called to him. "Luffy, could you come over here?" Luffy spun in his seat. "Okay," he answered as he jumped off of the bar stool. Hongo signaled Shanks to follow. The red-haired man stood and followed without question. Makino led Luffy into the back of the bar in the storage room before she picked Luffy up and placed him onto a chair made from a barrel. "Luffy, you remember going to see the doc and how he took blood from you to see if it was your blood making it so you can't gain weight?" Luffy scrunched up his face. "Sort of?" he questioned. The memory was a bit fuzzy. "I know I'm not gaining weight and it's making you worry. Since I'm too small," he said sadly as he swung his legs as tried to distract himself. "Right." She sat down in front of him onto a bag of potatoes, placing her hands on his legs. "You know how you and Shanks have become friends?" Luffy grinned as he nodded his head. "Well, he's had his ship doctor look into what's causing you not to gain weight." Luffy looked up at Shanks. "You did?" he asked incredulously. "Even after I was being mean?" Squatting down, Shanks leveled his eyes with Luffy's eyes. "You're not feeling the best, are you, Anchor?" Shanks asked, causing Luffy to shake his head no, but smile at his new nickname. "Well, I could tell, especially when you yelled the other night." Luffy thought about that for a moment, biting his lip as he did so. It was a habit he'd picked up from Makino. "So before we became friends you wanted to help me?" Shanks nodded at this. Luffy launched himself at Shanks, giving him a big huge. Shanks almost lost his balance when this happened, but luckily caught himself. Once Luffy was back on the chair, Shanks continued. "Now, Hongo," he pointed at his friend. "He's pretty smart and figured out what to do, right?" He eyed the blonde doctor. "I have," he assured them. He placed a hand on Luffy's shoulder. "You see, you come from a very special clan." That got Shanks' attention. Luffy frowned. "Clan?" he asked, totally unfamiliar with that word. "The D-clan." Hongo continued. Luffy perked up. "I have that in my name." Curious, Shanks asked, "What's your full name, Anchor?" Luffy gave him a true D smile. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy." His grin seemed to get even bigger. Shanks leaned forward towards the boy. "I'm Gold Shanks." He gave the boy the widest grin he could. "It's an honor to meet you." "Shishishi." Luffy laughed. "You're AD too?" Shanks chuckled. "I am." Hongo cleared his throat, causing both Ds to look at him annoyed. "As I was saying." Hongo continued. "Your body isn't absorbing the nutrients from anything you're eating because you were abandoned to survive on your own." He looked at Makino for confirmation, who gave him a nod. "This meant you ate whatever you could to fill the void in your belly." Luffy gave that a thought. "Like when I'd eat rocks to feel full?" Makino held a hand over her mouth. She hadn't known he'd been doing that. Hongo felt the toothpick in his mouth fall out of it. "You ate rocks?" he asked, disbelieving what he'd just heard. Luffy twiddled his fingers together nervously. "Why yeah," he answered with a stutter. "They always came back out at the other end." He answered them. "Mostly." Hongo felt his eyebrows twitch. "Don't do that again," he told the boy, who nodded. "Anyways, I want to give you some medicine and you'll get better, stronger." "Does it taste bad?" he asked with a slight whine to his voice. "You don't take it through your mouth," Hongo assured him. "Not the butt," Luffy yelled out, causing the adults in the room to laugh at his outburst. "No," Hongo shook his head. "No, not the butt," he assured him as pulled out a small tube. "I'm going to give you some medicine that will make you sleepy. Then, I'll put this tube into your arm." He let the boy examine the port. "This will give me easy access to your vein in order to put this medicine into it." He held up the bag. "This is a special mixture of vitamins, minerals, and things your body needs to grow and get strong." "Looks like pee," Luffy stated in a deadpan voice. "It's not pee," Hongo assured the boy as Luffy gave him a "I don't believe you" look. "You'll need to take this for several weeks every month for half a year or more." Luffy's jaw dropped. "Am I that sick?" Tears began to form in his eyes before they began to fall. "Why didn't anyone tell me?" "Luffy," Makino said softly, going for him only for Luffy to jump at Shanks, seeking comfort for the red-haired man. Shanks wrapped his arms around Luffy. As the boy cried, he looked up at Makino for direction on what to do. She just grinned at him and knew something special was occurring here. Luffy never took comfort from anyone but her. This was something new and exciting. It meant Luffy trusted Shanks. Chapter 7, Adventure. The first couple of weeks of the treatment, Luffy didn't see a difference in himself, but it seemed to be making Makino smile more at him. His voracious appetite was still there. The whole time Shanks continued to tell him stories. Sometimes they were about grand battles between long-gone pirates like his father Gold Roger and a guy named Shiki who fought against each other in the Ebb War near Ebb Island. Others were about a guy named Silvers Rayleigh who sounded like a cool guy who would get himself caught by the bad guys in order to free slaves. Luffy's favorite stories, though, were about Shanks and his crew. Today he was talking about when he and his older brother pulled a prank on Gold Roger with the help of their mama Rogue. Shanks laughed hard. Buggy was so angry when the bee nest landed on him and not Roger. His face was splotched with blue and purple bruises for 2 weeks. "Buggy?" Luffy thought with a big question mark. "Haven't I heard that name before?" "Your brother is Buggy?" Makino asked as she filled Shanks' mug once again with booze. "As in Buggy the Jester?" Shanks blinked in surprise at her question. "Yes," he answered her as he brought the mug to his lips. "You've heard of him?" he asked, hoping against hope that she had. "I have," she answered as she walked into the back of the bar before returning with a poster. Makino handed it over to him. Unrolling it, Shanks felt his eyes widen. The flyer was brightly colored, filled with gymnasts, acrobatics, and at the center was his brother being shot out of a cannon. Across the top in bold letters it said Buggy's Circus on it. At the bottom it said Orange Town. "Where is this place?" he asked Makino, pointing to the name of the town. "It's a 3 to 4 day journey by boat. The seas are choppy this time of year," she answered. "Oh," Luffy yelled out, gaining both of the adults' attention. "Abel told me about that place. It's in the Karai Bari Islands." He grinned proudly at remembering that bit of information. Both adults seemed astonished. Luffy was actually paying attention to details. "Anchor," Shanks began. "Can you recall anything else?" Luffy took a bite from the fruit in his hand. He hummed as he tried to remember what Abel had told him. "Abel's pie is a doctor there." Not what I wanted, Shanks thought. If Bugs is out that way, I want to go. He eyed Luffy. "Anchor needs Hongo here. He's the only one who can make the medicine he needs." He ran a finger over the lip of the mug. Shanks watched Luffy finish the fruit. His appetite seems to be tapering off. He's getting full faster. He watched the boy sigh as he finished eating. Luffy felt full for the first time all day. He eyed the foreport in his arm. Hongo had told him to take care of the item as if it was made of gold. He didn't understand it all, but he did know that as long as he had it, that meant he didn't have to take the medicine by mouth. He was very okay with that. He had smelt the medicine and it stunk worse than his dirty feet. Speaking of dirty, he realized he hadn't taken a bath in nearly a week. He looked over at Makino. Usually Big Sis is on me to take a bath, but lately she's been too busy to even notice. He grinned at the thought as he looked over towards Shanks. I think she has a crush on him. Luffy grinned widely. What's got you grinning like that, Anchor? Shanks inquired as he heard Beckman and few others come into the bar a bit early. Shishishi, Luffy laughed. I just noticed something. Oh? Shanks asked amazed. What's that? Makino shook her head at the two before turning her attention to the crew members who had entered. Do you lot want food or drink? She asked with a smile. Beckman grinned. Your rules say it's too early for drinks. There was laughter from the crew. Booze, yes. She warned him. My specialty drinks, she pointed at Shanks' mug, are up for grabs. The hot beef sandwich is good too. Shanks told them. It's only lunchtime, boys. Makino stated with a friendly laugh. Happy hour is in 2 hours. Lucky Roo, who was eating a leg from a large bird, pulled meat from the bone and swallowed. I'll try the hot beef sandwich. It's not beef. Luffy yelled, gaining the attention from the adults. Makino looked at him a bit confused. Isn't that what you bought me? She asked, recalling having given him money for the butcher that morning. Luffy looked down at his hands and twiddled his fingers nervously. I was on my way to get the meat when I was stopped by the big kids' big brothers. They warned me that they'd beat me up unless I gave them the purse. He looked up at her. Hongo warned me not to let the port thing get damaged. So I didn't fight them. So I checked my traps that I haven't had time to look at and found a couple bears in them. He grinned at her. So I got meat for you. Makino placed her hand over her mouth as a gasp left her lips. Now the older boys were threatening him. Her eyes widened. Walking around the bar, she began checking him over. Did they hurt you? She asked. He shook his head. No. Shanks shared a look with his husband, whose eyes had hardened. The older teens were threatening their anchor. Even if they couldn't claim the boy, because of who they were, he had wormed his way into each of their hearts. You really like the meat, Shanks? Luffy asked excitedly, his lips spreading into a wide grin. Shanks returned his attention to the little boy, a grin appearing on his face as well. Of course. He answered just as loudly as the boy. Your traps must be quite nice to have caught 2 bears. Luffy giggled as he held onto the edge of the seat when an idea came to him. Want to come with me when I check my traps tonight? Shanks thought about that one for a minute. I don't know. He rubbed his chin. Leaving Makino with my boys? He looked up and away. They may cause her some grief. Luffy thought about that before grinning even more. Then they should come too. He jumped up onto the bar top. It'll be an adventure. You hear that, boss? Yasop asked. An adventure with Anchor. He grinned as Lucky got a sandwich from Makino. We could fill the Red Force with meat for Lucky's recipes. Beckman spoke wistfully as he longed for one of those special meals. Shishishi. Luffy giggled at Beck's look of longing. It'll be fun. He promised as he jumped from the bar top, only for Shanks to grab him midair. Ah, Shanks. Luffy groaned with dismay. Geez, Anchor. Shanks gave a groan of his own. The boy had made his heart skip a beat when he'd jumped like that. You could have broken your neck. He held the boy out in outstretched hands. Oh, don't be lame, Shanks. Luffy stated as he rolled his eyes at him. I've jumped from higher up than that and never gotten hurt. He pouted as he was placed back on his 2 feet. No, you haven't. Shanks challenged him. Have to. Luffy yelled, his face getting red and closer to Shanks as he yelled. Oh, I don't believe it. He said nonchalantly as he looked away from Anchor. Beck shook his head at his husband. Shanks was having fun teasing Anchor. The boy had yet to figure out that he was being teased. Be nice, boss. He warned Shanks gently. Yeah. Luffy yelled, agreeing with Beckman before grinning. Otherwise I'll kick you off the adventure. Shishishi. He laughed at Shanks' shocked look. What? Shanks gasped, grasping at his chest in shock. You'd take Beckman over me? He asked incredulously as he pointed at himself. I thought we were friends. Luffy just grinned. Then be nice. He answered with a tease of his own. Beckman chuckled. You've lost favor with Anchor. He teased Shanks, who looked at him with shock. Take that back. He yelled at Beck. I have not. He then looked at Anchor, his eyes begging. Tell me it's not true, Anchor. Makino held a hand over her lips to stop herself from laughing outright. Shanks was being overdramatic, and it was just so much funnier because Luffy was finally catching on and teasing Shanks back. Maybe. Luffy said with an all too serious expression on his face before it failed as he couldn't hold back the big grin spreading across his face. Oh. Shanks pointed at him. You're teasing me. Luffy pursed his lips before he looked up and away. No, I'm not. He stated, trying to pass it off as nothing. Makino turned around and looked away. Luffy really couldn't lie very well. Shanks looked at the boy with amazement as he made a realization. Luffy can't lie very well. Early evening. In the jungles of Dawn Island was muggy, and most of the members of the red-haired pirates were not enjoying themselves. There were no trails, which meant they were totally reliant on the little boy who was riding on Brookman's shoulders. After the boy had jumped from the cliff into a ravine, it was decided he wouldn't be walking any longer. One group heart attack was enough. Are you sure you don't want me leading from the ground? Luffy asked Beckman for the 100th time. He loved his adventures through the jungle during the day. Predators rarely came out during the day, at least not the giant ones. Positive Anchor. Beck's deep voice was unusually tight as he held onto the child's legs with one hand to ensure he couldn't jump from his shoulders. His other hand was on his rifle on his hip. His observation haki was stretched out as far as he could push it. Ahead of them and around them were dozens of large apes. None had made a move against them yet, however he could feel a rather strong one ahead of them. He doubted the creature would let them pass without attacking them. Anchor, is there another pathway? He asked, trying not to let his nervousness to slip through. He didn't want to have to fight the beast ahead of them, but he wouldn't allow Anchor to get hurt, especially since Anchor stood firm against letting Shanks join them because he'd teased the boy too much. It had been fun watching his husband pout like a child at not being able to join them. Nope. He said, the P making a popping sound when he spoke. He was being unusually quiet. But you are making too much noise. He whispered. Luffy grasped Ben's head before leaning forward. It felt like a hug around his head as Luffy leaned onto the crown of his head. Beckman raised a brow at this. We're being too loud? Suddenly the ground shook as a giant ape the size of Lucky landed in the path. Great. He thought as his fingers itched to grasp his weapon. He had a single round in the chamber. He was ready for a fight. Suddenly a rumble above him was heard as Anchor began to growl. The growl reminded him of a giant beast about to pounce on its prey. Anchor's fingers dug into Ben's scalp as he leaned further over his head. Suddenly the ill-intent feeling coming off the ape vanished as the beast backed away. The ape lowered its head and slowly backed off until its back touched the base of a tree. The beast then gave a grunt noise before it climbed up the tree. Within minutes the apes all left the area. Seconds afterwards Anchor's growl stopped. Beckman then reached up for the boy for pulling him off his shoulders and down onto his hip. Anchor, what was that about? Luffy looked up at Beckman. They were challenging you. He stated. So I told them you're with me. He raised an eyebrow at the answer given. You told them? He inquired, now interested in knowing what he meant. Yeah. Luffy looked up at him nervously. I know you probably don't believe me, but I talk to the animals and they listen, mostly. He scrunched his nose up. Predators don't like to listen. It's best to run or trap them. It's eat or eaten when it comes to them. He said matter-of-factly. Holy shit. He mentally cursed. Their Anchor could speak to animals. He's got the voice of all things. He thought with amazement. He turned to the others. Not a word of this. All members nodded numbly at the command. Their Anchor kept surprising them. Shanks groaned as he sat on the barstool alone, except for Hongo, who had no desire to go hunting. Luffy had stood firm on his decision to not allow him to join them. Makino sat a cup of booze in front of him. Oh? He asked before looking up at the clock on the wall. It was early evening but late enough she was allowing him to drink. The girl was a few years younger than himself and he knew his charms had been working on her for a while. He also knew she was crushing on him. Makino, I think you're spoiling me. He did this in a sing-song voice. Makino giggled. She really did like the red-haired pirate. He was kind to Luffy when he didn't have to be. Had even helped the little boy with his problems, health-wise, and by being his friend. She may have also been crushing on him for the last couple of weeks. She wasn't blind. He was very handsome, but she didn't want to be a notch in his post of the lovers he's had. She was fine with being friends, but she could not resist his charm. Maybe a little. She winked at him. This garnered a laugh from Shanks and a snort from the doctor. Taking the glass, Shanks threw back the drink. The familiar burn of the alcohol slid down his throat. Well, he began as he stared at the empty glass for a second before he placed it onto the bar top. It's nice to have a friend like you. She smiled at him. I'm a good friend to have. She agreed as she refilled his glass. I'm also a good friend to talk to. She refilled Hongo's glass as well. Shanks took a gulp from the glass. You think I need to talk to somebody? He asked, an eyebrow raised at her. Everyone needs a friend to talk to. She told him. Besides, I've been watching you with Luffy. I think you could use my help. He leaned onto his hand after placing his elbow onto the bar. Nah. He disagreed. I'm good. Anchor listens to me. Plus I've got my boys to talk to. Another snort from the doctor had him spinning towards Hongo. What? I do talk to you guys. Oh you do? Hongo agreed. He'll talk your ear off if you let him. He warned Makino. The trick is to get the boss really drunk first though. Hongo. Shanks gasped. Don't tell her that. He gave his friend sidelong glance. That's supposed to be a secret. He grinned before letting loose a hearty laugh. Makino shook her head at the two men. Now she understood why Beckman had asked her to begin watering down their drinks at the halfway point until he returned. Chapter 8, The Hunt. As the evening wore on, Luffy began to feel antsy on Beckman's shoulders. Can I get down now, Beckman? He pleaded. He needed to feel the grass beneath his feet. Beckman paused in his stride. Behind him Yasopp and Lucky stopped walking. The others had gone off in the direction of the second pit, Luffy having given them specific directions on where it was. They would be regrouping at the nearby river. Reaching up, Beck plucked the boy from his shoulders before he sat him onto the ground. No running off. He told Luffy with a pointed look. No jumping from any more cliffs either. Luffy grinned a grin Beck was all too familiar. It promised a headache later. I promise. He said with sincerity. Luffy turned around and began fast walking ahead of them. Beck gave a crooked grin. The boy was so much like a mini version of Shanks. He's going to be trouble on the seas one day. He thought as he followed the boy. It's ahead of us, Luffy announced as he came to a stop and looked downwards. The group followed Luffy's example and stared down at the prey the boy had caught. Inside the pit was a white and black striped tiger. Oh, Luffy muttered. Those were two words you never wanted to hear a child say. What is it, Anchor? Beckman asked as Yasopp lined up a perfect shot to take the animal out as painless as possible. That's Little Prince, Luffy explained, causing Beckman to place a hand on Yasopp's weapon to stop him from shooting the animal. Who's Little Prince? Lucky asked as looked at the small beast. He's the king of the mountain sun, Luffy explained as he began to try and climb down into the pit only to be grabbed. How about I do that? Beckman offered as he sat the boy down and turned to go down into the pit. You don't talk tiger though, Luffy yelled at him as he pouted. Can you tell the Little Prince I'm not gonna hurt him? Beckman asked him. Luffy put his legs over the side of the pit and looked downwards at the beast before letting off a few little roars at the animal. The beast roared back softly before sitting down and waiting patiently. He says he'll wait for you. Let's hope he doesn't see me as food first, Beckman thought as he climbed down. Once at the bottom of the pit, Beck approached the large animal. The tiger's head came up to Beck's mid-chest. This is cub? He stared in wonder. If this is a cub, I don't want to be around when Big Mama comes around, he thought when the tiger's head came approached him before jumping onto Beck's back. It let out a low rumble. He says he's ready, Luffy yelled after hearing the rumble. I wish I had a Denden camera on me, Yasopp muttered. The image of a big tiger on Ben's back while liking the first mate was absolutely adorable. Shanks would die for this image. Lucky laughed lightly. Already ahead of you. He showed a small snail in his hand. The tiny creature suddenly spat out an image. Oh, you better hide that, Yasopp told him. Shishishi. Luffy laughed as Beckman climbed with the tiger on his back. Once back to level ground, the beast hopped off of the man's back next to Luffy before grasping Ben's shoulder with its mouth and very gently pulled the human up. Prince likes you, Beck. Beckman looked at the other two who were finding the trees so much more interesting. Any word of this to the rest of the crew? He began as he started to feel exhausted from that climb. You'll gut us? Yasopp offered. Feed us to the Sea Kings? Lucky asked, gaining a horror-filled look from Yasopp. Quite possibly both, he told them as he sat on the ground next to Luffy. I'm getting too old for that kind of shit, he thought when he heard gasps from his companions. Looking up, he was horrified to see a giant New World-sized beast staring them down. Oh, hey King. Luffy waved happily at the beast, his words suddenly turning to tiny roars as Prince pranced off towards the much, much larger beast. The large predator sniffed its cub before examining it. Finding nothing wrong with its cub, the beast gave a grumbling rumble at Luffy before leaving. Luffy looked at the expressions of the men who were all shocked by the sheer size of the beast. King likes you. Said thanks for saving his son. I see why you call that one King, Beckman stated as he looked down at the boy. Any more surprises, Anchor? Luffy thought out loud. No, he then turned towards the opposite way that the tigers had gone. Let's go to the river. We can fish while we wait for the others, he offered them, knowing very well what was in the river and that his version of fishing wasn't what people would call normal. Meanwhile, Lime Juice, Bonk Punch, Monster, Building Snake, and Gab were running for their lives as New World-sized beasts kept jumping out of the jungle at them. As fearsome of pirates they were, these giant creatures still scared the shit out of them. Where the F do these things keep coming from? Lime Juice yelled as a spider that was size of a DMN barn landed in front of them. Swinging his battle axe at the arachnid, he sliced it in half. The purple oozing blood splattered everywhere. A sizzling sound caught his attention. Quickly he pulled off his jacket and black shirt to the ground. The spider's blood acting like acid. What the F dash? He stared in shock when a scream caught his attention. The group of men stared in shock as a large snake had wrapped itself around Howling Gab. Bonk Punch aimed and shot at the large snake, causing it loosen its grip on the man. Gab then screamed at the beast, causing air blades to shoot from his mouth, slicing the snake into several sections. After a few moments of rest building, Snake spoke. How about we take what we killed and just say that's what was in the pit and haul but back to the rendezvous point? Before anybody could say anything, Monster began making noises behind them. The monkey sitting on the ground pointing to something. Bonk Punch walked over to him before pushing a false bush to the side. A huge pit was behind the bush. Inside the pit were 2 boars of average size. Looks like we've got 2 spiked boars. Spiked? Lime Juice and the others peered over his shoulder to see. Down inside the pit were wood spikes that looked to have been hand-carved and buried halfway into the ground. They all stared in awe but were left wondering just who was this kid they all had come to care for? Luffy sat on the smooth boulder next to the river and watched as Lucky started a fire. Yasopp and Beckman were untying the string from their strong branches which they used for fishing rods. Luffy rolled his eyes at this. They caught small fish. Nothing compared to what he was going for or hungry for. Taking off his shoes, shirt, and pants, Luffy grinned as he was about to show them his way of fishing. Jumping into the river, the water came up to his hips, he began wading out into the deeper water. As Luffy was doing this, Ben looked up from untying a hook from the end of the fishing line when he heard a large splash. He saw Luffy wading out into the water. At the same moment, Lucky was able to start a nice fire. The cook fed the fire a bit more wood when he looked up, spotting Luffy in the water. Seems like Anchor thought he needed a bath. He told Ben, who chuckled. Didn't want to say anything, but the boy is a bit ripe. Ben stated as he scrunched his nose up at the memory of the stench. Guess baths are generally hated by all boys. Yasopp stated, remembering how he hated those as a kid. Lucky chuckled. I used to hide from my mirror when she wanted to bathe me. That's right, Yasopp said as he snapped his fingers. You were raised by your ma. She's the inspiration for a lot of my recipes. Lucky admitted with a sheepish grin. Ben returned his attention to the boy. Anchor. He called out, noticing he had gone further out. No further. He could see that the water was already coming up to his chest. Luffy turned towards Beckman's voice. I know. He called out as he noticed the river water was being blocked ahead of him. Bingo. Amazing. Yasopp commented. For someone so young, he can swim pretty good. Wade. Both Ben and Lucky spoke in unison. The two sharing a look at the echo between them. Still, for only being 5 or 6, he's doing pretty good. Yasopp pointed out. Ben narrowed his eyes. He felt something. His observation haki pinging off something nearby. He began scanning the area for the threat but couldn't see anything. His hand itched to his hip where his rifle was. Yasopp noticed Beckman's stance, his own hand going to his rifle as he scanned the area. Suddenly the river exploded. Water went everywhere as a giant river crocodile burst out of the water. The sheer size of the beast wasn't what surprised the men the most, instead it was the fact that Anchor was in the crocodile's mouth. Ben felt his heart fall. No. 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 His thoughts repeated as fear griped him. The moment the beast's jaws snapped shut, both he and Yasopp began to shoot the creature. However, their bullets weren't having any effect on the beast. Just then the creature slammed its maw down into the riverbed as if something invisible was hitting it. The crocodile then slammed its face into the rock cliff next to the river before turning around, charging at a giant tree, knocking itself out. All 3 men had the same thought. What the F dash? That was when the crocodile's jaw was forced open, revealing a very naked but alive grinning Anchor. Shishishi. He laughed. My catch is the biggest. At that moment Ben Beckman's eye began to twitch. It's official, Anchor is worse than Shanks when it came to stressing me out. The boy was undeniably the most accident-prone, suicidal kid that he had ever known. Unfortunately, he also hated the fact that he also cared so deeply for the little idiot. He realized this as he rushed over to the boy, pulled him from the maw of the beast and held him tightly to himself. His heart having seized twice in one day because of this boy. He sat him down as Lucky began to examine the beast and see how they were going to carry it back to the Red Force. Once satisfied that Anchor wasn't injured in any way, Beckman pulled his cloak out from his backpack and wrapped the boy in it. Don't scare me like that again, Anchor. He pulled the boy close, needing some comfort in having almost lost the boy. Oh, how Shanks would have skinned him alive had something happened to their little Anchor. Luffy pushed the fabric out of the way of his face. He was confused. Wasn't this how hunting went? It's how it went with his grandfather. Usually one or both of them ended it bloodied. He looked at Ben and noticed the fear, the worry both etched onto his face. I'm sorry, Beck. I didn't mean to worry you, he said as he wiggled to get his arms out and hugged the older man. Beckman held the boy tightly to his chest. You can never tell Shanks about this, he said, realizing his husband would hunt down every crocodile and dangerous animal on the island to ensure Anchor's safety. What? Why? He asked, upset that he couldn't tell Shanks about all the fun they'd had all day long. Just, don't, he said, giving Luffy a pointed look. He may worry if you did. And I won't survive another hunt through this jungle with the two of them trying to outdo each other, he thought, with worry eating at him. Luffy pouted, not quite understanding, but he could tell this was important to him. Okay. He reluctantly agreed as he pulled the cloak close in order to get warm as the night air was starting to descend upon them. It's gonna be cold tonight, he told Beck, just as Yasopp and Lucky decided on what to do with the beast, as Yasopp wrapped armament Haki around a bullet before shooting it and piecing the unconscious beast's brain, killing it. Chapter 9, Reunited. It was mid-morning when Shanks saw his men again. All of them looked exhausted and leery about something. When he saw his husband with Lucky and Yasopp carrying the largest crocodile he'd ever seen, he wanted answers on what happened. Finding Luffy easily, he yanked the boy off of Beck's shoulders. Luffy squealed as he was lifted off Ben, and Shanks began running with Luffy on his hip. Ben took chase after dropping his portion of the crocodile to carry. A child's squeal followed by the two men laughing filled the morning air. Makino walked out of the bar bleary-eyed but ready to face the day. Upon hearing Luffy's laughter, she smiled, glad here he was back. The rest of the village was still waking up, some grouchy, as others went about their day ignoring the trio. Deciding that breakfast was in order, Makino walked back into the bar to begin making Luffy his food. Shanks suddenly felt two strong arms grabbing him from behind and gasped in surprise as his husband caught him. Beck, he whined in surprise. Luffy began laughing as joy overflowed from him at seeing the two having fun. That was bad, taking Anchor like that. Beckman chastised his partner. Shanks held the boy tightly to himself. You had him to yourself all night. Shanks pouted. I want to hear about your adventure. Luffy stiffened. Nothing happened. He lied horribly. Oh, Shanks gasped. Something did happen. Tell me. He looked between the two. Luffy wiggled out of Shanks' arm. Nope, he yelled before running off. Shanks turned towards Beck as his husband sat down on the bench overlooking the beach. What happened? He asked, getting a bit worried by his partner's silence. Beckman lit a cigarette, something he had fought against doing all night because he hadn't wanted to do it while Anchor was so close to him. Blowing out the smoke, he spoke. That boy is crazier than you, he stated. And when he gets out on the sea, Calypso help us. Shanks' eyes widened. What do you mean? He asked as he sat never to Ben. His husband took a long drag from his cigarette before releasing the smoke. I'm not going to say, but should I, you destroy this island, he said with a shake of his head. I'm never hunting with him again. I'm too old for that kind of shit, he pulled. Shanks put a hand over his mouth to stop the laughter. Oh, he thought as he watched Luffy running around the beach chasing the seagulls. He had to get the story out of his son, or Anchor somehow. Turned out Shanks didn't have to bribe his little Anchor. Instead, his crew had given him a picture of Beckman carrying a tiger on his back. That alone demanded a story of which both Lucky and Yasopp supplied him with on the premise that Ben never found out it was them. Shanks was grinning wildly as he looked at the image of his husband. It was only the second photograph, other than his wanted poster, that he had of him. The fact that he had a large white striped tiger liking him on the cheek had Shanks' face nearly splitting from the smile he had. Oh, his husband looked very annoyed in the picture. The story behind the image made him want to laugh out loud for everyone to hear, but the fact remained, Ben wanted nobody to say shit about this. Pouting slightly, he placed the picture into his cloak he had on. If they wanted to make it back before the festival he'd been hearing snippets about from the villagers, they needed to leave today. This, of course, left him to deal with Luffy. Oh, his little Anchor wasn't going to be happy about this. You can't leave yet, Luffy yelled at Shanks. When Shanks had come into the bar and taken Luffy out to the docks, he had thought Shanks was going to tell him another story about the sea, not say goodbye. We'll be back, Shanks promised. Besides, Hongo has to get more supplies for your medication. He tried not to lie fully. Yes, they needed more supplies for that special D formula. No, that wasn't the real reason they were leaving. Look, I'll even swear on my treasure. He pointed to the hat on his head before taking it off and having Luffy hold it before placing his hand on its crown. I, Gold Ben Shanks, do swear to return before the festival in order to spend more time with my friend, Luffy. Luffy's eyes widened at this swear before grinning. And if you don't, may the sea disfigure your face and turn you into a bluegill fishman. Shanks grimaced at the image appearing in his mind. That's pretty harsh, Anchor. Luffy grinned. Punishments have to be. He could hear Beckman chuckling. Oh dear, I may have married a fish. Gah! Shanks gasped in horror. Don't joke like that, Beck. Shishishi, Luffy's laughter caught both men's attention. It broke their hearts to have to leave the boy, but Shanks had his rules for a reason. Beckman squatted down to Luffy's level and held a small knife out towards the boy. I intend to come back to this in one piece. Luffy looked at the small knife before pulling out a much larger one out of the bag he was currently carrying and handing it to the older man. Likewise. Luffy looked at Beck's pale face. What? He asked as he ped his head to the side at him. Did he have that this whole time? Beckman wondered as he looked the dagger over. It was about 7 to 8 inches long. The blade being made from a stone of some kind. The grip and guard seemed to have been forced together and then decorated with leaves carved into them. If it had been smooth, the dagger would have been quite beautifully made, but it felt like the balance was a bit off. I'll keep it safe. He promised as he placed it in his belt and secured it with a small strip of leather. Okay. Luffy stuffed the knife into his bag before running down the gangplank back onto the dock. He stood next to the stone seawall near the docks to wave them off. The crew and the two men waved joyously at their friends, though inside they were all crying from the loss of one little anchor. The Karai Bari Islands were a circular chain of small islands in the Bari Sea in the East Blue. The islands themselves weren't very interesting. The Bari Sea, that was a monster of its own. Many people found the sea too hard to navigate, therefore they stayed in the island's area. One moment the sea would be calm and it would be easy sailing, the next moment you'd be in a storm hoping against hope that you and your ship would come out of it alive. This natural barrier is what made the islands safe and protected, well that and the fact they had Buggy the Jester protecting them. 12 years ago Gold Buggy disappeared from the New World and began to carve out his own band of misfits in his father's East Blue. He fought off and destroyed those in the Bari Sea that wished to quiet the voices of the islands therein. With the tiny chain of islands as his base, he struck up a deal with the mayor of Orange Town. The Buggy pirates would stay and offer protection to them, all the while propping up the big top and creating jobs for the townsfolk in the circus as a ploy to ward off any nosy-nosed bodies. At the same time he had created a flotilla that had a dozen ships or so hooked together that made the port of Orange Town look bigger than it really was. This invited people to bring themselves in and do business with the people, merchants, and even his people in town. It was the perfect setup. No marine would think of dropping in because of the shitstorm sea, and those who did make it past that barrier ended up in a port town that had a resident circus in it. That was until one day Moji crashed into his tent. Buggy growled as he grasped his first mate by his white hair. The man styled it to make himself look like a bear today. As impressive as that was, Moji is a man with muscular torso and thick lips. What the flashily F are you doing? He screamed at his first mate who looked a bit paler than normal. A group of pirates just landed on the island, sir. He cried out in fear as he held up the poster in his hand. Their captain is this guy. Buggy snatched the flyer from his first mate's hand. He was just named the 4th Emperor of the Sea. Buggy found his eyes widening at the image before him. Oh, how could he ever forget that hair and those eyes? He noticed the new scar on the man's face. Buggy felt his gut churn. His little brother, the one he had so viciously pushed away from himself in order to keep safe. Oh, he had started that fight they had in order to get the little BSTRD to run off and not be dragged down by Buggy. He could still see the hurt and betrayal in those gray eyes. Has Shanks found me in order to take revenge for those seas-bead words I spouted out at him? Buggy shook his head. No. 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 Shanks has never been one for petty revenge. Where's the posters for his fucking crew? He snapped at his first mate. Moji moved his hands into the deep pockets of his green pants that were held up by a black sash. Here, sir, he said as he held out the folded posters. He began to stand up, causing Buggy to look down at his shoes, which were changed again into the shape of animal white fur feet. Buggy took the papers even as he felt a twinge of annoyance that Moji was getting animal footprints all over his red and blue rugs. Thanks, he muttered, trying to push his annoyance away. Tell the men to go on high alert but not to attack them. He scratched his white-painted cheek. We might put on a show for, he looked down at the name of his brother's group. Really? He mentally asked. The red-haired pirates. How unoriginal. He thought, of course forgetting what his crew was called at that moment. Let's get flashy. He laughed, causing his first mate to run off and gather the crew. They were going to have fun tonight. Chapter 10, Welcome to the Circus. Upon arrival to the island, Shanks began to scout out the village. The residents were friendly to him. As he walked up to the market smalls, he noticed Hongo searching for the ingredients he needed for Anchor's medicine. Beckman, he spotted going into a weapons shop. Next he saw both Bonk Punk and Lime Juice head into the navigation store. He made a beeline for the busiest bar in town to begin gathering information. The bartender was a greasy-haired old geezer that smelled worse than week-old dirty and bloodied clothes. "What will it be, boy?" the bartender asked, his breath hitting Shanks, almost making tears come to his eyes at the stinging scent of garlic and ripe onions. "Sake," he said, gaining a laugh from the bartender. "I'm out," he stated as he sked on a tooth. "Whiskey," Shanks ordered, a bit annoyed. Beck liked whiskey. Shanks didn't drink it much because it reminded him of Rayleigh. He hadn't spoken to his father's first mate in years. Not since Roger's execution. The bartender gave him the drink. As he sat at the bar, Shanks listened to the people around him. They talking about the circus new show. How Buggy had been a bit scary in the last performance. So Buggy's got a scary side. He grinned, recalling the beheading act he'd done once after he had accidentally ate the chop fruit. Rayleigh had yelled at them for a week for that one. A hand suddenly touched the small of his back. It was a tender brushing of fingers. A soft smile graced his lips as he felt Beck take a seat next to him before grasping the cup in his hand. "You don't usually drink this," his husband stated as he brought the cup to his lips. Upon drinking the liquid, Ben grimaced. "That don't taste right. It's Elbathian whiskey," he told his husband. "It's too sweet, but still has the odor of a normal whiskey." He smirked as he noted his husband's eyes were dilated. "It's also a good substance to put a quick-acting drag into," he whispered. Beckman's eyes widened as he looked at his now empty drink. Why do you think I was holding it but not drinking it?" He sighed as he felt the atmosphere in the room changing little by little. "How much time do I dash?" he began to ask when his vision began to get blurry. He placed the cup down. "Oh, this isn't good," he thought as he tried his damnest to stay awake. "Not long," Shanks answered as he touched Griffin on his hip. He could take out the entire bar with his sword without breaking a sweat, but this was his brother's island. He really didn't want to hurt his brother's people. So, removing his hand from his sword, Shanks just smiled as he flashed his Conqueror's Haki. The result was almost instantaneous as one thud was followed by another and another until the whole bar was out cold minus the bartender, who was sweating profusely trying to stay awake. His eye narrowed as he looked out at the bartender from under his straw hat. Shanks grinned. "Tell me more about this jester's performance." The big top tent was filled with people that night, including most of the crew of the red-haired pirates. As the performance began, the lights went out, all but center ring. There was a box, small in size, in center ring. It began shaking slightly. Then it began to bounce, gaining gasps from the children in the crowd. That was when the top burst open. Out came a hand flying out into the crowds, followed by a second hand. A child cried out in fright. The sound of another box breaking was heard, as was another, until more body parts flew around the room. As if magnetically pulled towards one another, the body parts flew towards one another until they reconnected. Unfortunately, they all reconnected in the wrong places. A leg went to where an arm was supposed to go, an arm went where the head was supposed to be. People began laughing until a loud bellowing yell was heard. The torso bounced around on the hand holding it upright until it turned around. A head was looking out at people with a frown from the person's butt. "That doesn't seem right," he stated with a grin. The jester's face was painted white with a large cross and bones on his forehead. Suddenly the head sneezed and the body parts fell apart onto the ground. "Whoops! Guess I need to try that again." Everyone burst out laughing. The parts righted themselves as the head handed where it was supposed to go. A wide grin spread across his face. "Ladies and gents, welcome to my circus." Applause echoed throughout the tent as animals began to parade around the room with their trainers. Music played, acrobatics jumped and twirled around on the ground and through the air as the evening wore on into the night. A tiger tamer put his head in a tiger's mouth only for a lion to grasp the tamer by his clothes and pull him away in time. Soon the show began to close. The lights turned red as two bodies fell into center ring dangling by chains. Their faces covered by hoods, not revealing their identities. Another child cried out in fright at the sudden appearance of the bodies. "Ladies and gents, it would seem that we have had uninvited guests to our island." Buggy's voice echoed around the tent, his physical form no longer seen by anyone until he jumped out of the crowd itself. "Well, that just pisses me off." He slammed an axe into one of the bodies. It landed into the gut of the man. "Here we are, just tryin' to have a little fun, and a bunch of somebodies from the new world come trancing into our territory." He grinned as he spotted each of his brother's crew members. "Let's see if these boys will come to his rescue or not. So earlier my people caught the captain and first mate of said crew. easily defeating them. Buggy grinned as the announcement made the people cheer. Buggy pulled the axe out of the chest of the larger of the two. Red blood oozed out of the wound. The bodies were moving as if trying to get out of their bonds. Now I don't care if the world thinks we're not worthy of any true bounties. He began only to get interrupted. The government can shove it. Someone in the crowd yelled. Buggy is better than any emperor. Another yelled. Buggy laughed at this. Ah, yes, the emperors of the sea. He rubbed his chin. Apparently this man was newly named one. He stated as he pointed to one of the two men. He leaned forward, a sadistic grin crossing his face. Guess he was trying to conquer us in the East Blue, thinking us weak. He pulled a sword from the one of the men's hip. The red-haired pirates recognized it as Griffin. Guess he wasn't expecting my people to be so fing strong. He went to swing the blade, cut the uninjured man's head off when suddenly Shank's crew jumped from their positions around the crowd, each pulling a weapon of some sort to defend their captain, when a single shot from Yasop's rifle sped through the crowd and buzzed by Buggy's head. Instead of taking the jester's life, it clanged into Griffin, shattering the blade like it was made from glass. Buggy grinned as he turned quickly towards the men, a finger on an automatic switch. He pressed the button. Gotcha. Suddenly nets made of weighted rope and sea stone fell from the ceiling on the remaining crew, all of whom began trying to get the contraptions off of them. Now, to finish this, Buggy yelled out, as he grasped the axe once more and swung it. The blade cut the captain's body from shoulder to groin. However, once the blade went through the body, it suddenly exploded, followed by the second body exploding as well. When the smoke cleared, Buggy, who was now covered in soot, began laughing his butt off, literally. The appendage bounced over to a gear pole and landed on it. Gears were heard clanking together as suddenly the center ring started pulling itself apart. The floorboards opened as a new stage came out of the center ring. A very much alive Shanks and Beckman stood on the stage. Beckman was looking a bit haggard, but otherwise both were very much alive. The crowd gasped. What? Buggy asked in a high-pitched whine. Didn't you know? He asked them as he jumped onto the stage next to Shanks, grasped his shoulder and pulled Shanks towards himself. This idiot is my little brother. He laughed as the red-haired pirates all looked up between their captain and the blue-haired menace. Buggy looked at Shanks. Didn't you tell them that much? Shanks looked up and away. I may have only mentioned it to one or two people. He then grinned. But most of them really did think you just killed me. What? Buggy's scream echoed throughout the big top. Beckman grasped his head. If it didn't hurt already, he would have hit his husband and maybe knocked a few teeth out of his brother-in-law's mouth. Shanks patted Beck's back. Shake it off, Beck. It was just a prank to see who would try to save us. You seriously didn't say anything? Buggy inquired, quite impressed with the red-haired idiot. Only ones who knew were Beckman and my ship doctor. Shanks answered truthfully. He pointed to Hongo, who was still very much seated in the crowd and had gone unnoticed by everyone. The rest of the red-haired pirates' crewmen looked towards Hongo. You knew? They all screamed, their teeth appearing to turn into shark teeth at their anger. Shanks' laughter echoed in the big top. He was so happy to have found his older brother. He had missed these moments with him. Oh, he was sure he was going to owe the crew for this, but it had been so worth it. Meanwhile in Foosha, a little boy was running through the jungles of Goa as a large fiend chased after him. Fear was evident on the child's face. As the fiend's fist came towards the small child's body, the boy instinctively curled in on himself in an effort to minimize the damage, all the while he was mentally screaming for this all to be over soon. Chapter 11, Garp the Fiend. Garp, the name alone brought fear to many, but it also brought joy to some. It brought joy to his beautiful wife until she left him because he chose the Marines over her and their son. It brought fear to pirates who sought to bring down joys of other people around them. It brought hope to those who were desperate for a hero. At one point he was just that, the hero of the Navy. The God Valley incident had given him that name and had labeled another as the greatest threat to the world government. His son, at one point, would say his name with such joy and pride, but now with only sadness and fear because of the rift between them. Once again he had chosen the Marines over family. Then came the third joyous moment of his life, his grandson's birth. The boy had been born with the biggest smile he'd ever seen. His son had been indifferent to the child, going so far as to let Garp choose his name. Luffy was the only name that had come to his mind. He took the boy to his home island and hidden himself away on a sabbatical to raise him for a few years. Now with two secrets on the island, he was able to spend time with them both without either knowing of the other. The first was a promise to an old friend and enemy. The second was closest to his heart, his only blood-related grandson. Unfortunately, after 4 years he was called away. He had taught the boy how to live on the island. How to hunt, clean his kill, and even how to make a home out of nothing. Others wouldn't understand. It was better for a monkey D to live on their own. It was better for training. No attachments. So upon returning to the island, not to visit his secret in the mountains, though he did need to check on that boy too, he hadn't expected to find the little cabin he had left Luffy in to be abandoned and falling apart. Frowning, he left the monkey forest to find the boy. Tracking his grandson hadn't been too hard. The boy left traps everywhere, both for hunting purposes and for keeping enemies at bay. Smart, he thought as he climbed out of a spiked pit. He hadn't sensed that one nor the next one that left him in waist-high mud. Once out of the jungle, he found himself going down the all-familiar path towards Foosha. He had specifically told the boy not to leave the jungle. He gnashed his teeth as he walked into town. Most people cleared a path upon seeing him. A dirty elderly man that was a giant in his own right, walking with purpose through town, wasn't really someone you wanted to bump into. He came to Party's bar and saw something that made him pause. His grandson was sitting on the bar top animated as he told a story to Garp's youngest cousin, Monkey D. to Makino. The young woman looked just like her mother. Probably has Shina's protective side too. He thought as he pushed the double saloon doors open. There you are. He bellowed joyously. I've been looking for you. If Garp had been expecting the boy to run to him, happy to see his Vovo again, then he'd been wrong. Luffy's eyes widened as his head whipped around towards the loud voice. Fear immediately entered the boy as he quickly scrambled to get off of the bar top and hid behind Makino. That reaction was exactly what Garp was expecting. Neither was Makino's, who once was free of the frightened boy, took her iron skillet, marched up to Garp and slammed it into his face. Yayuch! He screamed as he clutched the side of his face. That was still warm. I wish it had been boiling hot. She screamed at him, her face red with her fury. You touch Luffy and I'll hit you so fast you'll get whiplash. Scary. Garp thought. The women of the Monkey D clan were well known for their protectiveness. They would come at you fast and hard if you so much as glanced the wrong way at them or those under their protection. It would seem his grandson had gained himself quite the protector. Bwahaha. He laughed, trying to defuse the situation. You make it sound like you plan to keep my grandson away from me. Makino huffed. No, I don't. She pointed a finger at him. But I should. She yelled, causing him to take a step back. You left him with nobody. Because of that he could barely talk. He stuttered so much in the beginning because he was so unsure of his words. She jabbed her finger into his chest. You hurt him one time. Once. Her eyes narrowed at him, causing his eyes to widen as he felt a slight surge of haki coming off of her. The Navy won't find your body when I'm through with you. She threatened him. Garp, hero of the Marines, the Garp the Fist, was for once a bit scared of a weak little woman. He swallowed hard. His heart hammered in his chest. Yes, I understand. Makino pulled her finger back. Good. She said as she turned away from him. Walking back to the bar, she spotted Luffy trying to hide under an empty keg. His tiny feet were the only part still visible. As for Luffy, you might have to regain his trust. She winked at Garp, who nodded as he noticed where his grandson had hidden himself away. Luffy, he called the boy. No, Luffy wanted nothing to do with his grandfather. Vovo is mean. He grouched. Vovo throws me into the monkey pits. Garp winced. That was training, to help you survive. His eyes narrowed as he defended his decision. Vovo tied balloons to me and let me float away. Luffy cried as he held his legs tightly to his chest. I did do that, didn't I? He said with nervous chuckle, causing Makino to glare at him. I did those things to make you strong. Why did you leave me alone? Luffy asked as a whimper escaped his lips. Sheet. Garp thought as he felt his heart clench at the hurt and sadness in the boy. No wonder Makino is so upset. He walked over the keg and picked it up. Before Luffy could run, Garp scooped him into his arm. You know that I would love nothing more than to have you at my side, but I can't. Luffy's look of hurt had the older man at a loss of what to do. Sighing, Garp held the boy close before releasing him. One day you'll understand. He reached down and fluffed Luffy's hair. At touching the boy's head he realized something. Oh. Your hair has grown quite long. Maybe it's time for you to have it cut like mine. Fear and panic hit Luffy unlike it had ever before in his little life. No. Luffy yelled as he grasped his head and ran out of the building faster than he had ever run before. Makino suddenly burst out laughing as Garp stared at the dust his grandson had kicked up in his escape. That's an odd reaction. He muttered before turning towards Makino. Do I have permission to go after him? She gave a nod. Of course. Garp laughed. Bwahaha. He felt his body tingle with the excitement of finally getting to play with his grandson. The chase was on. In a burst of speed unlike anything she'd ever seen, Makino's eyes widened as she stared at the now empty bar. Luffy was once again running through the jungles of Goa as his grandfather chased after him. Fear was evident on his face. As the fiend's fist came towards his small body, Luffy instinctively curled in on himself in an effort to minimize the damage. I wish Shanks was here. He mentally screamed. His friend Shanks never chased him with ill intent. He never threatened to cut his hair or punch him into SBMSN. Garp's giant hand enclosed around Luffy, who whined at being caught. Bwahaha. His laughter caught Luffy off guard. You need to learn to move faster. Garp gruffly spoke as he put Luffy under his arm in order to keep him still. I'm going to cut that mop off of you. No. Luffy cried out as he struggled in his grandfather's hold. Don't you understand, boy? Garp's voice made Luffy tremble. You'll never become a Marine if you look like a weak patsy. Patsy? Luffy wondered about that word but stored it away to be asked about on another day. Then I won't be a Marine. Luffy screamed. I'll be an explorer. An image of Shanks appeared in his mind. Or a pirate. Garp felt his heart still as he brought the boy up to his face. A pirate? You'll be a thieving, killing, raping, bstrd? I hunt them for a living. Luffy grinned. Then I guess I'll be one. Garp was shocked. So shocked he dropped Luffy onto the ground. Oof. Luffy grunted at the rough landing. If you're gonna become one of them, Garp's voice growled. Then all bets are off. I'll hunt you until you agree not to become a pirate. He yelled angrily. Oh. Luffy thought before running for his life. Get back here. Garp yelled as he chased the boy through the jungle. I'll beat the pirate out of you. As Garp chased Luffy through the jungles, up the mountain and through the valleys, a second pair of eyes caught sight of the boy being chased by the old geezer and silently wondered who that kid was before slinking back into the darkness of the forests around them. Chapter 12, The Return. To say the crew were excited over the next few days would be an understatement. Shanks got to hear his brother's tale on how he had become the captain to his group. Apparently he had originally joined as part of a side act, but once he had figured out that half of the circus, mostly the minks, were wearing SLV collars under their costumes, Buggy had done his damnedest to free them. This included the Karai Bari Islands themselves. As it was, the tiny island chain had been under the control and constant attack by 3 pirate groups, all of which had been destroyed by the Buggy pirates or brought in as part of his crew. It's taken almost 10 years, Buggy stated as he looked around at the men and women who were celebrating with them. But my motley crew has come together. Shanks grinned at his brother's words. He was happy that Buggy had been successful. Buggy eyed Shanks from his peripheral vision. So, are you ever going after it? Buggy asked, knowing the last time they'd spoken about their father's treasure had caused them to fight. Shanks looked up at the ceiling as he scratched his neck and thought. Not yet. He announced casually, which caused Buggy to look at him with wide eyes. What changed? He asked the red-haired man. Shanks smiled broadly. My anchor. He answered with pride. Anchor? Buggy wondered who or what that was code for. Okay, who or what is anchor? He grouched, having a gut feeling. His brother always did have a soft heart for those around him, and the look on his face was telling him that this anchor was trouble. Well, Shanks drawled out as his thoughts turned towards the boy he and Beck loved as their son. He's this boy, about 6 almost, that we came across. He was abandoned by most of his family. Abused by his grandfather. He shook his head as the stories Makino had told him about Garp's treatment of his only grandson. He was left to survive in a jungle until his cousin finally found him. She has taken him in as her little brother. He looked at his brother and was a bit taken back by his frown. What? You're not taking the kid on your ship, are you? He groused. What? No. He quickly responded, waving his hands in front of him. I don't want him to hate me, besides the sea is far too dangerous. DMN right. Buggy agreed. As he thought about what his brother just said, something stood out at it. He asked as he turned to look at the unruly bunch that were causing chaos along with his people. Ugh. I guess that bunch would like kids, I suppose. Shanks grinned. Guess you haven't noticed. We don't talk about it and we don't really announce it much. Shanks noticed the questioning look his brother had and let a soft snort loose. He lifted his hand to reveal a small carved wooden ring on his ring finger. If you weren't looking for it, you would definitely miss it. I'm married. Buggy's eyes widened before his whole body exploded from the shock. Married? His scream caused the whole bar to freeze up at his shriek. His body began to put itself back together, but before it was his hands grasped his brother's shirt and pulled him close so that their faces were even closer. Who? He demanded to know who the F had the ball to marry his crazy as hell little brother. Shanks gave him a Cheshire grin. Ben Beckman. Was his simple answer. At the mention of his name, Beckman laid down his cards, winning the game he'd been playing with Kabeji and the Tightrope Trio. The 4 pirates gasped and groaned as they lost their pay for the next week. He looked over towards Shanks. You need me? He asked, his eyes running over Buggy for a moment, assessing him. Shanks held his hand up, playing with his wedding ring. No. Just telling Buggy that he has another brother. He assured his husband. Oh. That. He stated as if it wasn't anything too important. Took me a year to get him to actually marry me. He explained, causing Buggy to raise an eyebrow at his brother. Shanks rubbed the back of his neck. You're the one that said no when I asked. He pouted. Beck went stiff. That's why you said no the first time? He exclaimed, gaining chuckles from the red-haired crew. You brat. Shanks snickered. Made you chase me though. Beck felt his left eye twitch. I chased for a year. He growled. Because you felt petty? By now Beck was leaning over his husband with his anger slightly held back. Shanks leaned back against him. You're the one who should have said yes sooner. He teased. You don't ask that question on the first date. Ben defended. Everyone burst out laughing at the two men arguing. You're an idiot. Buggy grumbled at his stupid brother. Shanks gave a lopsided grin. I still got him. Ben Beckman, first mate and husband to Akagami no Shanks, face-bombed. He was going to strangle the little sheet later. A week later the Red Force and its crew found themselves once again in the Bay of Dawn Island. As they approached the island, Shanks popped his spine as he stretched his muscles. The week-long cruise back to Foosha had been mostly uneventful. The only thing they had was a small raid on a marine vessel. He looked at the small treasure chest they had stolen from the Marines. Inside was a tiny devil fruit with purple skin and swirls on it. According to the devil fruit book, Lucky had stated it was the gum fruit. Basic power was to rubberize a person's body. Secondary powers were unknown. This meant that there were unknown properties to the devil fruit. He tapped the edge of the railing he was sitting on and thought about the fruit a bit more. They could sell it for a fortune or they could draw lots to see who got it. They had never come across one of these things before, so he didn't know what to do with it. So for now, it would remain on the Red Force until he or Beck decided what to do with it. He looked off towards the Foosha docks and was pleasantly surprised to see Anchor jumping up and down, waving his arms at them excitedly. Oh! Shanks yelled out excitedly. Beck! He pointed towards the docks. Look who's waiting for us! Beckman gave a half grin before pulling the cigarette out of his mouth. Well, of course he's out to greet us. He looked at Hongo, who was looking off at the docks as well. Do you have that medicine made up? Hongo smirked. Finished it last night. He leaned against one of the kegs on deck as he watched the rest of the crew wave towards their favorite boy. As their ship got closer to the docks, Beckman felt his gut drop. The cigarette, that had found its way back into his mouth, fell to the deck from his lips. Smiling up at them was a beaten and bruised child. Everyone felt. Shanks' haki hit them. The boards of the Atom would groaned lowly as his haki angrily hit them. The whole crew turned towards him to find Beckman to be in front of Shanks, already trying to calm down his angry husband. Shanks, snap out of it. Beckman growled, as he carefully approached him. As his hands grasped the redhead's arms, he pulled him away from the edge of the ship. You'll cause Anchor to pass out from exposure to your haki. Chief! Limejuice yell caused both men to turn quickly towards him. Limejuice was pointing towards the boy, who was still jumping for joy at the sight of them all. Meanwhile, all the adults that were on the docks had passed out unconscious. Incredible. Shanks breathed with a choked sigh. I didn't even, he choked out as he looked at the bruises that covered the boy, his son. Whether he wanted to admit that was how he felt about Luffy or not, the boy was his and Beckman's son. He tightened his fists. Who hurt him? He growled. I want the answer to the question by the end of the day. The men agreed, each and every one of them suddenly feeling bloodthirsty towards the perpetrator or perpetrators. They would make them pay either way. Luffy pouted that the first thing that happened once everyone had returned to land was that he had to be given the medicine that Hongo had made for him, though he did admit that it made him feel good. The 2 weeks his Vovo was here he hadn't been able to get to Makino to take his medicine. So when Hongo had asked if he'd been religiously taking it, he had looked at Makino on how to break that news. Makino looked between Luffy and the blonde ship doctor and sighed, shaking her head at him. Anchor, Hongo began to chastise but was stopped by the barmaid. His grandfather showed up. She explained with a frown. He tricked me, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. She saw Shanks perk up. He kept Luffy away from the village for the entire time you all were gone. He only left yesterday. She rubbed the bridge of her nose in frustration. Luffy showed up late last night, exhausted, hungry and muck covered from head to toe. It was only after his bath did I see those CB bruises. She looked sternly at Luffy. Never again will he touch you, she promised. Luffy twiddled with his fingers before looking at Hongo. Will I have to start over with the treatments? Hongo scratched his chin. After this treatment is done I'll do a blood test and see. He groaned inwardly at the thought of all that hard work being a waste. What kind of grandfather would keep his grandson away from the one person who could ensure that the boy survived? He thought angrily. Garp might be the Marine's hero, but he lousy piece of shit for a human being. Suddenly Luffy's demeanor changed as he grinned brightly at Hongo before turning the barstool toward Shanks. Hey Shanks. The redhead looked at the boy with a bit of surprise as he held a glass of beer in his hand. Huh? He blinked in surprise at the sudden excitement. I made a decision. Luffy stated as Hongo hung the medicine on the coat rack to allow it to drip through the foreline correctly. When I get big, I'm gonna be a pirate. Shanks' eyes widened at this announcement. Oh? He asked as he leaned forward towards Luffy. What kind of pirate anchor? Shishishi. Luffy laughed as his grin spread across his face and became impossibly wide. I'm gonna be the Pirate King. He screamed happily. The whole room became silent as every member of the red-haired pirates just smiled. That kid. Beckman whispered as he put out his cigarette and stood up to walk over towards Shanks. Oh, the Pirate's King. Shanks' tone was turning towards a tease. Don't make fun. Luffy yelled, a pout threatening to come out. I really will be. You'll see. He swung his feet in excitement and leaned forward with a grin that threatened to split his face in two. Shanks suddenly felt his lips being tugged into a smile. Yes, I can see that. A glint in his eyes had Beckman shaking his head at his husband. But how in the world are you going to rule over so many, plus the sea? Beckman leaned onto the bar facing Anchor. Luffy spared him a look. One that asked, is he serious? Beckman wanted to bark out a laugh at that look. Luffy tipped his head to the side at Shanks' question. Don't you know what a Pirate King is? He asked, gaining a look of confusion from the redhead. I'm not gonna rule the sea or others. To be king means you're the freest person alive. Not what you said. He laughed for a moment. Looking up at Makino, he grinned once more. Shanks is funny today, Kino. Makino chuckled as she placed a plate of fruit in front of him. He sure is. She agreed, all the while the bar stayed silent as everyone thought about what the young boy had said before they went back to being rowdy. Shanks, on the other hand, stared at his boy in wonder. Yes, that's exactly what a Pirate King is. He thought as he watched Anchor eat, his eyes turning towards his husband. The two shared a look, one of which only the two would share when agreeing on something in silence. Their Anchor truly was special, and after today they would do anything to ensure his dreams would come true. Chapter 13, Celebration. Mid-spring came pretty quickly. With it came new life. The flowers were in full bloom, baby animals were coming out of their dens, and with it came the reminder that another year had gone by for one little boy. Luffy's birthday was today. He had heard Makino that May 5th was today. He knew that date was his birth date. He also knew that in the village children got celebrated on their birth dates. The last time his birth date had been celebrated was before his grandfather began his training sessions with him. Of course he kept this to himself. He didn't want to be a bother to Shanks and his crew or to Makino. Upon waking up, Luffy took his bath, made his bed, ate breakfast, and packed a snack into a small bag, all before anybody was awake. Walking out of the closed bar, Luffy stretched his arms above his head. Today he was officially 6. He was going to have an adventure. Rushing off up the mountain path, Luffy never noticed the pair of eyes watching him from afar. Shanks groaned as he felt bones pop as he stretched out on the bed. His hand rubbed the spot next to him. Beck's place was still warm, but it was cooling. This meant his husband had been up maybe 10 or 15 minutes before he had awoken. Cracking his gray eyes open, he slowly blinked. He was lying on his stomach with his face smushed into a pillow, Beckman's pillow no less. His husband's hickory scent mixed with sea salt. He heard their private bathroom door open. Moving on to his side, he was treated with the sight of a half-naked Beckman. He groaned. You're killing me, Beck. He felt himself get a bit excited before he suddenly realized something. Where's Anchor? Ever since they had come back to island that last time, the boy had practically glued himself to either Beck or Shanks' sides. As soon as daylight graced the island until night, Luffy had climbed on board the Red Force and didn't leave until he was about to pass out. Shanks still hadn't figured out how the boy got on board. The planks were always pulled onto the ship and the anchor was always up. It was a mystery nobody had figured out, yet. Not the response I was expecting. Beck sat onto the bed to put his socks and boots on. As for Anchor, he cast his observation haki out to sense what was going on in the village. A frown marred his face. I can't sense him in the village. The bundle of sunshine and energy wasn't pinging off his senses. Shanks rolled onto his back, the blanks falling to his hips as he did so. Maybe he went on a hunt with a few of the boys? He questioned as he cleaned the sleep out of his eyes with his fingers. Beckman felt a shiver crawl up his spine at that thought. Doubtful. He stated, knowing none of the boys would hunt with Luffy after that last adventure. He still hadn't figured out who to pin down on the blame of who had taken that DMN picture of him. He glared at the image Shanks had pinned up onto the wall. Neither Yasopp nor Lucky would admit to it or having given Shanks the details of that day. The little sheets. Shanks grinned a Cheshire smile. It couldn't have been that bad. He chastised his husband who gave him the "you weren't there" look before he grabbed his shirt from the side table he had thrown it against. He then noticed today was circled on the calendar on the wall. Today is Anchor's birthday. I know. Shanks stated as he threw his feet over the side of the bed. I plan to take him up to the cliff and keep him there until sunset when Makino will have the bar decorated for him. Beckman eyed his husband's naked butt as Shanks made quick to their bathroom. A chuckle escaped the older man's lips. He walked over to said room before he leaned against the doorframe as Shanks began his morning routine. And here I thought you and I were going to be spending the day with him together. Shanks, who had been washing his face, dried it off quickly. Really? He asked Beckman in the mirror, a wide grin appearing on his face. Sure. Beck said as he stared at his husband. That is if we ever leave our cabin. Beck said this seconds before he launched an attack on the love of his life. Shanks' laughter could be heard down the hall from their room into the medical room where Hongo could hear them. Slamming door shut, the blonde made a mental note to make some creams for his captain later. By mid-morning Shanks finally escaped an amorous Beckman. It was rare when the two of them would use up a morning to just be with each other. He just hoped Luffy would forgive him. Walking into the bar with a self-satisfied smirk, Shanks noticed that Luffy wasn't in the room. Makino looked at him with a raised brow. I thought I said not to bring him back until sunset. Looking at the green-haired woman with confusion he spoke. I just came to pick him up. She suddenly looked panicked. He's not here. She bit her lip as she thought of all of his haunts. Is he at the dock? Maybe he's playing at the beach. She looked at the clock and saw that it was 10:30. Too early for the beach. Shanks stood from his seat. Don't worry, I'll find him. He waved at her over his shoulder. Once outside he calmed his breathing before spreading out his observation haki. Not sensing the usual bundle of sunshine around the village, he looked behind him towards the mountain. On the western side of the mountain he could feel Anchor's usual bundle of energy and grinned. His son was playing on the mountain. Beckman approached him. Did you find him? He questioned as he looked up at the mountain once again. Yep. He began tapping his foot on the ground. Cheat. Beckman grumbled as he noticed what Shanks was doing. It's not cheating. Shanks defended as he wrapped his haki around his legs before speeding off up the mountain. Still cheating for normal people. The older man grumbled with a smirk as he chased after his brat of a husband. As the two men came to the area where their son was, they were shocked to find the most beautiful meadow that either of them had ever seen. Wildflowers with unknown names were everywhere. They both agreed they'd have to tell Hongo of the location of this place because there might be some medicinal value to some of these flowers. As they walked through the meadow they came across a horde of bright red flowers in the center of the field, and at the center of those flowers was Luffy napping. The boy more than likely had passed out from exhausting his energy by chasing an animal or two out of the meadow. Shanks plopped down onto the ground next to Luffy. Luffy's eyes slowly opened only to find his two favorite pirates next to. Oh! He yelled out as he sat up quickly. Shanks! Beck! He grinned broadly. How'd you find me? This is my secret place. Both men chuckled. Shanks leaned forward and winked at Luffy. It's a secret anchor. Shanks chuckled at the pout from the boy when Shanks placed his finger to his lips. Beckman laid back onto the ground and looked up at the sky, enjoying the view. I remember doing this as a kid. He muttered softly. The crunching of stems being crushed caused Beckman to turn his head towards the sound. Luffy had pushed the flowers out of his way so he could see Beckman better. What else did you do when you were like me? Ben thought about that for a second, a soft smile gracing his features. My baba and I used to go to the fields of my home island and work them together. Sounds boring. Luffy unapologetically said, gaining a side glance and a grin from the older man. Reaching out, Beckman messed Anchor's hair up. Ah, yes, mine numbingly so. He returned his attention to the sky, enjoying the view. However, at the end of the day we would lay in the field, either finding a nap or looking at the clouds, naming the shapes they looked like. This caused Luffy to lay on his back looking up at the sky, scrunching up his nose as he tried to see what Beckman was saying. Shanks, on the other hand, sat up on his side looking over at his husband with wide eyes. You've never told me that. He wanted to pout at such a sweet memory never being shared before. You never asked about my baba. Beckman countered. Shanks rolled onto his back. I figured you told me all the important stuff. Beckman chuckled and would have continued when Luffy's excitement caught both by surprise. Look! He yelled as he pointed at a cloud. Two clouds became one and now it looks like a huge boar. Oh? What do you know? Ben commented as he too saw the image. He spotted one himself. I see a panda over there. What's a panda? Luffy asked, puzzled. A bear with black circles around its eyes and relatively white fur. Shanks explained. I see it too, Beck. He grinned as he saw an old friend in the sky. I see an elephant. He pointed out the trunk, large ears and body. Luffy sat up excitedly. Have you ever seen one? Shanks matched the child's excitement with his own. Oh, I have. He said, causing Luffy's eyes to become impossibly large. He'd swear later he saw stars in them. There is even one that's so large that it has an entire city on its back. Luffy gasped. He's real. Shanks was a bit shocked by that. You've heard about him? Luffy nodded excitedly. A white-haired guy showed up a long while ago and told me stories after he swam to shore. Luffy grinned. He was funny. His ship sank because of the Guardian of the Coast and was forced to swim to shore. Both men shared a look with each other. It couldn't be. He was looking for two of his brats. Luffy laughed again. Shishishi. It really couldn't be him. Shanks shuddered to think that the old man had found him. Anchor, Ben began. This man didn't happen to have told you his name, did he? Luffy scrunched his face up. He smelt weird. Like he had taken a bath in that stuff everyone likes to drink at Kino's. He said offhandedly. Anchor. Ben said, a bit exasperated before catching Luffy's attention. His name? He repeated. Oh. He called himself Ray. Luffy replied as a shiver went down both suddenly pale men's spine. Later, when the afternoon sun was beginning to fall from its high point, the three made their way back down the mountain. Shanks was still a little upset about Rayleigh finding their island. It also made him wonder why he was in the area. Shaking himself of it, Shanks grabbed Luffy from Beckman's back and took off in a mad dash, once again taping into his haki to make himself faster. Luffy laughed loudly as Shanks' first mate took chase after them. As soon as Shanks' boots touched the pristine sand near Foosha, Beckman had already jumped in front of the duo. Luffy gave a gasp as he was suddenly yanked from Shanks' arms by Ben before the older man grasped the redhead by his arm, playfully yanked him to himself and flipped him before catching him on his shoulder. Shanks blinked in surprise. Ben was now carrying Shanks like one would a large sack of potatoes. Beck! He cried out indignantly. Luffy leaned over Beckman's shoulder to look at Shanks hanging over Ben's other shoulder before laughing, truly laughing that is. The boy's face turned red as his body shook from looking at Shanks. Shanks suddenly grinned as he realized that he was in a good position for some fun. So as Luffy turned around and gave Beckman a hug, Ben felt his butt get groped by his husband's hands. He promptly dropped the red head into a pile on the ground. Ouch! Beck! Shanks complained as he rubbed his head before grabbing his fallen hat from the ground. That was mean. You should have behaved. Beckman felt Luffy hug his neck tightly. Right, Anchor? The boy grinned widely. Right. Shanks dramatically grasped his chest. Beck! You're turning our boy against me. The slip of the tongue had Ben looking at Luffy for his reaction, but the boy was already looking off at the village. Beckman shook his head at Shanks. We don't like handsy people, right? Luffy tipped his head to the side. Handsy? He asked. People who touch you when you don't want to be touched. The older man explained. That seemed to cause something to click. Oh. He said in a soft tone before he laid his head onto Beck's shoulder. Yep. Ben filed that response away for another time as they had a party to attend to. However, before they did so, they wanted to ask Luffy something important. So, sitting the boy on a large box outside of bar where everyone was waiting, Beckman began. Anchor, we have been wanting to talk to you for a while now. He said, crossing his arms over his chest. About what? Luffy asked, his nose twitching as a sweet scent wafted towards him. He turned towards the door to his home. Beckman touched Luffy's chin, turning the boy's attention back towards him. Shanks and I have been talking about this for a while now. Luffy felt his stomach drop at the serious tone of Beck's voice. He didn't like this. When adults' voices turned all serious, it never ended well for him. You're leaving again, ain't you? His voice was sad. They'd been having such a good day too. What? No. Shanks assured the tiny child. Grasping Luffy's hands, Shanks continued. What my husband was trying to say is, we were hoping you would become a part of our family. Be our son, that is. Shanks said with a hopeful look in his eyes. Luffy giggled. Shishishi. He grinned at them. I thought I already was. Luffy's shoulders shook at their perplexed expressions. Shanks has been calling me son for a while now. Beckman grinned as well. That is true. Shanks' cheeks had a slight pink dusting to them at being caught. I've been caught. He stated with a bit of embarrassment. Putting that to the side, Beckman put his serious face back on. Officially you're not our boy, but after today we want you to be. Luffy's eyes widened. This means you'll no longer be a Monkey D, rather you'll have the choice of being called Gol or Ben. Luffy poked his fingers together in nervousness. Will I lose my D in my name? Shanks shook his head. No. Never. Luffy's lips spread into a wide D shape. Can I be Ben D, Luffy? He asked as his eyes shone in excitement. Shanks laughed. Technically I'm a Ben too through marriage. Both Luffy and Shanks laughed heartily as Beckman wondered what he'd done in his past life to have both a crazy husband and a crazy kid like he did. Grasping Luffy from his seat, the three made their way into Party's bar with more than one thing to celebrate tonight. Chapter 14, Destiny. Luffy wiggled on the barstool waiting for Shanks to be done with his lunch. Makino had opened the bar early so that everyone could have one more drink before they left the next morning. Luffy was a bit upset that he couldn't go. So much so that he had tried to prove that he was brave by stabbing himself with the small blade he carried around. That had proved nothing, only gotten him yelled at by both of his fathers, and Hongo. Fathers. What a strange concept. He had gone from having none to two in a single day. He hadn't come up with what he was going to call them. Everyone in the crew had given him the words for Papa, Dad, or Father from their home islands. There were so many words meaning the same. It was so frustrating. Beck was easier than Shanks. Since Beck always had called his own father, Baba, Luffy had decided that would be his new title. Shanks though, he was tougher. His own father was Gold Roger. He had only called him Captain or Dad. Luffy grinned as he spun his seat around. The new green cushion making the spin a bit more fun as he wasn't slipping off of the chair as he spun. Shanks, who was eating next to Luffy, suddenly shot his arm out to stop the spinning. Luffy shook his head to stop the room from spinning. He glared at the red head. USCK. The words caused Shanks to sputter into the soup he was eating. I do. He asked, sounding less alarmed that Luffy called him that than the fact he had SCKED some liquid down into his lung, possibly. He began beating his chest to cough up the carrot he had SCKED down his windpipe. Why do I SCK, anchor? Shishishi. He laughed. You just do. What about Beck? He asked, sounding a little alarmed. Baba is cool. Luffy admitted, still grinning. DMN straight. Beck stated as he threw his poker hand into the pot. The hand had SCKED. Shanks pouted slightly. He was a bit sad that Luffy hadn't called him Dad or anything since they had officially adopted him. Beck had instantly become Baba. He poked his lunch. He wanted Luffy to call him Dad or Daddy or something. He felt a pair of eyes on him as he started to eat once more when the saloon doors slammed open, one door fly into the building. Makino's eyes widened as she watched the man walk into the room. The red-haired crew went quiet, so much so that you could hear a pin drop. Sorry about the interruption. A snide remark was said. Shanks could see Luffy had paused in drinking his special drink that Hongo and Makino had begun to give him. The medicine was nicely hidden in there, thusly making the four-port obsolete. His son's complexion was nice and healthy. His body weight was normalizing. His appetite was still voracious. Shanks was planning on ignoring the strangers coming into the bar, but the guy was practically screaming for some attention. So these are the so-called pirates I've been hearing about. The stranger casually stated. They look like idiots. His men chuckled as they filed into the building. Shanks noticed that Luffy's grip on his glass was tightening. Oh, this wasn't going to be good. He thought as he tried to think of a way to defuse the situation. The stranger stood on the other side of Shanks. Luffy stayed silent, which Shanks thought was odd. His son wasn't a shy boy except for when he was unsure of his words. Interesting. He thought as noted how Luffy seemed to be watching him. Luffy noted that the tall, well-tanned man with black hair, a black goatee, had an X-shaped scar above his right eye. He wore a long red coat over a white shirt, black trousers, and a golden necklace around his neck. Something about the man didn't seem right. Over the last few weeks he had noticed he could sense something about people. He turned his attention towards Shanks and swore he could see a red highlight presence around him once in a while when he would get all protective. The strange man had a dark presence around him. It made Luffy feel dirty in being exposed to it. Luffy could practically smell the oily scent followed by the scent of death that surrounded this man. This man was bad news. He didn't like how close he was to Shanks, nor did he like the fact that the bandits with him had come into the bar. He could see Makino was trying to stay calm. My men and I won't cause trouble as long as you give us your sake. The man's threat was there. I'm very sorry. She apologized. I just ran out. Luffy frowned at Makino as he drank his juice. That sounded like a lie. Shanks held up a bottle of sake. You can have this. I haven't even opened it yet. The redhead grinned. Something flashed in Luffy's mind of the man yelling his bounty price, name and destroying the bar before he was brought back to the present. Luffy watched as the man slammed his fist into the bottle. Luffy's eyes widened. It was just like what he had seen in his head. He dropped his glass, causing the cup to shatter. Shanks turned his attention towards Luffy, who was grasping his head as if it was hurting. "Anchor?" he questioned, not knowing what was wrong. "Hey, you alright?" He turned fully towards his son. Luffy was holding his head with both hands, eyes clenched shut tightly. His head was hurting. The images were bombarding him of that man destroying the bar, of Shanks getting hurt, and of blood splattering. This man was behind all of it. Shanks turned his head concerned. "Hongo dash. Shanks!" Makino screamed as the man suddenly pulled his sword and swung it at Shanks. Everything happened too quickly. First, Shanks dodged the swipe from the sword by ducking and grabbing Anchor, who was still grabbing at his head as if he was in pain. Next, Beckman pulled his shotgun out, having had it hidden on his person, as always. Then came the chaos as the crew of the red-haired pirates attacked the bandit crew. Shanks pulled Luffy against his chest and rolled out of the way as chaos took over in the bar. The sounds of screaming and glass being broken filled the room. He held his son tightly to himself as he came to the end of the bar and went around it to where he found Makino ducking behind the bar. Luffy was now grasping Shanks' white shirt, gasping as he came out of whatever it was that was causing the boy trouble. Shanks brought his hand up and cupped the back of Luffy's head. "It's okay, son," Shanks whispered into Luffy's ear. Shanks could feel Luffy's shaky breathing and the fast pace of his heart. "What the hell?" he thought as he heard footsteps take off away along with one set getting closer. He clenched his free hand around Griffin's hilt, that is, until he recognized the haki. Releasing his hand, he brought it up around Luffy to give him support as he stood up and saw Hongo and Beckman with their backs to the bar. "Geez, and I thought my reaction of a dry bar was bad," Shanks joked. Turning his head, he looked apologetically towards Makino. The barmaid sighed as she pressed a hand to her chest. "At least everyone seems to be okay," she spoke softly, noticing how Luffy was clinging to Shanks. "Is he dash?" she pointed to the boy. "We'll know in a second," he said as he sat Luffy onto the bar top. "Hongo." He called the ship doctor over as he pulled himself away from Luffy. The doctor took Shanks' spot in front of their anchor. He kept grasping his head like he was in pain. Hongo placed his hands at Luffy's head. "Anchor, is your head hurting?" Hongo asked, getting a shake of the head from the boy, along with a quiet no. Luffy looked up at Shanks. "Weird pictures were going through my head like they were happening but weren't." He began rubbing his head. "It was making my head hurt, but it's gone now." He looked up at Shanks. "I'm not lying." He pouted, thinking he didn't believe him. Shanks just grinned as he leaned forward and ruffled Luffy's dark locks. "I know." He couldn't be prouder. His son had unintentionally unlocked his observation haki. He couldn't wait to see what else his kid was going to do in his life. Turning his attention towards the bar, he looked at Beckman. "Have the boys begin helping in clean up. We're not leaving until Party's bar is back to what it was." Beck pulled the cigarette from his mouth. That was some nice excitement for one day. He placed his weapon back in its hidden spot on his hip. "You heard the chief, boys." A series of groans was heard. Shanks picked his son up and walked over to a bar stool and placed him down. "Are you okay?" he asked, gaining a nod from his boy. Picking up plate of fruit behind the bar, he put it in front of Luffy. "Eat and afterwards we will go to our secret place." He winked at Luffy, who grinned at that prospect. Luffy turned back to the plate of fruit as Shanks and the others fixed up Kino's place. The fruit was the usual stuff that he ate. He secretly wondered what other kinds of fruit there was out there. He couldn't wait until the day he would sail off with a crew of his own. He'd definitely have a cook who could cook and make anything and everything into a good meal. Finishing the plate, Luffy noticed a box on its side. The small box looked like a small treasure chest. Standing on his seat, Luffy grabbed the box and noticed it was already open. The chest was empty. Tipping his head to the side, Luffy looked over the side of the bar top and saw another fruit on the floor. Knowing Kino, she'll throw it away, he thought as he reached for the fruit. Upon grabbing it, he noticed it was unlike anything he'd ever eaten before. It was purple with swirls all around it. Luffy poked it but shrugged at the velvet feeling the skin had. Kiwi felt the same, so maybe it was a strange kiwi that the stranger had dropped. He grinned. "It's mine now." He then took a large bite into the fruit and swallowed. Luffy paused for a second before looking at the lime green meat of the fruit. It tasted rotted, but he couldn't see any rot. Shrugging, he continued to eat the whole fruit, not too worried about an upset belly. "Hongo will make it better if I get sick." Upon finishing the fruit, Luffy began looking for his cup to finish his juice when he remembered that he had dropped it. Pouting, Luffy turned to watch everyone cleaning. Even Shanks was helping by fixing the broken swinging saloon doors. Swinging his legs, Luffy jumped down from the bar stool, not noticing that he had jumped a little further than it should have been possible or that his legs had stretched a little too far. Grabbing a hammer from the floor near Luffy ran over to Shanks' side. "Can I help?" he asked, nearly jumping with excitement at the prospect of helping out. Shanks chuckled at his bouncy nature. Of course. He noticed the hammer in his hand. I'll take that hammer. He held out his hand for it. Laughing lightly, Luffy handed it to him. He liked helping out. As Shanks picked up the door, Luffy helped stabilize it by holding the bottom on it. Once the hinges were tightened onto the frame, Shanks pushed the door, causing it to swing back and forth. Gah! An outcry was heard, causing the red head to turn towards the cook. What's wrong, Lucky? Shanks inquired as he heard Luffy push the door open to make it swing. It's gone. Lucky cried out as he held up the empty treasure box. What? The whole crew yelled. Shanks' jaw dropped. What the hell? He grabbed the box and looked at the spot it had been. A feeling of dread hit him. Anchor? Luffy turned his attention towards Shanks. Yeah? He asked as he pushed the door open again. Did you eat anything from this box? Shanks asked even as the door began to swing close. Nope. It was already empty. The boy answered truthfully when the door suddenly hit him in the back of the head. His head stretched outward into the shape of the door before springing back into its original shape. Everyone gasped in shock. Luffy looked behind him, thinking there was something there, before returning his attention back at his friends and family. What? He asked confusedly. For a split second everyone in the room shocked at what had just happened. When Shanks yelled, "You just ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi. It's a devil fruit." He grabbed Luffy by his arms. "You'll never swim again. A devil fruit takes that ability away." Luffy. No way. Luffy screamed back. Idiot. Shanks screamed. Buggy had always blamed him of being at fault for him eating the chop chop fruit, and now his son. He didn't want Luffy to hate him. When he looked down at Luffy, he saw tears forming in the boy's eyes. Oh no. He thought as he realized what he'd done. He had yelled at his son, had called him an idiot. When Luffy tried to pull away to run, Shanks instead pulled the frightened child towards himself. I'm sorry. He apologized as he tried to stop his own tears. Please don't hate me. He thought as he picked Luffy up. I'm sorry. I'm just scared for you, Anchor. He wiped Luffy's face before pulling him close. His heart was tightening with fear. His boy was going to have it harder now because of his stupidity. He should have kept it on the Red Force, but something had told him to take it today. He felt Beckman's presence behind him. Looking over his shoulder, he saw his husband give him a reassuring smile. They'd figure it out. They always did. Rubbing his son's back, he sighed. Too late now, guess we'll have to figure out what to do later. He chuckled as he ruffled Luffy's hair. Sorry for yelling. Luffy gave him a smile. It's okay, Papai. He snuggled into Shanks' chest, suddenly feeling very tired, all the while the redhead was grinning like he had just won the lottery. His son had just used the Goa word for dad. He'd just been called dad. He smiled broadly at his husband, who just shook his head at him. Chapter 15, Stalker. The first time Luffy's stalker spotted him was during his 2 weeks of training in the mountains with the old geezer. The stalker hadn't really paid much attention, other than the old geezer hadn't come to the mountain bandits' home to visit him for the entirety of the time he was on Dawn. He did notice that the child was younger than him, terrified, and was running for his life from the old man. The second time Luffy's stalker had seen him was when the boy was hunting on his own. He had followed the boy through the jungle foliage, hiding in the trees and dodging being seen by the smaller boy. He had watched the child as he went for the traps in the ground, traps the stalker hadn't known existed until now. That was when he realized that this boy was different like him. The boy had taken a huge boar back to the village that day. The stalker had approached one of the holes the boy hadn't looked in and found another boar and taken that to the lazy mountain hag to eat. The third time he had gone into the village seeking out the boy, curious about him. He had watched as the child had eaten breakfast, packed something in a bag, and started up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain path, the boy had begun laughing. The shishishi laugh was weird and gave the stalker a weird feeling. He continued up the mountain, staying hidden the whole time until the boy came to a huge meadow. The stalker hadn't really meant to stay as long as he had, but when the two adult men came into the field at a fast pace, he went into hiding, even though he really wanted to stay and keep the younger boy safe. After all, those two could be dangerous. He came back around the other side. It gave him a better view. The boy was laughing as the two men were playing with the child. A pang of jealousy hit the stalker, causing him to run deep into the jungle. He found his partner in crime passed out in their hideaway, trying to avoid the feelings he was having. The next time the stalker saw the boy, he was alone in the jungle crying at a tiny shack that was looking like it would fall apart from just being breathed on. The stalker hated crybabies, but what he hated worse was when the innocent were being hurt. Growling in frustration, the stalker made a decision that would alter his entire life. Jumping from branch to branch until he was on the ground, the stalker approached the boy, but not before waiting for his partner to show up too. Luffy sat next to his old cabin and started to cry. He was missing his Baba and Papai. It had been 2 months since they and the crew had left. He pulled his legs to his chest. The hurt isn't leaving. He mentally screamed, his hands grasping at his hair, which were longer now than before. It hurts so much to be alone. Makino had been talking about the weather changing. Soon it would be the fall festival which would bring in the cold winter weather. He hated the cold. For the last 2 months he had been training with his new powers. He loved the stretchy properties of his abilities. He thought it was so cool and wanted to be able to show his papai that he wasn't wasting this gift. His Vovo hadn't shown up yet, but he was scared that he would and soon. Luffy shivered as a breeze hit him. His arms tightened. Maybe if he trained during the day and went home to Makino at night, then his Vovo wouldn't be too upset with him once he told the older man that he'd been adopted. Luffy sniffed as he tried to stop crying. A twig snapped, causing the little boy to look up. It was that strange feeling again, that he was being watched. He stayed ahead of him and watched as a dark-haired freckled boy stepped out of the jungle into the clearing in front of him. Oh! Luffy thought as he recalled where he'd seen this kid before. He'd spotted this boy following him on his birthday a few months back. This time he was carrying a pipe on his back and was wearing a blue tank top with a hole in its chest area. His pants were ratty and looked to be falling apart. He was also not alone. A blond boy with a blue tall hat and outfit stood behind the first boy. The second boy was covered in mud, his clothes, though nicer, were torn as well. He too had a pipe on his back. The second boy approached the first. So this is the kid you've been stalking? The boy chuckled, allowing Luffy to see he was missing a tooth. These boys were older than him. He swallowed thickly. Are they going to beat me up? He could handle them. He'd beaten older boys up before. He could defend himself. The first boy approached him. I am Ace. He stuttered, sounding unsure. You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous. Ace noticed the bruises on the kid's face, arms and feet. Who beat you? Ace asked, thinking maybe those 2 men weren't as nice as he'd thought. Luffy looked at his arms. The monkeys. Luffy muttered, still a bit sad. They don't hurt much. He stated as rubbed the bruise before he laid his head onto his knees. Ace stepped forward and grasped the boy by his arm. Come on. We'll take you back to the village. He said with a bit of an annoyed tone to his voice. We will? The second boy asked as he peered over Ace's shoulder at the boy. He doesn't belong here, Sabo. Ace yelled at his partner. Laughter caught their attention. Shishishi. Luffy laughed. I'm more jungle boy than village boy. Luffy's laughter stopped as a thought popped into his head. Wanna play? We could hunt. Or see who can hang from the branches the longest. Ace and Sabo looked at the child, a bit intimidated by his questions of wanting to play. They didn't play. They adventured. Play is for babies. Ace told Luffy as he held out a hand. But I suppose you can join us on our adventure. Luffy looked at outstretched hand and grinned. Okay, he said, liking that idea. He then took Ace's hand and stood up. By the way, I'm Ben D. Luffy. His introduction of himself had the others give each other a look. I'm Portgasti, Sabo. The blonde pointed at himself. This tough guy, he pointed Ace, who was crossing his arms over his chest, annoyed. Is Portgasti Ace, my twin? Ace glared at Sabo before punching his arm. Luffy's excitement finished a bit. Your brothers? He asked, gaining a nod from both of the older boy. I guess that means you're never alone. The two shared a look. Don't you have parents? Sabo asked. Of course he does. Ace groused, remembering the 2 adult men he'd seen. I just got adopted, Luffy said with excitement before the excited look vanished. But they've been gone for 2 months and winter will be here soon. Ah. Sabo got that. The kid is worried something has happened. He began to walk over to Luffy's side. But even so, Luffy said in a sad tone. I'm always alone. Luffy began to cry, surprising the other 2. Why does it hurt so much to be alone? I hate it. This was more than what the 2 boys were expecting when they approached the despondent younger child. Oh, for FS sake. Ace cursed as he took a few steps forward and hit Luffy on the head. The crying stopped when suddenly Sabo screamed. Ace, you idiot. You put a dent in his head. Ace stared horrified at what he'd done to the younger child. That was when the dent popped back into place. Luffy laughed. Shishishi. He looked up at Ace with an impossibly wide smile. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. He grasped mouth by hooking a finger and pulling it. The skin, muscle and bone stretched even wider than the boy's smile. Releasing it, Luffy explained. I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi fruit. It's a devil fruit that gave me rubber-type powers. Rubber, huh? Ace questioned before pulling the new kid's face. Sabo coming up next to his brother and began doing the same thing. Hey, Sabo began as a smile spread across his face. This is pretty cool. It's lame. Ace stated even as he continued to pull at Luffy's arms, back and neck before letting the skin snap back. It's like a rubber band. Sabo said, sounding amazed by this discovery. Suddenly a loud rumbling sound caught their attention. What was that? Sabo asked as he pulled the pipe off his back so he could defend the new kid. The rumble got louder, causing shiver to run down the spines of both boys when suddenly the rumble became so loud that they knew where it was coming from. Turning slowly around, both boys looked down at Luffy, who was grinning. Let's go hunt, I'm hungry, he said as he stood. His stomach rumbled once more. The question then was, could this kid truly hunt? By sunset the two boys had found out three things. Firstly, Luffy could hunt. Secondly, Luffy was crazy. Thirdly, they liked the boy and wanted to adventure more with him. Makino was cleaning the morning sake cups when she heard the saloon door open and close 3 times. Turning, she went to tell the customer she was closed. I'm sorry, but I'm dashed, Makino stated at the empty room. Closed? She questioned as she approached the still swinging door. Huh? She placed her hands on her hips. Get a grip, girl. You're losing it, she thought as she returned to the bar only to see 3 glasses missing from the dried rack. She frowned and was really thinking she was losing it when she heard a board upstairs creak. Luffy. She sighed, glad he was at least home this morning. Ever since Shanks and Beckman had left their son in her care, the boy had gone off to the jungle every single day. He would return at night looking exhausted and ready to fall asleep. She barely got any food into him, though he surprisingly looked healthy. His medicine was slowly vanishing from his jar, so she knew he was drinking it every morning. She checked the cupboard to see how much was left, but the jar was gone. So was his powdered juice mix. I don't want to know, she thought with a shake of her head. However, curiosity had her in its grip and she silently slinked up the steps towards his room. Makino didn't know what she was expecting, but 2 malnourished boys, wasn't it? Who are you two? She inquired suddenly. The sudden appearance of the green-haired lady had surprised Sabo and Ace so much so they had jumped from Luffy's bed and tried hiding underneath from her. Luffy, who was covered in mud, giggled. Morning, Kino. On the side table were the 3 empty glasses, now used. Makino smiled softly at the nickname and bent herself to Luffy's height. Luffy, did you give your friends your special medicine? She asked. Both boys suddenly popped up to peek at the duo from their hiding spot. Sabo spoke first. That was medicine? He asked. Didn't taste like what the old hag gives me when my nose is runny, Ace quipped. Luffy giggled softly at them. That's medicine for those of the D-clan so they can get strong and healthy. Exactly, Makino told him as she poked his belly. You need that to grow strong, like your papaya and baba. Luffy grinned at her. Sabo and Ace are of the D-clan too, he announced, gaining a surprised look from her. They need to grow strong too. The puppy dog look from Luffy was new and it was working. Makino looked at the 2 boys. Did Garp have more than Luffy in his care? She wondered. How many kids did that man have? She wanted to growl in frustration, at the same time she wanted to pull her hair out. Luffy, your father's only left enough medicine for the next 6 months. If you share the stuff it will only last 3 months. Luffy's smile got wider. That's okay, he stated. It means Hongo will have to come back faster, which means so will my dad's. The thought process of a child, she thought with a smirk. Shaking her head, she looked at the other 2 boys. Like Luffy, they were covered in mud. However, she could see the thin cheeks and arms. They were tiny. How old are you two? She asked them, gaining 2 suddenly shy boys who were looking at Luffy for guidance. Ace is the oldest, Luffy announced, having been told so by the boys. They're 8, but they'll be 9 on the 1st of the year. So in 3 months, she thought as she looked the boys over. 3 months on a new diet would change the 2. Makino sighed as she stood. How do I keep collecting children? She wondered as she entered the bathroom and ran water in the tub. First things first, she announced. You are all getting a bath. The 2 older children looked terrified as Luffy grinned happily. Luffy loved baths from Kino. Chapter 16, The Bandits vs. the Feral Ones. The hot summer month soon came to an end as the weather began to change into fall. The jungle foliage too changed. Some of the animals became harder to hunt. The small animals were the easiest to trap for the boys, but it still left an empty feeling in their bellies. They were so used to their meals being big that the sudden decrease of meat wasn't sitting well with them. Of course, they weren't the only ones feeling the pinch. The villagers were beginning to stock up for the lean winter they were all expecting. Women began canning fruits and vegetables, as the men hunted or fished. The meat gathered would be salt and preserved through a process that made the meat into jerky. Luffy, Ace and Sabo would help the men in their hunts by showing them the best places that still had lots of animals. The boys had fun hunting, though if the villagers had thought Luffy was a feral child, they never saw the other 2 in action until those hunts. Rumors spread of the 3 hunting alligators, crocodiles, the giant boar, when they could, and even taking on the stone-throwing monkeys near the pits at the old windmill's ruins. Makino couldn't have been prouder, as the 3 always came back every night exhausted. She quickly noticed the personalities of the 2 older boys. Sabo was book-smart, as Ace was street-smart. Sabo had a kind heart and wanted to help others. Ace was always expecting somebody to betray him. She could see curiosity in Sabo, while Ace was more reserved. Then came Luffy's reactions to his friends. He was protective of the 2 older boys, though the 2 older ones were protective of him, it wasn't the same as Luffy's. Then one day the 3 boys came home, Luffy was hurt. What happened? She demanded of the other 2 boys. They had gone off to the beach to look for crabs, even though they weren't in season anymore. Sabo sat Luffy's bloodied, bandaged wrapped body onto a chair. The single action caused the little boy to whimper in pain. Bandits. Ace growled. Luffy said they were the ones that had attacked the bar a while back. They must have recognized him. Sabo explained. They began chasing us up the nearby hills. We thought we'd hide in the windmills, but they caught Luffy before we could get to them. Ace fisted his hands. They beat him with axes and rocks. He looked at Luffy as Makino gently peeled back the bandages on his chest. Bo and I jumped out of our hiding places and beat their buttes away from Lulu. Ace pulled his pipe off his back. The thick pipe had been bent in the center and both ends were broken now. Luffy gave a pained grin. Ace kept me and Sabo safe. Makino softened her worried look. I bet he did. She took Luffy into her arms, causing the small child to whimper again. Let's get you cleaned up and into bed. She looked at the other 2. When I come back, I want to check on you as well. Sabo, who was picking his nose, gave her a toothy grin. We're okay, Kino. He assured her. Once the woman was gone he turned to his brother. Are we going to hunt those BSTRDS down? Yes. Ace said, placing his weapon down. First we need better weapons though. I lost my pipe on the beach. Sabo admitted, kind of feeling naked without his weapon. They took our food for Makino's soup she was going to make us. The mention of food made Ace realize something. Hey, Bo. The other boy looked at him. Are you even hungry? The blonde blinked at him in surprise. Now that you mentioned it, not really. He admitted. Ever since Lulu began sharing those drinks with us, I find myself not as hungry as before, but I still want to eat. Ace looked at his brother. Yeah. It's weird. Sabo looked around and behind the bar and found a large club. Think Kino will let us use this? He held a spiked club up at Ace, who grinned. Don't think so, but we're using it anyway. He told the younger boy as he took the club from him and swung it. The old hag has one of these. He then heard Makino's footsteps and put the club away. Tonight we'll hunt. Sabo nodded in agreement. Once Makino had all 3 boys cleaned and bandaged, she began making soup for them. When the oven dinged, she walked over to it, opened it, and pulled a fresh loaf of bread out. Looking up, she spotted the white denden mushi next to her red one. The 2 communication snails were looking at her expectantly. She supposed it was time to make a call. Picking up the white one, Makino dialed the number she had been given. Blip blip blip. Ka-chung. Hello? The familiar voice answered, sounding exhausted and wanting to not talk. She smiled. Ben Beckman, is this how you answer a friend? She asked when the snail's face turned red. Little bird, you're calling at an ungodly hour. He said, using a brotherly tone and nickname to her. Making Makino smiled softly at his words. Is Anchor there? The smile vanished as she went silent longer than anticipated. There's been an incident. She watched the gentle look on the snail's face go hard. The bandits from before have returned. They attacked Luffy and his friends, though Luffy got the brunt of their attention. She said as she sat down, suddenly feeling weary. How bad? Beckman's steel-like voice inquired as she heard him bark at someone to get Shanks. I'm not sure yet. She said, shaking her head. I've bandaged him, but as I did so I found severe bruising on his chest and back. She rubbed her temple as she felt a headache coming on. The village doctor isn't here. He left to go to some village on another island, Shimatsuki village, I do believe. Don't worry, we'll make a call. He assured her as he felt a presence behind him. He held the denden up for his husband. Anchor's hurt. Shanks quickly took the denden. Makino? Shanks. The woman breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his voice. He sounded good. We're a good month away, but we'll be there. He told her, his heart silently breaking at the news of his son being hurt. Do we know who did this? Yes. Makino assured him. Do you remember Higuma? Not really. The redhead admitted. He attacked you and destroyed Makino's bar. Beckman supplied his husband with the answer. Oh, that's what his name was? He asked Beckman. Okay, yeah, I remember. He removed his hat and scratched the top of his head. Keep anchor safe. We're on our way to deal with that BSTRD. Clank. Before she could ask who they were sending, Shanks had already ended the call. Sighing, she went back to the meal she was preparing, not aware that two little boys had heard the entire conversation. You hear that, Ace? Sabo asked, feeling his heart silently breaking. Lulu's dads are coming back in a month because he's hurt. Ace crossed his arms over his chest. TCH. Big whoop. He said, sounding annoyed. As soon as they see he's okay, they'll leave again. Sabo looked at Ace. Lulu deserves better. Sabo leaned against the stair railing with his forehead. Pressing his nose between the bars, he sighed. He should be our brother. At least we're going to be there for him. Unlike his dads. Ace closed his eyes and thought. This wasn't their first conversation about adopting Luffy into their family. I'll think about it. He scratched his arm before standing. For now, let's eat, rest and then beat those BSTRDs up for this. Sabo grasped the stairs to help balance himself before following Ace. Sure. Sabo agreed. As the two boys climbed back into bed, they each wrapped an arm around Luffy, carefully of his many injuries. Buggy glared at the Dendon snail. The information Beckman had given him had been sparse to say, but he got the gist of it. Luffy, his nephew, was hurt badly. Apparently by the crew of the bandits who had trashed a bar in Foosha. Goa was only a week away for him, a month from his brother's current position. Shanks wanted him to go to the tiny village with his doctor. I don't really want to have to call her. He thought, knowing that if his little nephew really was hurt, then she would be the one who could help. Moji! He yelled for his first mate. The bumbling idiot came into the gypsy wagon trailer panting at having run all the way to his boss' side. Get Gerd. The lion tamer first mate swallowed hard. Gerd? He asked, making sure had heard right. Officially the woman didn't exist in the East Blue. She and her mercenaries were lying low amongst the buggy pirates after what happened on O'Hara. Her people had made sure that those who survived the massacre had made it to a secret location where they could live peacefully. However, when the world government heard there were survivors, Gerd and her mercenaries were hunted. They now lived under false names with Buggy, only because the jester knew having giants on your side was better than having them against you. You heard me. Buggy yelled at his first mate. Tell her to be on the big top in the hour. Tell her to bring one of her best fighters. I may have a job for them. His eyes narrowed as a dark, sinister smile appeared on his face. He clasped his hands in front of his face. If those foolish bandits think they'll get away with harming my brother's family, they have another thing coming to them. By nightfall Luffy had begun to pant slightly from a fever that had spiked up because of his injuries. Blearily he reached out his arms, patting the bed for Bo and Ace. He wanted to be held but didn't want to seem too needy. He found, much to his dismay, that the twins were gone. Wiggling out of the bed, his feet pattered down to the bathroom. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Letting the plop onto the wood floor, Luffy turned the cold water on before sliding into the bathtub. The cold water felt so good on his overheated skin. Where is Ace and Sabo? He wondered silently. His eyes felt heavy. Reaching forward he turned the cold knob, turning off the water as he did so. His head felt funny. Maybe if I close my eyes I'll be better, he thought. As he began to doze his body slid fully into the water. With his devil fruit power Luffy's already weak body weakened even further, and before long his body began to freeze up from the paralysis that came when a devil fruit user was in water too long. Without knowing it, Luffy had put himself in danger of drowning. Luckily Makino had heard the sound of running water. Upon entering the bathroom she rushed to the bathtub and saw that Luffy was partially submerged under the water, his face being all that wasn't. Lifting the boy out of the water, she quickly grabbed a towel that was hanging nearby. Not saying a word, Luffy grabbed onto her, his bandages now were soaked. Luffy, are you okay? She asked. What were you thinking? You know you can't be in a deep tub filled with water. She could feel her heart hammering in her chest. This boy, she froze mid-thought as her hand brushed up against Luffy's skin. He's hot. She realized what Luffy had been trying to do. Picking the little boy up in a towel, Makino took him into his room to find the other two gone. Let's get you cooled down. With those words she opened the window to allow the cool night air into the heated room. Next she went down to the kitchen and then came back up with a popsicle in her hand. Propping Luffy up, Makino ran her fingers through his head, as she told him stories she'd heard Shanks tell over the last year to keep him awake, all the while wondering where the other two had disappeared to. The Higuma bandits laughed as they drank and feasted in the hideout. The knowledge that they'd been able to hunt down the brat that belonged to those idiot pirates and beat him to an inch of his life. It gave them the high they were looking for. Higuma himself sat on his throne of sorts, a pile of pillows and discarded clothes. The man drank his fill of alcohol and even went above what he'd usually drink. His men ate greedily the meat from the giant boar they had stolen from the children. He'd been shocked when he saw the boy. He remembered how that red-haired bastard had blown him off because of that dark-haired child. Men! He yelled out, causing the drunks to look at him. After tonight we move to the Grey Terminal to wait out the DMN winter. He stood unsteady on his feet. When spring comes we'll take that village and demolish it. He grinned. Nobody touches that green-haired barmaid, she's going to become my plaything. He told them darkly. This resulted in laughter as they drank and men understood their leader's intentions for the young woman. It was at this moment the room's lights turned off. The men looked around confused when suddenly one man screamed as he was grabbed by the legs and pulled down. The sound of metal was heard along with sound of bone snapping. When the lights turned back on, the man next to after-mentioned man looked at his friend and was very sober all of a sudden. Lying on the ground was the bloodied, beaten, and almost dead man. "Gods of the sea!" he cried out, gaining everyone's attention. People turned towards the mangled man. Higuma stood from his seat and walked forward. His eyes widened as he saw the ground begin to soak with one of his men's blood. "Who did this?" he demanded, but nobody stepped forward to take responsibility. The lights were extinguished when the bulbs began breaking one by one until only one remained lit above Higuma's throne. Two young children stood there, one with a spiked club in hand while the other held a bloodied pipe. "Who the hell dash?" Higuma began, only for the brats to interrupt him. "We're doing the talking, not you sheet for brains." The blonde growled. "You assholes thought it was a good idea to attack not just us but Lulu." The dark-haired boy stated. His barely contained anger was making him shake slightly. "We don't care about ourselves, but when it comes to him, we'll kill each and every one of you." The blonde grinned. "Besides, if we don't do it, his papai will." He tossed a paper on the ground. One of the men caught it. "Boss!" he yelled out in horror. Higuma looked at the image in the Cuckoo News. It was the red-haired man from the bar. He was being named the 4th Emperor of the Sea. "A&E Emperor of the Sea!" he screamed. That guy. His thoughts came to a screeching halt as the last light broke. Screams filled the air as the two feral children went on a rampage. The spiked club hit Higuma in the gut, causing him to gasp as pain exploded his being. This attack was quickly followed by a pipe to the face. Several teeth instantly fell from his mouth. Scrambling, Higuma tried escaping the hideout. Something wet splattered onto his form from above as one of his men was gutted by the pipe. Another screamed but was cut off as the pipe went through his brain, killing him instantly. Higuma escaped the pile of bodies as they fell. Rushing from the cabin, he ran into the jungle, thinking he had a better chance at escape this way. "Did you see him go?" Sabo asked his brother as the last man fell from Ace's club. Ace, who was covered in blood or body parts. The dark-haired boy flicked some muscle sinew off his arms. "He's a coward." He gave his twin a dark grin. "Let's go on a hunt." Sabo reflected his dark look. "You lead, brother." The two children ran out of the cabin filled with dead bodies and chased the coward through the jungle. They had dug a pit near the King of the Mountains' home. All they had to do was chase the fraidy cat there. Sabo chased by ground, his little legs quickly catching up to Higuma very easily. Pulling Lulu's knife out from his shirt, he slashed the man on his legs before dodging back into the underbrush. Higuma cried out as both of his legs were cut from behind. The muscle tendons being cut, causing him to fall onto his knees. The sudden weight on the knee cartilage caused the knee bones to fracture. Higuma's scream could be heard for miles around, but no human heard him. Next, terror came from above as Ace slammed the spiked club down onto the man. Higuma screamed again as pain erupted on his back and shoulders. Blood dripped from the wounds as he dragged himself across the clearing. Lifting his head, Higuma saw a cave. Crawling towards it on his belly, he swore revenge come spring. He would kill them all. Just then, the ground gave beneath him. Falling down a short distance, he landed on his back. Unfortunately, 2 spikes went through his body, one in his shoulder and the second one had gone through his belly. Reaching his hands onto his body, Higuma felt the wound. At that moment he suddenly realized that he couldn't feel his legs. The second spike had gone through his spine, severing it. His head fell back against the ground. He breathed as he tasted blood in his mouth. Above him the silvery moon hung high in the sky. The edges of his vision started to blur when 2 dots appeared in his peripheral vision. Focusing his eyes, he felt his heart still. 2 large tigers stared at him from one side of the pit. Above the pit the 2 boys watched as the white and orange tigers jumped into the pit. Higuma's screams could be heard as the boys waited until silence once again covered the jungle. They had avenged Lulu and the pain this man had caused. They just hoped their friend and new brother would forgive them for having killed the Higuma bandits. Chapter 17, Nothing happened. When Buggy arrived, the port to Foosha was deserted. The waves were high and the clouds were dark. A storm was pulling into the port and looked to be a doozy of one at that. The blonde giant next to him looked around the tiny port. "Where are we going?" she asked, noting that the town seemed extremely small. Maybe a dozen or so buildings for business and a couple dozen homes. "Party's bar," he stated as he grabbed his captain's hat and coat from the edge of the railing. His blue hair was being tossed by the wind. He didn't like the feeling of desertion he was getting from the tiny village. He hoped that he wasn't too late for the boy. He had pushed his boat as fast as possible, but he could only do so much. It still took 4 days to get to dawn. He had shaved the time it usually took to get here by a day or so. Stepping onto the dock, he had a sudden sense of nostalgia. He had never been to this particular island, but something felt familiar. It was like seeing an old friend. Shaking himself to get rid of the feeling, he walked up the stone walkway that led from the docks to the dirt path that went into the village. The bar was easily found, usually way. Inside he found 2 boys, no older than he was when he had begun his training. When they turned he swore he was staring at his mama. The dark-haired one had her looks but screamed Roger with his hair coloring. The other shared Rogue's hair color but held Roger's deep knowledgeable looks. It was uncanny. Both boys were sitting at the bar slurping orange drinks as he walked in. The dark-haired one popped the straw out of his mouth at the sight of him. The blonde whispered in his ear even though Buggy heard him. "Pirate or circus clown?" The dark-haired one examined Buggy with his caramel-colored eyes, then turned to the other. "Why can't he be both?" he asked, causing the first kid's eyebrows to shoot up into his hairline, obviously not having thought of that. "Boys, did you dash?" a green-haired woman walked out of the back. "If I'm not mistaken," Buggy started as he walked fully into the bar with Gert a step behind him. "You must be Makino." "I am." The woman stood straight as an arrow, not bending or leaning against the bar. It told Buggy she was certain of herself. "My name is Buggy, I'm Dash." He was suddenly interrupted by the woman. Makino gasped. "Shank's older brother." She moved around the bar, went in front of Buggy before pulling him into a hug. Surprised, Buggy was uncertain as to what to do. He hadn't gotten a hug like this since his mama's death. "Oh, I'm sorry." She quickly pulled away. "You're here about Luffy." She turned to show him where Luffy was when a clanking of silverware was heard. Makino turned to see the 2 boys had moved to stand in front of the stairs. "You can't just let him near Lulu." The blonde yelled, his arms spread out to stop an access to the stairs. "He could be Shank's enemy in disguise." The dark-haired one exclaimed. He had a pipe staff in hand, ready to stop them with violence if necessary. Makino put her hands on her hips. "Ace. Sabo. Enough." Both jumped at being yelled at by the usually quiet woman. "Shanks and Beckman both told me the names of those I can trust. Buggy the genius jester is at the top of that list. He is Luffy's uncle. Shank's older brother." She tapped her foot on the ground, waiting for the 2 children to move. The 2 children gave her sheepish looks. "Sorry." They both apologized. Makino sighed when they both moved to the side. "I know you 2 are only trying to keep Luffy safe," she said as she stood in front of them. Grasping their chins, she forced them to look at her. "But I do know a thing or two, all right?" "Yes, ma'am," they said in unison. Buggy stared at the 2 boys in disbelief. So it wasn't just my imagination, he thought. Mama and Papa's blood children survived. He felt his cheeks twitch as a smug grin spread across his face. 2 of them no less. And I found them before Shanks did. Oh, was he overjoyed. Not only was this a good thing, but it meant he had something to rub into Shanks' face. I get where he got the name Ace. Of course Papa would name his son after his sword. He looked at the other. Sabo though? It took him a minute or two. Wasn't that the name Mama's staff weapon? No, it was Saboro. He looked at the boys once more. DMN. To be named after a couple of rusty blades. That SEKS. Luffy is this way. Makino led the way up the stairs for him and the giantess. Sabo and Ace watched the very tall giant lady walk past them and up the steps. "Ace," Sabo stated as he stared in awe at the beautiful woman. "I can't wait to see what else is out there." Ace nodded as he too stared up at the woman. He'd never seen someone like her. "She's pretty." Sabo looked at him. "She could probably snap us in half without much thought." A sudden noise outside caught the boys' attention. It sounded as if someone had dropped a big box on the wooden planked sidewalk. Running outside, they both came to a halt as they spotted another giant, this one carrying a mace which was as long as the guy was tall. It had a very long handle that ballooned closer to the end. He was also carrying a small shield with vertical stripes and a face on it. "Hello." The giant spoke. His voice was a bit intimidating. The 2 boys back away from the portly-shaped giant. "I'm Goldberg. I'm a friend of Buggy's." The 2 looked behind them to where the clown had disappeared too. Just who is Luffy's uncle if he has friends like this? They wondered. Gerd squeezed herself into the tiny room, having to stay hunched over in order to examine the tiny human boy. Shanks specifically asked Buggy to have his doctor examine this boy. She liked Shanks. He had won her over when he'd come to visit his brother all those months ago. She took out a small handheld machine she had gotten on one of the islands she and her crew had stopped at. It could scan a person's body and tell her what was broken without having to expose a person to radiation from an X-ray. She looked through the data it was giving her on its screen. There's no broken bones, but her has dozens of fractions. She frowned at the older ones that who stress fractures. He has new and old ones. The new ones are what's causing his pain. Buggy looked at Makino. Where are the people who did this? He asked, sounding like a wild animal that was ready to pound on its prey. His voice deep with a barely suppressed growl to his tone. The woman shook her head at him. I don't know. She answered truthfully. You'll have to talk to Ace and Sabo. They'll know. Looking up at Gerd, Buggy spoke. Help the boy however you can. It wasn't a demand or an order, but was spoken as a matter of fact. He's Shanks' kid. Got it. She said before tapping Makino's shoulder. Can you give me his medical history? I need to know if he's allergic to anything. As Buggy went down the steps he heard Makino say, he's AD. Well F-. He thought, a grin spreading across his face once again. Well ain't Shanks lucky. He found the two boys practically crawling all over Goldberg. The giant cook laughing at the boys' attempt to wrestle him. Buggy whistled, gaining the children's attention. I need to speak to you too. His voice told them that it was something serious. What do you want? Ace asked, his voice was tough like steel. Kid has been through some shit. Buggy thought as he sat onto the chair that sat outside the bar. Where are the people who did this to Luffy? The two boys share a look. What's it to you? Sabo asked as he crossed his arms over his chest. I'm going to make them pay. Buggy stated. In a month his dads will arrive. I want to be able to present them with the people responsible for their son's injuries. It's their right to deal with those yellow-bellied assholes. The two boys once again looked at each other. What will they do to them? Sabo asked. We're just curious. Ace explained. Kids as young as you shouldn't have to know that. Buggy explained but saw they were sticking to their resolve on this issue. Depending how angry those two are. It could be something like eviscerating the bandits to keel hauling. Both boys paled. Any which way, it's not going to be pretty. The twins swallowed hard. Oh, how to tell this guy they'd already taken liberty on their revenge. Their hideout is easy to find but it's been quiet for the last day or so. Buggy raised an eyebrow at this. Ace quickly caught on to what Sabo was doing. We were going to get revenge our way, Ace began when Sabo interrupted. But there's too many of them. Sabo interjected. At least 24 men. Plus their leader is strong. Great. Just what I need. Buggy mentality grumbled. All right, show me. Traversing through the jungle had been an adventure in itself. Once through the thick foliage though, Buggy found himself on a hill overlooking a large cabin. Like the kids had stated, it seemed deserted. He signaled Goldberg to go around the back. Turning towards the two children, Buggy spoke in a quiet tone. You two stay here. Luckily they both didn't argue and sat on a fallen tree to wait. Buggy approached from the front. Grabbing one of his buggy ball from his pouch on his hip. He played with the tiny explosive by tossing it in the air and catching it over and over. Okay, you low lives, come out. He yelled but nothing answered him. Throwing the explosive smoke bomb into the open door, he plugged his ears as it exploded. He was expecting some activity now but still nothing. Lowering his weapon, Buggy cautiously stepped towards the front door. That was when he caught the stench. It was one he'd never forget. It was the smell of death. Death had a dark smell to it. Buggy had always been sensitive to certain smells, something that had annoyed him when on the Oro Jackson. Roger had once told him, after the Ebb War, that the dark smell of death lingered on corpses that had their lives taken in a violent manner. Pressing his hand against the door to push it open even further, Buggy saw bodies on the floor. Some looked mutilated as if the manner of which they had died had been by someone or something tearing them apart. Suddenly across from him Goldberg burst through the wall swinging his mace, destroying the opposite wall from him. As the light was cast across the room, Buggy felt bile rise from his stomach up his throat. A couple dozen dead men laid around the cabin. Their rotting corpses having been half-eaten along with the rotting food. There's a blood trail leading into the jungle. Goldberg told Buggy feeling queasy at the sight of so many dead and by what? A wild animal? A beast of unfathomable strength? On this island in the East Blue? He shook his head. No. 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 Impossible. Only a beast from the New World could do this, unless of course it was done by another rival bandit group. Buggy looked at the dried blood on the jungle floor. As he followed it, he found that whoever this blood had come from was more than likely dead like the others. It didn't take long to find the cave. Nor the trap. The dead body inside was ripped to pieces. Parts were missing. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he came to the realization that something big and dangerous had eaten whoever this poor soul was and left what was inedible to the scavengers. He also knew that the trap laid out wasn't made for an animal. It wasn't deep enough. However, it was plenty deep for an injured human to be killed in and served up on a platter to whatever lived in the nearby cave. Backing away slowly, Buggy made his way back to the hill he'd left the boys on. Once their bother were still sitting on the fallen tree waiting for him. What kind of beast lives in those nearby caves? He asked, thinking they might know. The king of the mountain and her family. Ace replied as he picked a scab on his arm. She can be vicious when provoked. Sabo stated as he poked a stick at an anthill. What is this king? Buggy asked. Neither boy answered, only pointed towards a nearby cliff. Buggy and Goldberg's eyes widened. On the cliff was a giant New World-sized tiger and 2 white cubs, both of which were half the size of their mother. Yeah, Buggy thought. That could do it. And so, as the 4 returned to Foosha, the truth was hidden for another day, as a lie began to be spun by happenstance. Chapter 18, Brothers. Buggy tapped the desk he sat at. Behind him on his rather large futon bed were all 3 boys sleeping. He was going to give Shanks a report about everything that had been happening on the island since he had arrived. For one, Luffy had made a miraculous recovery in the 3 days since they had arrived. 2, their mama and papa's blood children had survived and were living under their mama's name. Finally, 1 threat had been extinguished, but he had made a discovery of a second threat. The Blue Jam pirates were a real threat in these waters, and they had a base in the Grey Terminal, a place where the 3 played and terrorized criminals on the island. Picking up the Dendon, he began to dial the number he had memorized. Without missing a beat, the voice of his idiot brother came over the transponder. Yes? Buggy noted the stress in Shanks' voice. He knew that tone. Their mama had used it whenever stress and anxiety was getting to her. Little Monkey has somewhat recovered. There was a sigh of relief from him. The bandits have met an unfortunate end, though. Silence was followed by a curse. Buggy, that was my right. Shanks about screeched. Wasn't me. He responded with trepidation in his voice. There's a few beasts on the island that I'm sure belong in the New World. Shanks blew him off on that. Buggy felt his eyebrow twitch. Shanks. He growled his brother's name. You knew, didn't you? He was met with silence. You little shithead. He screeched, gaining a grin on the snail. Oh come on, we fought worse when we were 10. Shanks countered. You had Conqueror's Haki at 9. Buggy screamed. You could defend yourself. I never developed that. The most I ever got was some observation Haki that's worth sheet. Shanks' laughter filled the room. Yeah, laugh it up, bub. Buggy grumbled before a grin began to spread across his face. Besides that, I found Mama's treasure. Shanks' laughter stopped. Mama didn't have treasure. Yes, she did and still does. He pointedly smiled at the little boys. There's 2 of them. It took a few moments for the redhead to catch up to what Buggy was saying. Oh! The snail suddenly grinned. I bet they are a blast. Dahaha. Shanks' laughter filled the room once again. Quiet. Buggy growled out, causing the laughter to be silenced. The boys are all asleep and I'm trying to be quiet. He peeked over his shoulder and saw Ace pull Luffy closer to him, unconsciously seeking the boy out. The wince on Luffy's face didn't go unseen by Buggy. Oh? They're there with you? Shanks sounded surprised. Even as kids, Buggy rarely allow him to sleep in the same vicinity as Buggy. Anchor wormed his way into you, didn't he? Buggy felt a blue eyebrow twitch. No, he stated as he looked at the other 2 who were sleeping. The other 2 have though, especially the eldest. You can tell life hasn't been kind for these boys by the way they react to certain stimuli. Shanks blinked in surprise. Like how you used to be? He asked. The redhead could still remember the wild blue-haired animal that Buggy once had been. Unlike Shanks, Buggy had been born on the streets of Logtown, and because of his unique features, the boy had been cast aside like yesterday's trash. He had lived on the streets since 3. Beaten by older kids, adults, and had vile things done to him. So by age 5, when the Oro Jackson had coasted into port, the boy had been so rough around the edges that only Shanks had been able to get near him. Buggy had snuck onto the Oro Jackson and stayed quiet in the hull before they had left the island. Roger had discovered the boy by accident, having been searching the supplies for his favorite sake. Buggy had been chased through the ship by the entire crew until he'd found his way into Shanks' private room. Back then the redhead had been 4, still hadn't been off the ship, and was only happy to have met another around his age. When Roger and Rayleigh had kicked his door in to get to the blue-haired boy, Shanks had already claimed the dirty monster as his brother. Not as bad, Buggy grumbled. But similar. Buggy didn't want to think about those days. They'd been rough ones. His ability to recall tiny details from his past made it impossible for him to forget how despicable and vile people could be to children. "We're crossing the calm belt tomorrow," Shanks told his brother. "We haven't met any resistance since the call. The boys are determined to get to anchor as soon as we can. In other words, you've been pushing your haki out so far that any nearby ships are unable to get to you, and you've been having a nice quiet trip back to your boy." Buggy sounded annoyed. "Oh, when you get back, we need to have a chat." "About?" Shanks inquired. "Something I just found out," he stated, trying to drop the subject. "I'll call in a few days once you're on this side of the belt. Safe sailing." Click. Shanks looked down at the Dendon, wondering what could possibly be up with his brother. He recalled the passcode they used to use when separated. A memory of a younger Buggy looking down at an even younger Shanks came to mind. "If I ever call you and say, 'safe sailing,' to you, remember it's my way of warning you that something is afoot." "Eh?" young Shanks asked, looking up from under his large hat at Buggy. "Like what?" Buggy frowned at him. "I don't know," he yelled, slightly annoyed. "Like trouble is headed your way. Or somebody has it in for ya. We're brothers now." He pointed to himself and Shanks. "I'm the oldest. So I have to keep you but out of big trouble. Got it?" Shanks nodded meekly at this. "Okay." Brought back to the present, Shanks was now worried. "What exactly have you discovered, brother?" He looked behind him at Beckman, who was cleaning his weapon. His husband looked at him. "Something wrong, love?" Shanks bit his finger to stifle a mmm. Beck's eyes were darkened, his hair slick from his recent shower, and was missing his shirt as he worked. It wasn't fair how much SEC appeal the man had without even trying. Sees he loved him though. Clearing his throat, he spoke. "Tomorrow we tell the boys to be on alert when we arrive at dawn. Buggy gave me the code before ending the call." Beckman's eyes narrowed. "A threat on dawn. Understood." Shanks stood up from the communications desk, walked over to their shared bed and flopped down on it. The bed groaned as he did so. The squeaky springs yelling out at him. "I'm exhausted and I don't know why," he admitted. Beck chuckled. "Stress will do that to a person," he said as he refocused his attention to his task at hand. If Anchor was in danger, then his Baba's weapon needed to be in the best shape possible. "Nobody will hurt my boy," he thought. It wasn't until much later he heard the soft snores that Shanks would often make when he was in a deep sleep. This of course led to Beckman watching his husband sleep. The hard features on Shanks' face were softened. His hair in disarray and shirt parted to reveal toned abs. He felt a shiver of desire run down his spine to his groin. "This man is going to be the death of me." He grinned wolfishly at that. "And I don't mind." He placed his weapon on his workstation, stood up and walked to their bed. Pulling his unconscious partner to his chest, he tucked the redhead's head under his chin before pulling a pelt blanket over them both. Perhaps they'd both have good dreams tonight and the nightmares would stay at bay. Luffy grinned happily as Buggy carried him on his hip. "Tio Buggy, I can walk," he complained, even though he was grinning like an idiot. Buggy wasn't stupid, he knew there was no way the boy wasn't hurting still. "Hey, just because you want to run around like a little idiot doesn't mean I have to let you." Buggy growled at the boy, trying to be as intimidating as possible, but it was so hard to be when the kid called him Tio. It had a talk with Makino to learn what that word even meant along with a few others. Luffy pouted a little bit before grinning once more. "Tio just wants to hold me," he teased the older man, and had Buggy not been wearing his usual makeup, everyone would have seen the redness to his cheeks at the child's claim. Buggy growled at those words. They weren't totally untrue. "Watch it, kid," he grumbled as he watched the plank down to the dock from his ship. Gerd and Goldberg had both decided to stay on the ship, not wanting to cause trouble in the tiny village. "You're cute, but not that cute," Luffy laughed. "Shishishi." His laughter was quieter than it normally was due to his ribs hurting. "Okay." He agreed to be good, which got a rare smile from Buggy as the boy laid his head on the jester's shoulder. As Buggy walked down the street, Luffy's two friends/brothers came running out of the grocery with a net bag filled with fruit. The boys weren't paying attention and bumped into Buggy, thus dropping the fruit, which went everywhere. Both boys froze up when Abel caught them by the ears. "You two thieves." He angrily pulled the boys back towards the store. "No. Don't hurt them," Luffy cried out at his friend. "I'm hurt, they got that for me." Which was a lie, and Luffy's face showed that very easily. Buggy stared at his nephew in horror. "You can't lie, can you?" He got a little shishishi as his reward. Buggy looked at the two boys. "Didn't you two grab the money bag I had out?" Both boys looked at each other in confusion. "It's at Makino's, you dim wits." He thumped both over the heads. "Sheesh." He looked at the grocer. "How much?" Abel chuckled. "It's only 50 berry." Buggy was amazed by how cheap the food was. "Really?" he asked as he detached a hand sent it into the grocer while he wasn't paying attention. Recalling it, he handed the man a single 50-berry coin. I guess I'll part with one more. Abel was surprised by this and released the boys as he took the coin from Luffy's uncle. Thanks. He turned and left. Buggy turned to the two boys. Okay. Pick up the food. We'll clean it once inside the bar. He told them as he turned towards the place. He saw Makino waiting with 3 glasses of the orange liquid ready for the boys. He sat Luffy down in one chair and took another for himself. The rubber boy pulled himself closer to the bar top and grasped his juice. Buggy looked at the barmaid. What is that stuff? A special liquid made for those of the D-clan. She said as she placed a plate of eggs in front of the clown. Shanks' doctor made it for Luffy, who has recently been sharing it with Ace and Sabo. Upon their names being spoken, the two boys appeared. Sabo put the net on the bar top. Oh? Some fruit? She asked, gaining a toothy grin from the boy. Abel must have gone to the capital in Gao for these. I hear they have greenhouses that produce fruit all year round. She took the bag over to the sink to wash later. Ace looked up at Buggy. Why did you do that for us? He asked, a frown seeming to be a permanent fixture on the boy's face. Other than Makino, adults don't like us much. Buggy felt a pang in his chest at that. Oh, he knew that feeling. How much do you know about your parentage? He asked the boys, gaining equal looks of fear. Luffy looked at Buggy with confusion. You know Ace and Sabo's parente? He asked as he began eating the meat on his plate. Impossible. Ace growled as his anger began to spike. Portgasty Rogue and Gold Roger. Buggy answered the unspoken question. The fear in the children's features doubled. Your May and Pai were mine and Shanks. The boys looked shocked, obviously not expecting that. They found Shanks a long time ago. Were raising him on the Oro Jackson when I stole away on the ship. When Rogue met me after Shanks had claimed me as his brother, she said it must be fate. He grinned. Those words set Dark King off so much because it meant I'd been claimed by her. If anybody ever knew anything about Mama, it was that she'd be a bear in protecting what she had claimed as hers. He looked at the two kids, pointing at Ace, who looked ready to break down. You reflect her, almost completely. The hair is Roger but everything else is Rogue. He looked at Sabo. You look like our mama but you have Roger's tenacity. He groaned as he went to eat. You two are going to be trouble. He took the glass of milk and grinned like an insane man. I can't wait to see what you two do. My little Irmazinhos. Luffy suddenly perked up. Does this mean Ace and Sabo are my tios too? He sounded a little sad. Buggy looked down at the boy. Technically, yes. He answered. However, with your current relationship with them, I can see you more as brothers. Shishishi. Luffy laughed lightly. Same. He agreed as his rubbery arms wrapped around the two several times before pulling them to him. Luffy. The two yelled at him angrily, though there was no heat in the words. Buggy watched them with warmth in his eyes as the older brothers tried helplessly to get untangled from the younger one. Chapter 19, Information Broker. The morning that the Red Force came into the Foosha port, the day had only just begun. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best of days as the first winter squall was hitting the small village. The heavy band of snow with strong, gusty winds that had the crew shivering. Feels like a winter storm from Elbeth. Shanks commented as he stepped out onto the top deck. His grim look turned when he saw Buggy's ship was still in port. Beck! He yelled as he pointed towards the big top. Beckman smiled as he threw down the plank. Once the ship was tied down to the docks, Shanks raced down the plank with his crew on his heels. The group making a beeline towards Makino's bar. As soon as they came through the new full-length doors, Shanks was greeted to the sight of his brother leaning his back against the bar top. Buggy! The blue-haired man flinched at the loud idiot that was unfortunately his brother. Shut up, you idiot! He hissed. The kids are still asleep upstairs. Come on. It's time for them to be awake. Shanks stated loudly when he saw a very annoyed-looking Makino. She shoo-shed him. Luffy was up half the night with a fever. Sabo caught a stomach bug. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. Ace is the only one not sick. Not quite. Came a low voice from the staircase. Shanks looked at the freckled, flushed boy and instantly saw his mama's features. I think I caught what Lulu has. He touched his forehead. My head feels hot. Hongo placed his black bag onto one of the bar tables before approaching the raven-haired boy. He placed a hand on top of Ace's head. DMN. You're not kidding, son. He walked back over to the bag and pulled out a thermometer. Placing it under the boy's tongue, he took Ace's temperature. After a few moments he removed it. Upon looking at the number indicated, he felt his eyes widen. How are you even up? I'm only a little warm? Ace stated as he looked lazily at Makino. Bo is complaining that his belly hurts again. A little warm? Hongo asked in disbelief. You can fry an egg on your head. He looked up at Makino. Run a cool bath for this boy. I'll go check on the other two. Suddenly Ace bent over and puked all over the floor. Afterwards he fell forward unconscious. Hongo caught the boy before he went face first into his own vomit. On second thought, I'll take him with me. Shanks looked at the green-haired woman. How long have they been sick? He asked her. Makino sighed as she picked up a bucket of water and a rag to clean the floor. Luffy has been sick on and off again since the bandit attack. Sabo, since last night. She looked up the stairs worriedly. Ace being sick is new. Beckman took the bucket from the exhausted-looking woman and waved her off to sit down. Probably the change in weather? He asked as he began to clean the mess up. It seemed to be mostly liquid that the boy had coughed up. Poor kid. He thought, sympathetic to the kids being sick. Shanks walked over to Buggy. He sat down next to his brother, trusting Hongo to tend to the kids. So why did you use the code? What's going on? Buggy looked at him. Over the years I've developed a bit of an information network. He took a drink from his cup. I have my minions in every corner of the government in order to keep an ear on everything that's going on. Just something Uncle told me to do if I ever got a chance. He looked away from his brother, who was so shocked he had a slack jaw. He swallowed the last of his whiskey. I've been hearing rumors over the last couple of months of a man who looks similar to yourself killing the remaining Rogers crew. Shanks's eyes widened. I know it's not you, but last night one of my men in Marie Gio's said he saw him. He looks exactly like you except for the scars. He's got none. Shanks' eyes were wide with fear at this news. I don't know who he is, but if he is a part of the government we have a problem. He looked at Beck. If he decides to go after someone like the Whitebeard pirates, my men and I will be hunted down. Already sent a warning to a friend in the old man's crew. This gained some relief from Shanks, but not by much. He says they'll keep an eye out for the pretender. I also began to do some digging on the new guy, Blackbeard, that everyone in Paradise has been talking about. Shanks turned his attention back to his brother. I haven't been able to gather much information, but what I have been able to get I've shared with Uncle. Anything I should be worried about? The redhead inquired, suddenly very glad that he found his brother. This information would come in handy. Plus, if Uncle was in contact with Buggy, it meant he was doing well enough in life. All I've been able to find out is that when Marshal D. Teach is in Paradise, so is Blackbeard. Buggy growled. Once Uncle had told him that it was the coward Teach who had cut Shanks, Buggy made it his mission to track that BSTRD until he slipped up. Blackbeard has been tied to slavers, PRSTTN houses, which include underaged ones. He rubbed circles onto his forehead with his fingers. The guy is neither a part of any group nor working for the Marines. However, I have found that he is looking for a devil fruit, something called the dark fruit. He tapped the bar top to signal for another drink, which Makino gave him. Unfortunately, all I could find out about that fruit is that it was once used by the Xebec pirates. After the God Valley incident, the fruit disappeared from known history. Shanks groaned. Just what we need. He glowered at his brother. You're just a ray of sunshine, Bugs. He rubbed a hand over his face. Roger found me in a chest he took from God Valley. Rayleigh always said that I was going to be somebody's SLV because it was the Celestials who had been there before Xebec and his crew showed up to kill everyone, so the chests belonged to them. He looked at his brother. This means whoever this other me is could be a blood relative. Sounds like he's a BSTRD. Buggy stated, and Shanks had to agree with him on that one. Eventually the storm came to an end. The entire village was covered in snow and ice. Then the village children began to venture out into the newly laid snow and ice structures. Both the Big Top and the Red Force were covered as well, and for a mile out into the bay the sea was turned to ice. Beckman and Shanks both had taken up residence in Party's bar. One on each side of the bed as all three children slept. Their faces red with fever. Every so often Sabo would groan as a stomach cramp caused him discomfort. His eyes slowly opened. Spotting the red-haired man, he went to sit up, only find he could barely move. His body was weak and sweaty. His eyelids felt heavy, like lead was on them, pulling them close. Another cramp had him rolling over with a groan. He suddenly felt hands on him, a gentle but firm voice telling him it would be okay, as he was held up on a toilet. He shivered as his body released whatever it was that was trying to get out of his bowels. He leaned his against the soft body that held him up onto the toilet until his body was done. I'm sorry. He whimpered. The stench was horrifying. Shanks held the blonde-haired boy as he pooped. He had to admit, diarrhea was never something nice to have, especially when you were so sick you couldn't sit up properly. The boy had been groaning in his sleep for the last several minutes when he had let a fart loose that it smelt the entire room up. It had been a guess, a good one at that, as to what was happening to the sick boy. The apology had caught him off guard. Shanks petted the boy's hair. It was wet from the night sweats the kid was experiencing. "It's okay," he told the boy. He then grabbed a toiletry and cleaned Sabo up. Once picking the boy up, Sabo tentatively wrapped his arms around Shanks' neck. "Why you're Lulu's Peepa Pie?" he stuttered, suddenly feeling cold. "I am," Shanks answered as he rubbed Sabo's back. Are you taking him away?" Sabo asked before he was laid back onto the bed. "We don't plan on it," Shanks answered truthfully. He still had his rule of no children on the Red Force. He didn't want his son to end up hating him because he ruined the adventure of being a pirate. He didn't want Luffy's happy-go-lucky attitude to vanish because of fear. He watched Sabo's eyes close before looking over Ace and Luffy. His son had his arms wrapped tightly several times around Ace, who wasn't sweaty like Sabo but rather just flushed. He looked up from the children when he heard someone clear their throat. Hongo stood there with an 4 pouch. 3 orange pouches ready to go. "Turns out the boys have been taking Anchor's special medicine," he explained as he hooked an 4 onto each of the boys' arms. "Anchor ran out a couple of days ago. The boys have been taking his dosage." It suddenly clicked for the redhead, who snorted a laugh. "Don't tell me," he began as he chuckled. "They're in withdrawal." The doctor chuckled. "Yep." Beckman facepalmed. "The fever and the dash sheets?" Shanks asked. "A part of it," Hongo explained. "Anchor really does have the flu. His fever is almost gone. The other 2 are not used to the high dosage that I had put Anchor on. Their bodies needed a lower one because they're older and weren't having the same problems as Anchor." Shanks shook his head. "They'll be fine by morning." "Embarrassed as hell but fine," Hongo assured them. Oh, he knew there would be some teasing over the next few days, but he could also see the relief from both of the men, especially from his captain. Shanks had been so excited to learn that his mama's boys had survived the destruction of Batarilla, another island the government had deemed important enough to destroy because of the rumor of Gold Roger having a child there. He looked at the 2 children once more. From their complexion, to their features and bone structures. Hongo hated to say it, but they couldn't really be blood-related. The blonde had too soft of features while the dark-hair boy had rougher ones. Oh, but he wasn't going to be the one to tell Shanks or Buggy this. He was hoping the children would tell the truth. Besides, even if no blood was shared between them, he could already tell that their fates were already intertwined. It was going to be an interesting next few weeks on the island. Chapter 20, Threat. The next few days the 3 boys regained their strength as their fevers broke. Sabo and Ace's fears of losing Luffy to his fathers turned out to be unfounded as the 2 boys had wormed their way into the 2 men's hearts. Neither boy had been expecting the kindness or love that was showered upon them through gifts, food, and just the kind gestures of the red-haired crew. These gestures led the boys to want to return the kindness back. Unfortunately, that meant going to an area they refused to take: Luffy, the Grey Terminal. Sneaking away from their home at the bar one early morning, Sabo and Ace made sure Luffy wouldn't follow by tying the boy down in their shared bed. Even so, neither boy noticed the eyes watching them, nor that they were being followed by the blue-haired man. Sabo and Ace arrived at the trash heap near noon and began digging for something that would express their gratitude towards Shanks and his crew. "There's nothing here," he mumbled as he picked up a diamond brooch. There wasn't anything special about it. Pocketing it for his and Ace's treasure pile, Sabo continued to dig into the trash. In another pile, Ace tossed a piece of scrap metal over his shoulder when he spotted a small wooden box. The box was made of a dark wood with intricate carving on it. He traced his fingers along the carvings. Pressing a wooden latch open, he found nothing was inside, but the inside was lined with a soft material. "It's perfect." Placing the box in a bag, Ace put the bag back on his back and began climbing down his pile when he heard Sabo's outcry. Rushing around a pile of garbage, Ace spotted a man dressed in noble servant clothes manhandling Sabo. Grasping a nearby pipe, he didn't check to see if it was sturdy or not before swinging it. The metal came into contact with the man's arm, which was sheared off by the sharpened metal. The man screamed as his arm fell to the ground. Ace grabbed Sabo by his sweater that Kino had made him and pulled the blonde into a dead run. "Master Sabo, come back," was yelled out by the man as they ran through the garbage dump. "Ace," Sabo panted as they ran. "I can explain." "No," Ace said in a low voice. "I already know." He grasped Sabo's wrist online and pulled him behind a barely standing shack. "Back when you first began following me into the forest," Ace explained. "I followed you back to your home in Hightower." He peered through a hole to make sure they weren't followed. "I was sad at first, but then I saw your blood father begin yelling at you." He narrowed his eyes at Sabo. "He hit you because you missed a point in your grade. You were 5. He made it sound like you killed someone." He tapped his foot on the ground before he stomped it. "I wanted to hit him. I wanted to steal you right then, but I had told you that you needed to F off." He looked at Sabo with a sad look. I didn't think you'd want to be near me after I had purposely chased you with a knife into the monkey pits where you got hurt really bad that day. Sabo grinned as he scratched the back of his neck. I came back the next day, didn't I? He asked when suddenly a memory popped into his head. That was the day you announced that I was your twin and wasn't allowed to leave your side until you told me to F off again. Ace grinned. I have yet to say it too. His expression became serious. So who was that? Outlook's personal servant. Sabo answered, gaining a raised eyebrow at the name. My blood father. He explained who Outlook was. Ace looked off towards where they had left the man to bleed to death. Is he going to be trouble for us? Sabo looked down at his feet. The holes in his shoes staring back at him. He looked back up at Ace with tears in his eyes. I don't know. He sniffed, trying not to be such a crybaby. He was scared, and so he was acting like any normal 8-year-old at the moment. He was crying his emotions out. Little did they know that a certain blue-haired clown had witnessed and heard everything. Buggy looked at his bloodied knife. He had known those boys were capable of more than what they were revealing to everybody. After all, they could hunt like Luffy. When he had seen Ace cut that man's arm with no remorse, he'd known then who really had taken out those bandits a while back. The fact that those two had gone to such lengths for his little nephew was quite amazing. He was even more impressed with Ace's restraint in taking that man's arm in one swoop before getting Sabo to safety. It was the only reason the jester had finished the job. He hadn't known who the man was, but he'd become a threat the moment he'd touched the blonde-haired boy. Now he needed to have a talk with those two. Kicking in the door to the barely standing shack, both boys jumped. Ace was suddenly wide-armed and in front of Sabo as the blonde was backed into a corner for safety. Easy boys, Buggy spoke in a calm, even voice. It's just me. Be Buggy. Sabo stuttered, a bit red in the face. Having taken a liking to the older man, he was a bit embarrassed about the stutter. What are you doing here? Ace inquired, silently accusing the man of spying on them. Guilty. Buggy thought, knowing that look Ace was giving him all too well. He's got Mama's look down. He swallowed thickly. How the F can he do that? He silently whined. Clearing his voice, Buggy spoke. I should be asking that question. He shot back at the dark-haired brat. Oh, I need to stop while I'm ahead. Buggy thought, knowing, but did he ever listen to his brain when he got those warnings? Nope. Look boys, I know your little secret, and even though it pisses me off that two brats like yourself could even pull off a stunt like this, it makes me wonder what kind of raisin you two got from your guardians. You're FING 8-year-olds. Both boys grinned but had the decency to look somewhat sheepish at their upset uncle. They didn't know. Neither Shanks or Beck had said anything about adopting the two of them. We've been told we're trash most of our lives. Ace stated. It's only since finding Lulu that we've realized that we're not. Sabo took his ruined top hat off and while fingering a hole in it continued. Lulu makes us want to be stronger so we can protect him. He stated as he pushed his long blonde curls back. Ace looked from Sabo to Buggy. Besides that, I was raised by the queen of bandits, Dayton. She's an old hag. Hates everyone but is terrified of Vovo Garp. He's the one that beats the shit out of us only because of who our blood father is. Vovo Garp? Buggy's brain came to a screeching halt. Roger never knew his own blood father. He must have worn a look of confusion on his face because the two boys suddenly looked confused by him. Roger's father died years ago. Who the dash, and then it hit him like a sea train. No. FING. Way. You're saying you've been raised by Garp the F-fist, you flashy fucks? Both boys nodded. Buggy's jaw dropped. Sabo only had known the old man for 2 or 3 years, but those fists' fury or fist of love hurt like a son of a gun. Yeah. He's scary as hell. I'm still doubtful we'll make it to our teens with him around. Ace admitted. Sabo looked at him horrified. Oh shit. Buggy thought, feeling that all-familiar fear crawling up his spine, and for once it wasn't the cold making him shiver, but the memories of that man and his fists of fury he'd used against the Roger crew. He then came to a sudden realization. We need to get these boys off this island and away from that BSTRD. He'll throw them into the Marines the first chance he gets. He won't give them the choice. I bet he's already been working on killing their wills. He looked at the two one last time before making his decision. Grabbing both boys up and carrying them under his arms, he began making his way back to the sleepy town of Foosha, ignoring the boys yelling and grumbling the whole way there. His thick fur-lined coat keeping the two warm throughout the journey. Once at the edge of town, he dumped them onto the ground. The sudden cold had them on their feet chasing after him. You two need to go find your brother while I find mine. We're having a little family meeting. With those words, Buggy had put himself into a foul mood as he walked off with intent, leaving two confused boys in his wake. Chapter 21, Family. Buggy had seen a lot of fighting in his life. From the time he first took his first breath of life from his blood mother's womb to now, he had seen people die a million different ways. He had felt life being drained from a million people over his lifetime. Buggy wasn't born with the Conqueror's Haki that Shanks was born with, but he did have some Haki abilities. When a person died, he could feel their Haki vanish. This was a rare ability, or so Roger had told him. Buggy hated it. So he usually didn't end people's lives. Scare them. Throw them into the sea. He could do that easily. However, something snapped in him at the sight of Sabo being manhandled and held in the air by his sweater. Something snapped in him when he saw an 8-year-old cut a man's arm off in order to save his brother. Something snapped and Buggy killed for once. He took a life without thought or fear on what could or would happen because those children ran in fear and he could stop that person from endangering their lives, and so he did. Afterwards he found them in that shack. He grabbed them under his arms, carried them even when they yelled at him to put them down, and Buggy had brought them home to Foosha. By then the blue-haired man was tired of the secrets that these children were keeping, having been told a couple already. He was also tired of his idiot brother keeping these boys in limbo. He was tired of secrets, PRD. So when Buggy entered Party's bar, the fun-loving clown had been replaced by GOLD Buggy, the big brother who was getting very sad by his annoying brothers. When Shanks turned in his seat and saw Buggy, he felt the mug of beer in his hand slip. Beck's hand shot out and caught the falling cup, but before he could ask Shanks what was going on, his husband was already moving from his seat. What happened? Shanks inquired as he walked quickly towards his brother. He hadn't seen the look on his brother's face since their father's execution had been announced. He placed his hands on Buggy's shoulders. Buggy always needed something or someone to ground him when he was too sad about something. Shanks used to be that for him until that day happened. Brother? You need to decide what to do with those boys, because it's been Garp the FING fist that's been raising all three of them this whole time. He looked Shanks in the eyes. And if you don't, I will be taking them. Shanks felt the color drain from his face. I can't have them dash. It's FING Garp? Buggy yelled at him. He killed our father. He was his FING executioner. Luffy is his blood grandson. Shanks told his brother, who didn't even flinch in shock. Oh, he knows. Shanks thought. He didn't know how Buggy knew, but he did. He abandoned Anchor when he was 3. He's been raising Sabo and Ace into believing they were worth less than dirt because of their blood father, Buggy growled back. Our father. His eyes narrowed. Anchor is already yours. When are you going to claim the other two? Shanks had known the boys were being raised by someone but hadn't known it was Garp. Who the hell keeps giving him children to raise? Shanks thought. Luffy would have died had he not found Makino, and would have definitely died had Hongo not been on the Red Force when we had first come to this village. He didn't want Anchor to hate him, but he couldn't leave his son and his brothers here under the watchful gaze of Garp any longer. Shanks closed his eyes to regain a clear mind. Buggy is right. He turned to look at his husband. We need a plan. We could do the unthinkable. Beck said offhandedly. We could take them to Sabaody Archipelago. There was a sharp intake by the crew. They all knew why Shanks avoided that place, Rayleigh. He's the only one who would know of a place for them to be hidden but still have a chance at a normal life. That man Shanks began but was interrupted by his brother. He'll try to lay a claim on the twins. Buggy groaned at the thought of Rayleigh raising all 3 boys. They'll be monsters when they grow up. Literally. The 2 brothers remembered their training at 9 and 10. They couldn't imagine being trained at 6 and 8. There's always the old man. Beckman said lazily. Whitebeard might be the better out of the 2 evils. Buggy muttered, having calmed down a bit. He looked at his brother, who was biting his lip. Edward Newgate is a lot of things, but he does have a rule against children being harmed. He looked at Beckman. It'll mean we might have to create an alliance between us and them for this to work. Beckman gave a crooked grin towards his husband and brother-in-law. I don't mind an alliance if that means I get to pull those tail feathers of Marco's every so often. Shanks snorted before full-on laughing. Dahaha. He could imagine Marco in full phoenix form with Luffy trying to pluck his feathers as Sabo and Ace tried roasting the oversized chicken. As the group laughed at the joke, the 3 boys entered the bar. Luffy had about 4 fur blankets from the Red Force wrapped about his body. Out of the trio, Luffy hated winter the most. Upon seeing his fathers laughing, he ran over to them. I hate the cold. He cried out as he launched himself at Beck, who luckily caught the boy. Beck eyed the suspiciously familiar blankets. Are those from your papaya in my room? He inquired as he pulled the blankets from his body. Shishishi. Luffy laughed. You have the warmest blankets. He admitted as he pulled the blankets closer. Beckman chuckled as he grasped the blankets and pulled them even tighter around his son. Better? He asked. Luffy's grin got even wider. The best, Baba. he answered as the constriction from the blankets made it feel like the world's best hug. He absolutely loved the feeling. Shanks noticed the look of longing from the other two children. His brother's words hitting him. "When are you going to claim the other two?" Followed by, "He'll try to lay a claim on the twins, if they chose to contact Rayleigh." Buggy spoke then. "Are you two going to tell Shanks what I already figured out?" His arms were crossed as he looked pointedly at the two boys. Shanks looked at the twin, unsure of what his brother had found out. "We're the ones that got rid of the bandits, not the tigers," Ace admitted. "Bo and I are used to just taking care of our problems ourselves. We were mad that those BSTRDS got the drop on us. They hurt Lulu. We couldn't let somebody else do it," Sabo stated as he looked down at his feet, finding them more interesting. Shanks' eyes widened. Goldberg had told him what he had seen in the building. How? He felt his chest tighten. They're just kids. They shouldn't be able to fight like that. To kill like that. Vovo trained us to go for the soft tissue on the body. Ace divulged as he sat on one of the chairs across from Shanks. We let our anger get the best of us. We really are monsters like he says. Shanks grabbed both boys who were expecting to be hit or yelled at or something. They weren't expecting the hug from the redhead or the tears from themselves as Shanks repeatedly told them they weren't monsters. They suddenly felt the air pressure change. I'm claiming you both. You are my sons, if you will allow it. Neither spoke at first before they both wrapped their arms around Shanks' neck. Yes. They cried out against the redhead's shoulder. Both children began to cry. They were wanted. Luffy wiggled in his cocoon of blankets. That means we're really, really brothers now. His grin was the widest that Beckman had ever seen. How in the world had this happened? He wordlessly wondered. How had they gone from a childless, pirating couple to having 3 feral, wild children in under a year? He shook his head at the thought. Morning brought with it new headaches, as Beck and Shanks soon found out. Upon opening his eyes, Beck found he had one small foot pressed into his face, another pair in his side and his chest being used as a pillow. Sometime in the night all 3 boys had gone from sleeping in the center of the bed to using Beckman as their personal heater. Shanks laid on the opposite side of the bed with one small blanket on him and no kids touching the man as he slept. Beck had to admit though, he kind of felt like gloating as he had become the favorite during the night. Pulling each kid off him without waking them sounded easier than it was, but thankfully each boy slept like a log. It would take a bomb to wake those 3 properly. Once he had relieved himself in the bathroom, Beckman came out to find that all 3 boys had gravitated towards Shanks, who was now stuck under a pile of children. Making quick work, he found the cameo dendon and snapped a picture of the scene before him. The flash waking Shanks, who glared at the perpetrator who had awakened him. Beck? He questioned before realizing he was pinned by 3 little boys. Beck, help! He whimpered, a bit panicked on how to get out from under the boys without waking them. I figured it out, so can you. Beckman stated with a half grin as he walked away waving his new prize, a picture of all 3 boys and Shanks messy-haired and sleeping like babies. It was cute and a good memory to have. Tomorrow the children would say goodbye to their fathers and uncle, who would return in the spring with hopefully word on whether they'd be staying in Whitebeard's territory, hopefully on Sphinx Island where it'd be the safest for the 3 terrors. The alternative would be not so good, but there might be a way to get around contacting Rayleigh and going straight for Shaki instead. What most didn't know about Miss Shikuyaku was before she'd been the Empress of Amazon Lily she had held a lover and given birth to a boy who now technically Rayleigh's stepson and was Shanks' rival. Beckman didn't like Mihawk very well as he found the younger man a bit arrogant and pretentious. Lighting up a cigarette, Beckman sighed as the nicotine smoke filled his lungs before he released it into the early morning air. He knew that beggars can't be choosers and they might need the swordsman to become a temporary guardian to their sons. Besides that, word had it, the swordsman might become a warlord of the sea. It might now be a bad idea to use that title to hide a few future troublemakers right under the noses of the world government. After all, the Dracula castle was quite big and very spacious. The island had wild monkeys on it and was hidden away to the point you'd need to get lost before you found it. Beck chuckled, which garnered a few looks from fellow crewmates who looked at him worriedly. Laughter from the first mate could mean trouble for them in the long run, and nobody wanted that. By the time Shanks finally made his way out of the bed and away from the sleeping children, Beckman had shared his idea with Buggy, who was all for annoying the black-haired goth swordsman. All they now needed to do was convince Shanks, and neither thought it'd take too much to convince him of a visit to his rival. After all, Shanks loves a challenge. Chapter 22, Eyes of a Hawk. Leaving Anchor the second time since becoming his father's was the hardest thing either man had ever done. It was even harder now with Ace and Sabo along for the ride. The 3 boys waved goodbye first to the Red Force and then to the big top. Everyone involved tried not to cry or show tears, to be manly and tough, only for Shanks to be the first to slink away into his private room and let his tears flow freely. Yes, they'd see the boys come spring, but so much could happen between now and then. Shanks felt a sudden presence next to him and leaned against the larger, warmer body that was his husband. Beckman ran a hand through Shanks' red hair, massaging the scalp and calming his anxious spouse. He knew the younger man had come to their room to hide away from prying eyes in order to release his pent-up emotions. Beck tipped Shanks' head back to look at his blue-gray eyes. "They'll be okay," he assured him, his hand coming up to caress Shanks' face. "He has strong brothers." The redhead nodded and would have spoken when Beck's lips brushed up against his own. Pulling back, Beckman continued. "When we see Anchor again, he'll be stronger, know his devil fruit better and will be a little wiser." He kissed Shanks' lips again. A sigh left the redhead as Beck had thoroughly distracted him with words of comfort as he had stolen his attention with his sinful lips and fingers. Shanks groaned as his husband's lips went to his pulse point on his neck as his fingers began to undo the rest of Shanks' partially open shirt. That hand continued going down trained muscles before disappearing into loose slacks. "Be Beck!" Shanks cried out. It was rare when his husband would take charge in their lovemaking. Usually Shanks had to chase and tease him for an entire day before the older man would break down and take him. His hands coming up to grasp at Beckman's clothes. He had too many on. When Beckman suddenly grasped both hands that were grabbing at him and pressed Shanks against the bed with hands above his head. "Not yet," he whispered to the redhead into his ear. "I'm not done distracting you." Shanks felt his eyes roll back as he was thoroughly kissed as Beckman's hand grasped him once again. Shanks' MMMs were swallowed by his husband's mouth as his pleasure increased. His hips lifted to increase the friction of Beck's hand on him. Breaking their kiss, Shanks panted as Beckman's SCKED at the crook between his neck and shoulder. Shanks' hands were released only for his hair to be grasped and mouth forced back against Beckman's. His husband climbed on top of him and began grinding himself against his love who was closing in on his release. Shanks whimpered as he found himself falling over the brink faster than ever before. He grasped at Beckman's forearm once again, he threw back his head and let himself go. The release of Haki exploded from the captain's cabin. The senior members felt it wash over them harmlessly as the newer members found themselves falling over themselves onto the deck passing out. Several hours later Shanks found himself naked, fully sated and content with life itself. Laying in bed with the window open to cool his overheated body. Nearby he heard the clicking sound as Beckman's cleaned his weapon for the 100th time. The wood is as smooth as silk, as Shanks had run his hands along it few times. The flintlock rifle was old, even by today's standards. His husband had told him that it was all he had left of his blood father. The man having left Beckman and his mother when Beck was 8 due to disease. Shanks shivered at the thought of losing the man he loved to a disease. He already lost his father to one. His eyes began to go distant when he heard Beck's voice. "Stop thinking such dark thoughts," he said as he took the cigarette out of his mouth. "There's no me without you." He looked over his shoulder at the redhead. "How do you do that?" Shanks asked as he rolled onto his back, the fur pelts beneath him rubbing against his skin. "Do what?" Beck asked as he put the barrel back into place, he ensured that the pins were in their place as well. "Read my mind." Shanks answered as he covered his eyes with a hand. "You always know what I'm thinking." "That's easy," Beck responded as he did his final inspections of his weapon. "You're a brat." Shanks squawked furiously. "My brat though." He grinned. He loved teasing his husband. Standing he went to return his weapon to the stand on the wall where Griffin was sitting. "But," Shanks muttered under his breath. "I know," Beck wiggled his hips at him. "It's a nice one at that." He walked out of their room with a sheet-eating grin on his face as Shanks was left with mouth gaping wide like a fish out of water. Over the next few days things were frighteningly quiet on board the Red Force. No raids were conducted as they didn't come across any of the normal pirate crews. Only small-time merchants, some bearing buggies Jolly Roger. Some merchant ships bore a Jolly Roger from a crew Shanks recognized as the Arlong Pirates. After 2 weeks, the long days became even longer as the crew crossed the calm belt. Shanks tapped the side of the ship in a rhythmic manner, a tune coming to his mind as the boring day went on. The Red Force was traveling at an unusually slow pace the calm belt, as if the ship itself didn't want to leave the East Blue Sea. "Me too, girl," he thought as he began to hum the tune he was strumming against the boards. Bonk Punch sat down next to him with his guitar in hand. After a few moments the tall burly man began to play the tune his captain was humming. Monster jumped onto his shoulder listening to the tune. Meanwhile Beckman and Building Snake were looking over the world maps they had collected hoping to pinpoint Whitebeard's location with the information they have. The plan was to visit Crocus at Reverse Mountain to see what he knew on where the old man was. Mihawk was easy to find. All they had to do was call and give him coordinates on where to meet so he and Shanks could have a duel. The two men heard the music going. Shanks' hum was coated in haki, allowing the vibrations to spread across the entire ship. This allowed the entire crew to hear the tune. Beckman recognized it as the tune he had heard Shanks hum to Luffy when their son had been sick. An explosion suddenly caused everyone to turn towards the sound. Ahead of them was a dozen or so marine ships firing upon a Sin's vessel. A wild laugh filled the air along with some pained grunts. Marines are scattered out on the surrounding ships as the remaining few continued to fight against that one person. A ship is suddenly cut from bow to stern as another is cut across the starboard side. The two ships sink as the men on board rush for their lifeboats. On board the raft-like ship, the single swordsman stood looking bored as hell as his vessel escapes between the sinking ships. As the cannonballs fly through the air towards him, the man strikes the air around his ship. The air pressure creates a sonic boom as it sends the cannonballs back to their ships. Upon their return, the ships explode simultaneously. "Oh!" Shanks yells with excitement. "Beck! It's my hawk!" Beckman groaned. Yes, they were going to look for the man, but he really wasn't looking forward to the reoccurring fight between the two rival friends. "Joy!" he stated with a groan. "Lucky, get the barrels of booze and you might want to start up something for them to eat afterwards." Lucky chucked. "On it, boss." "Huh?" Shanks questioned as he watched his spouse walking down to the top deck from the navigational deck. "When did you get to be called boss?" he asked, sounding almost like a pout as he held a hand onto his straw hat when the wind decided to suddenly show up. "You're still chief." Beckman grouched suddenly in a foul mood. "Oh love, you're not feeling a bit jealous of old Haki, are you?" Shanks teased. "Calm down." Beck muttered. He didn't want to flaunt their status with Mihawk around. "Ryathiite," Shanks said, unbelieving his beloved husband. Turning towards the master swordsman's ship, Shanks jumped onto the railing of the ship, grasped the rope ladder going up to one of the sails and waved. "My aya hawk." A glare was the swordsman's response before he grabbed Yoru from his back and flew at Shanks. The crew jumped out of the way as Beckmans threw Griffin at Shanks. A blink later the two swords clashed with sparks. "You are as annoying as ever, Red." Shanks grinned as his haki flew around them, clashing with Mihawk's own haki. Red and black sparks could be seen by those with stronger wills. Those without could sense the wind and air pressure changing around the two as they pushed, clashed, and parried against each other. Mihawk pulled his butter knife from his waist and threw it at Shanks' head, who hit the tiny 4-inch knife away, knowing any knife was deadly when in Mihawk's hands. "Oh!" Shanks gasped as he was pushed towards the port side of the ship. "I think you're actually trying to kill me." He teased the dark-haired man. "You think?" Mihawk asked, his tone pretentious as if Shanks was dirt beneath his feet. He suddenly flew across the ship towards Shanks, Yoru coming to slice the BSTRD's head off. Between one breath and the next both moved as one, Griffin colliding with the Yoru's blade and skittering off its edge with a metallic shriek as Mihawk flicked the sword away before he delivered a punched strike right toward the newly named Yonko's gut. When the two separated, Shanks was rubbing his gut. "How about I make a deal with you?" Shanks asked, a tease on his lips as he sauntered one way and then another. The men circled each other. A single brow raised on the swordsman's elegant face. "What do you want?" he asked as he flew at Shanks, who jumped in time to avoid being cut in half. "If I win this fight, you do me a favor." Shanks grinned when Mihawk gave him an annoyed look. "And should I win?" he inquired, causing Shanks to laugh. "I'll give you my arm and announce to the world you are the greatest swordsman." Shanks joked. He then saw Beckman facepalm from his peripheral vision. "You dash," Mihawk began before he shook his head. "Are either an idiot or are in desperate need of assistance." He flicked his wrist with his sword in hand. "Either way, I will take my reward." In his mind's eye, Shanks saw Mihawk use his ultimate strike, a form he had only seen used against the likes of Shiki by Rayleigh. By using that form, Shanks would lose his right arm. Upon seeing 7 seconds into the future, Shanks changed course. Instead of rushing directly at the swordsman, Shanks engaged Skywalk by jumping just as Mihawk went to strike him. He then struck from above, coating Griffin and both arms in haki. Shanks doubled down on his downward strike. Mihawk felt the air pressure change minutely and moved just as Griffin came down to strike him, but instead of being cut by the blade, Mihawk only loss was his hat from his head. The redhead chuckled. "Oops. TCH, Mihawk sounded disappointed as he picked up the pieces of his hat. "Very well. This is your win," he said as he placed Yoru on his back. "Now what is this favor you need from me?" he asked, eyeing the grinning redhead as the crew began to also grin. Beckman shook his head as he picked up a wooden mug that Lucky had brought from the kitchen filled with booze. He held out the mug. "Let's discuss that as friends. You're starting to make me itch for my weapon." The swordsman sighed as he took the pint of beer from Shanks' first mate. "This best be worth my time," he stated before drinking from the cup and listening to the men about the boys they had adopted but needed to protect. By the end of the story and the barrel of booze, Dracula Mihawk wondered if these men were just crazy for their request or if he was crazy for considering it. Chapter 23, Stranger Danger. The unusually warm winter morning brought with it the chirping of winter birds. Small animals venturing out of their dens as the morning light stretched across the land. The residents of the small town of Foosha began to go about their daily routines. As the day began, 3 rambunctious yells could be heard as the 3 brothers ran and skidded through the freshly fallen snow. Luffy jumped into a snow pile behind the bar as Sabo and Ace climbed to the roof to get a better look at the village. "Oi!" Ace yelled out at Luffy. "Lulu! There's a ship coming into port." He looked at Sabo. "Do you have the spyglass?" Sabo opened his jacket and pulled it out of the hidden pocket inside. He then handed it to his brother before it was given back to him. "There's only one guy on board," Sabo commented. "He looks like he's noble-born." He looked up at Ace from his position. "Too polished to be a pirate." He then looked at the guy once more. "Weird eyes," he said offhandedly when he suddenly gasped. "Luffy!" Ace looked to where their brother had been just seconds ago. His body gone. "Huh?" He then turned to the port. "That idiot!" he gasped before facepalming. "He moved so quickly," Sabo whispered before he jumped off the roof with Ace following him. The 2 older boys running after the younger before hiding behind a nearby building. Luffy watched as the raft-like ship was anchored into the port before a plank came out of the side of the raft, landing on the dock before a man in nice clothes came off the ship. The man wore a fat hat with feathers in it and had a huge sword on his back. The man came to a stop in front of Luffy. "Where is Party's bar?" he asked the boy. Tipping his head to the side, Luffy asked, "You're looking for Kino?" A frown marred the man's perfect emotionless face. "If that person is otherwise known as Makino? Then yes." Luffy looked at the man with a frown. "You talk weird," he said, causing the man to groan inwardly at the child's no-filter type of way. "Kino's this way." Luffy grasped the man's hand and began dragging him down the street to the bar. Upon anchoring in the sleepy village, Mihawk had one goal: get the children and leave. He didn't like having to deal with people, strange children, or old men. Within seconds of stepping onto the island, he had to already deal with one child who stated he talked weird. The boy proceeded to grab his hand and lead him into a tiny bar. "Kino!" the boy yelled, followed by a strange shishishi sound. "Luffy, I'm right here." A woman with green hair spoke as she stood up from being bent over from behind the bar. "Who's your friend?" "Luffy?" Mihawk thought as he looked down at the boy before he ran over to the woman, Makino. Who would have thought he'd find one out of the 3 children he was sent here to find so quickly? "I am Mihawk." "Ah, another one, huh?" she stated with a chuckle. She looked down at the boy who was climbing up onto a stool. "You seem to find the oddest adventurers." Mihawk walked up to the woman. "I am here at the request of a mutual associate." "Oh?" she questioned as she leaned onto her clasped hands and looked him into his strange eyes. "What associate?" she asked. "I know quite a few people." "Red-haired Shanks." He nodded towards Luffy. "His father." As Makino's eyes widened, she felt a twinge of fear. "Is this man an enemy of Shanks?" Before she could pry any information out of the man, though, Luffy acted. "You know my papai and Baba?" he asked excitedly as he jumped in the chair. "A new friend?" Luffy wondered. "Yes," he answered with some annoyance in his tone. "Unfortunately, I do." Before anything could continue, though, 2 blurs of energy came rushing into the bar. Mihawk dodged expertly as a pipe weapon slammed into where the man had stood seconds ago before having dodge again as a spiked club slammed into his once again previous place of standing. A blond boy stood protectively in front of the barmaid and Luffy as the raven-haired child growled viciously at him. "Stay away from our brother," he snarled at before attacking the man. Without missing a beat, Mihawk again dodged the child's sudden attack upon his person. Getting annoyed even further, Mihawk sidestepped before grasping the club in mid-strike, clenched his fist and shattered the barbaric weapon. As the wood fell, Ace leapt backwards to avoid capture, only for the man to turn his strange eyes upon him. The intensity of the stare caused Ace lose his balance as his legs gave out from underneath him because of exhaustion. For an instant Mihawk saw another in his place. This boy had a fiery spirit, and it reminded him of himself before he'd been trained by his stepfather. The boy acts irrational, he thought. Almost as if going on instinct alone. If trained, he'd become a formidable fighter. "What is your name, boy?" Luffy's grin became wider than ever. "Ben D. Ace," he answered for his eldest sibling. "Is that so?" He continued to eye the boy who was staring right back at him. "Yeah," Ace answered. Mihawk turned his attention towards the other boy. "I assume that means that you are Ben D. Sabo." Sabo relaxed a bit, though he still kept his pipe weapon outstretched to protect the other 2. "Yes, sir." Sabo answered, his accent thicker than his brother's, almost as if the boy was trying to disguise his true voice. Interesting. Mihawk thought as he stepped towards the blonde but stopped halfway. I am Dracul Mihawk. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, an acquaintance to Ben Beckman and red-haired Shanks. He took the wide-brimmed black hat decorated with a large feather on its side off of his head. His noble-like tone usually threw people off, and it seemed to be doing so to these people as well. They were on high alert, especially the 2 boys. They have requested that I take you to my island where you'll be safest from their enemies. I don't believe that shit. Ace yelled at him as he stood up and ran over to his brothers in order to protect them. Believe it or not, but you 3 will be leaving with me by the end of the day. He told them matter-of-factly as he reached into his long, open black coat and pulled out a white Denden mushi. Dialing a number, it didn't take long for the person on the other end to answer. Hello? Came an all-familiar tired voice. Baba. All 3 boys yelled out happily. Tell the boys why I'm here. Mihawk told Ben Beckman, sounding irritated. Boys, Mihawk is here to take you to his island, Kurigana Island. Beck's voice echoed in the room. It's the least most dangerous place we could think of sending you. There was silence in the room. Think of this place as a training ground where you don't have to hold back on. I did not agree to train them. Mihawk groused. Who says you'll need to? Ben grinned into the Denden. They'll train themselves. I know my children. They want to be the strongest if they're going to keep up with their papai and I. Luffy pouted. That sounds boring, Baba. He gave his brothers his best puppy-eyed look. I don't want to train. Ace rolled his eyes at him. Guess Bo and I will become pirates and you'll be a land lover. He teased. I will become a pirate and win everything until I get the most notoriety. It'll be proof of my existence. Even if nobody other than my family will acknowledge me. Even if they hate me. I'll become a great pirate and show the world that I exist. Ben groaned. He had bad feeling about this. Turning his head, he saw Shanks with literal stars in his eyes at how proud he was of Ace's little speech. Luffy gasped, loosing his puppy eyes as determination set itself into his eyes. No fair. I want to be a pirate. Ace looked up at his littlest brother who was still sitting on the stool. I'll be better than some old pirate. I'll be the king of the pirates. Just like Vovo Roger, but better. He stated excitedly as he began laughing. The gears of fate began to spin as these words were spoken. Idiot. Ace said with no heat in his voice. Here I was wondering what you'd say. Sabo burst out laughing. You're funny, Lulu. He grinned down at his brother from the bar top. I can't wait to see you in the future. Back on the Red Force, Ben had slapped a hand over his husband's mouth as Shanks had went to yell excitedly at Luffy's proclamation at becoming the next king of the pirates. Meanwhile Mihawk felt an eye twitch. Oh, these 3 were going to be trouble in the very near future. He had no idea how right he was going to be. GARP. Vice Admiral Garp felt himself startle awake as his old friend came barging into his private office. Newly appointed Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked beyond set off as he slammed the Newsku newspaper onto the desk of his oldest friend. The 2 had gone through training together, but fate had taken the 2 on different paths. Read it. He yelled, gaining a groan from the other man. Warlord of the Sea, Dracul Mihawk last seen on Dawn Island in the Goa Kingdom leaves territory with 3 children apprentices. Garp's tired brain wasn't registering the implications of the information he was reading until he looked at the picture of said warlord with the 3 boys in tow. The smiling faces of the 3 brats that were under his care, along with his own blood grandson. What the hell? Sengoku was expecting more than just a little yell, but it was a start. Do something before this gets out of hand. He turned and walked away, never mind he had his own problems with his own grandson that he was trying to fix. The things we'll do for family. He thought, not realizing that Garp had already sat down to eat his crackers nor that the man was grinning proudly at the path that the boys had chosen. As hard as it was going to be fun hunting those brats down to give them a good old fist of love. Chapter 24, Spooky Island. Turns out the raft ship was no raft at all, as it did have a below deck, which is where the 3 boys spent most of their days, especially once Mihawk realized that none of the boys could actually swim. Who lived on an island and didn't learn that fundamental lesson? He wondered with a shake of his head. Apparently Shanks' children did. Nobody had the heart to tell the warlord after that Luffy had a devil fruit, thinking he'd bar all 3 children from even coming up out of the ship until they docked onto his island in a month. They all realized at this point that it was going to be a very long month of traveling. It was a rare sunny afternoon when the boys were on the top deck. Ace and Sabo were wrestling each other as Luffy kept count on who beat who. Mihawk was left with rubbing his temples as the boys were being too loud. It wasn't always Luffy, who was loud in his own right, but usually the twins could exceed the volume of what he thought their voices could make noise-wise. Why did I agree to this arrangement? Children were loud, obnoxious and messy, though he had to admit he had yet to see the last one from the 3 boys. What he found interesting though was Luffy squirreling away things into the oddest places aboard. The boys seemed to see it as a game of sorts, or so he thought. It annoyed Mihawk, especially when he'd find food or seashells in a cupboard or clothing stuffed into a supply closet where it shouldn't be. Then one day he found the boy squirreling away his leftover lunch under his temporary bed. He grasped the child's shoulder. You would have thought he had stabbed the boy with the way he screamed. Aya! Luffy's scream lasted a full 30 seconds. In that time frame there was a double thumping sounds from outside as the twins dropped what they were doing and ran down to save their brother. In that same time frame Mihawk pulled the boy onto his feet. Why are you doing that? He asked, only curious, but found that after the initial scream Luffy began to cry. Mihawk felt irritation begin to rise when he felt the other's presence. Turning, he pulled Luffy by the arm and put him in Ace's. Why is he putting items such as food under his bed, in cupboards or supply closets? Ace's eyes widened. He hadn't known Luffy was doing that again. Sighing, the older boy tried consoling his little brother by rubbing his back. Before Baba and Popeye adopted Lulu, he was all by himself. So he had to put things in certain places in case he needed it later, like food. He looked away a bit embarrassed. Bo and I used to do it too until Kino started taking care of us. He looked down at Luffy. He stopped doing that after Kino took him in. I guess with the move and all, he's a bit worried he won't get enough to eat. It doesn't help with our appetite either. Sabo supplied as he noted Luffy had calmed down a bit. You okay, Lulu? He scared me. Luffy yelled. I think I wet myself. He pouted he hadn't done that since he'd become a big boy. Sabo laughed. I bet you did. Ace growled at him. Stop acting like a baby, DMN it. Shishishi. Luffy laughed lightly, trying to make it seem like it wasn't a big deal, but it was. Sorry. Go clean him up. Mihawk told the older boy, then looking at Luffy he continued. Then you and I will have a talk about this habit of yours. Are you angry? Luffy asked, looking like a pup who'd been kicked by its master. No, Mihawk answered truthfully. How could he be? The boy obviously had some problems from his past that was still following him around. However, you and I will have a talk about this and figure a way to ensure it doesn't happen again. His strange eyes looked at the boy. Do I make myself clear? Luffy nodded. I'm sorry. He apologized sincerely, sniffling his now snotty nose. The month it took to get to his home was going to be the longest month of his life. Longer than his month-long training session with his stepfather on Rusukana. Red-haired is going to owe me. Mihawk thought as he reached under the bed for the plate of food he'd seen Luffy put there, only to feel something move across his hand. Lifting the sheet to look, he was shocked to see a rather large Hercules beetle skitter across the floor. Groaning inwardly, he picked the beetle up to release it outside, silently praying there weren't any more of these things on his ship. On the morning of their arrival to the island, Ace, Sabo and Luffy were on the top deck as they approached the island. The perpetual storm clouds around the island, along with the doom and gloom feel, had all 3 boys staring at the island with jaws dropped. The island gave off the air of death to most. To Mihawk it meant nobody would dare come close to his island and would leave him alone, the way he liked it. Kuraigana Island is the name of this island. It has been my home for many years. Mihawk began, not really thinking the boys were listening, but from what he had observed, Sabo retained information, Ace extracted revenge, and Luffy picked his nose a lot, acting as an idiot on most days. The boy was definitely his father's son. It was once the home of the fallen Shikiru kingdom and their nobles. He never noticed the deviled looks the boys were giving each other, as all 3 were itching to go explore the island and its ruins. I do warn you 3, do not go on the eastern side of the island. The forest is resident to human drills, ape-like beasts. They have learned how to forge weapons from the previous occupants of the island. So, they're dangerous. Sabo concluded, not really asking, just making his own assessment of the information given. Very. Mihawk resumed, telling the children of the island, the storms, the barrier reef that surrounded the island and could destroy most ships if they didn't know how to travel through it properly. Overall, the island was dangerous. Nobody in their right mind would live here, and yet it was the safest place for the 3 boys. Are there ghosts here? Luffy asked, a wide grin on his face. Ghosts do not exist. Mihawk stated in a deadpan tone. What about vampires? Ace asked as he rubbed his neck, secretly hoping ghoulish monsters didn't really exist as well. Only if you are the one to have eaten the Bato no Mi. Mihawk explained. It's a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Ace sighed in relief. Mihawk saw Sabo open his mouth to speak. Before any of you ask, there are no zombies, ghouls, demons, devils, or giant beasts on the island either. He saw all three boys deflate at the knowledge that there wasn't a single monster beast on the island. How boring. Ace thought as he watched the island get closer. Really? Not even a ghoul? Sabo wondered. No monsters? Luffy's eyes widened. Boring. Depression set in instantly into the three boys. So what were they supposed to do with their time now? After the ship docked to the stone pier that led out towards the sea, the three boys gathered their things and followed Mihawk to the huge castle that dominated the horizon. For the moment it seemed that their new home, though boring, could at least give them an adventure in exploring the massive building before them. After that, who knows? Maybe they'll check out those supposedly dangerous apes. The older boys looked at Luffy. If they could fight and defeat Goa's massive monstrous apes, surely this island's beasts would suffer the same fate. At the same time all three boys wondered what human drill would taste like. It was then across the island the human drill inhabitants felt a massive shiver go throughout their population as they each sensed a new predator having arrived on the island. You're leaving. Ace yelled out at the taller, older man. But we just got here yesterday. Mihawk was dressed and was carrying a bag of new clothes fresh with him. With the door open he turned towards the boy and stared down at the ace. The three children had stuck close to him once they had arrived at the castle the day before. He had showed them where everything was and where they'd sleep, each boy gaining a room for themselves. The castle was stocked with enough food and wine to last for a decade. I have my duties as a warlord to perform. He told the boy looking down at him. You are the eldest. Keep the other two out of trouble. He then walked out the castle door leaving an astonished Ace behind with a gaping mouth wide open. Ace felt his eye twitch as the a-hole had turned on his heel and left them. Watch them? He thought incredulously. But who's gonna watch me? He facepalmed before dragging his hand down his face. Hey Ace, Sabo waved him over to where he was standing. The older twin looked over to his younger brother. You'll never guess what I found. His brother gave him one of those we're gonna get into trouble smiles. What? He asked slowly, every alarm in his brain saying trouble ahead. A dungeon. Sabo answered as a mischievous grin spread across Ace's face. Oh. Ace was getting excited now. Let's get Lulu and explore. He said as he turned towards the staircase. Where's Mihawk? Sabo asked as they went up the stairs. Warlord duties. He stated with a roll of his eyes. He left me in charge. Sabo looked at his brother with a fearful look. Is he nuts? You're the last person who should be left in charge. Ace shrugged. I know that. He grinned. Think he'd be upset if we burned the castle down? Sabo looked at him with shock. Yes. He hissed at his twin who burst out cackling as he raced down the hallway to their youngest brother's room for a day of exploration was at hand. Chapter 25, Feral Children Go Wild. Upon entering Luffy's room the boys found their younger brother swinging from the chandelier. His stretchy limbs allowing him to swing easily from the lights on the ceiling. Morning. He yelled as he let go and landed onto the canvas of the canopy bed. Is your rooms as cool as mine? He peered down at them over the edge of the canopy. Both boys stared at him in amazement. Yeah. Though I think your bed is bigger than mine. Sabo stated feeling a bit intimidated by the sheer size of Luffy's bed. I think you can fit 10 of us in there. Shishishi. Luffy laughed. Ace looked around the room, a bit annoyed. Never mind the bed. Why is my room black and yours red? It's like somebody got murdered in here. Sabo commented, a shiver running down his spine. The walls look like they're bleeding. Luffy pet his head at them. Maybe that's why there's a skeleton in the closet. A skeleton. Both of the boys yelled in unison before they ran over to the semi-empty closet and spotted the skeleton on the floor with a spider crawling through a crack in its left socket eye. Ah man. Sabo groaned, green with jealousy. Why didn't I get the skeleton? It's mine now. Luffy yelled with a giggle. Deciding to change the topic that his brothers were on, Ace spoke. Sabo found a dungeon. Luffy's eyes grew wide as stars as shone in them as excitement bubbled out of his person. Let's go explore, he stated with joy. Jumping from the canopy onto the floor, Luffy grabbed onto both of his brothers with his stretchy arms and pulled them as he ran. Luffy, they screamed as flew through the hall when he came to the spiraling staircase that went down into the darkness. Then suddenly Luffy stopped. This caused his rubbery arms to act like slingshots, shooting his brothers right at him. The trio of brothers went rolling down the steps into the darkened room below. Ow! Sabo groaned as he landed onto something hard. That something was Ace. Get off of me, you butt! Ace complained. Luffy laughed as he had landed on top of the other two. Let's do that again! He yelled with excitement and pure joy. Let's not! Ace groaned in pain. Ever so. Slowly, the other two got off of the eldest brother. Once they righted themselves, they began to look around the room and noticed that there was no lights anywhere. Upon finding a torch, Ace searched his pants for a lighter. Instead, Sabo lit a match and then lit the torch. His older brother looked at him curiously. What? He asked genuinely with a shrug. I usually carry a couple of matches. I've learned from past mistakes at not having one. Touché. Ace quipped as he took the torch and began to lead his other two deeper into the darkened room. Don't look like much. Sabo stated offhandedly. Would think there would be people in these cells. They're empty. Luffy complained. I thought he was some sort of warlord. Don't warlords take prisoners? The two older brothers gave each other a look before shrugging. They didn't know. Mihawk was the first warlord they had ever met. They only had the stories that Makino told them from the books she used to read to them before they went to bed. Maybe these warlords in the stories and warlords in reality are two different types of warlords? Sabo tried to semi-explain. Like how? Luffy inquired, truly curious about this. Maybe the warlords in the stories were violent and evil and vile. Sabo explained. But warlords like Mihawk aren't so mean, evil, and vile? He shrugged at Ace as he had no idea if either was true. So Mihawk ain't cool? Luffy asked. Like the book version of warlords? Ace thought about that for a second and scratched the back of his head. Well, Mihawk is cool in his own way. Just not book cool. He now sounds boring. Luffy said in a deadpan tone. Kind of. Both boys agreed as they continued to go through the darkened floor. Upon finding a tunnel leading outside, the trio of boys followed it when suddenly a huge ape-like creature jumped down into their path. It leaned forward and screeched at the boys. What is that? Sabo yelled as he backed away very slowly. Ace felt sweat drip down his back. I don't know. He yelled at his twin. Can I eat it? Luffy asked, salivating at the thought of live meat to fight with. Ace rolled up the sleeve of his black shirt and grinned. Not if I eat it first. He yelled as he grasped a metal pipe from the ground and rushed at the huge beast. GOMU, slingshot? Luffy screamed as he had grasped the edges of the tunnel, pulled himself back and released. Upon releasing, his body was flung through the tunnel into the big gut of the ape, who screeched as it was thrown off its feet and flung even further down the tunnel until it came to a stop when its back busted through a wall and skidded to a stop with Luffy riding on top of its now unconscious form. Shishishi. He giggled with happiness. That was fun. Stars shone in his eyes as Ace and Sabo chased after him. Turning his head at a noise, Luffy's eyes got even bigger at the sight before him as he spotted dozens more of these apes, all of which were watching him. Ace. Sabo. He yelled out. The largest grin either boy had ever seen was plastered across Luffy's face. A Trudy grin. There's more. He said in a sing-song tone. Suddenly the 6-year-old boy launched himself into the air. GOMU strike? His fist, though weak by itself, had grasped a huge metal beam, and he proceeded to use it as a battering ram as he struck down the biggest and baddest-looking ape beast amongst the creatures. The twins' eyes widening as they watched helplessly as their baby brother went on a fighting spree that left a trail of destruction in his wake. Oi, Ace, Sabo began, feeling a bit of trepidation hit him. Do you think these beasts are the human drills that Mihawk warned us about? Ace contemplated that for about a minute. Maybe. He said as he climbed the first unconscious beast that Luffy had beaten. Why? Sabo climbed up next to his brother, who was now standing on the creature's large belly. Well, the way he spoke about them, I thought they'd be harder for Luffy or even us to fight. Ace thought about this as he touched his chin. Maybe we're stronger than he gives us credit for. Sabo turned his attention back to Luffy's battle with the monstrously sized beast before sitting to watch. Speaking of, did Mihawk say when he was going to return? Ace sighed as he sat down next to his brother. Nope. He answered as Luffy knocked over a canister of liquid when he was thrown on the ground by the screeching beast. Ace threw the torch down, which caused the liquid to ignite. The fire encircled around the group of beasts. So we're on our own until either he or our fathers show up? Sabo asked as he looked at the beasts running away before looking at what territory that he could see through the smoke. Yeah. Ace eyed his twin suspiciously. Why? Well, technically we've been abandoned again. Sabo stated. On an island that used to be a great kingdom. We've got no subjects, but we do have rather intelligent beasts on the island. We could train them to cultivate the ground. That's a big word. Ace muttered a tease. Sabo punched his arm in retaliation. Anyway, we could call it ASL Kingdom. ASL Kingdom. Ace grinned. He liked that, he liked it a lot. The sounds of fighting stopped as Luffy climbed the newly unconscious big human drill. I'm king of the pirates. Not yet, you're not. Ace countered. Roar. Luffy screamed out, causing the beasts to step away from the human child. Sometimes I wonder if he's more beast than boy. Sabo stated before grinning. Then again, I can ask the same thing about us. Ace grinned. Lulu is Lulu. he answered as he watched over his youngest brother as he ran around roaring like a big tiger from back on Dawn. His brother was happy and right at this moment, that's all that mattered. Mihawk glared at the admiral that was before him, giving him a speech on how he wasn't supposed to kill the targets, but bring them in so they could be publicly executed. So what if he was taking out the middleman? The pirates he targeted were slotted for death anyways, he just expedited the trip to hell is all. So instead of the 800 million berry that was promised for the entire crew, he received 500 million. It would have to do. Upon returning to his island, though, he was greeted with a new and unusual sight. There were no storm clouds around the island. There was also greenery growing on the island, which was unusual. Taking a spyglass out, as he was still far from the island, he spotted a flag flying over the castle. It was large, yellow, and blatantly handmade with the letters ASL written in red. He felt an eye twitch in irritation. The boys had somehow conquered the island in the 2 months he had been gone, thus deciding to fly a flag to show this. This alone should have caused the irritation, but it was not. The largest reason for his irritation was that red-haired Shanks' ship was safely anchored in the port. Not one person had ever traversed the bay without crashing into the barrier reefs. How the hell did that annoying man do the impossible? It had taken him months to map out the seabed in order to avoid those reefs. Though from what he could see, the red-haired man and his crew had only just settled into the port. He wondered how long it would take for the boys to realize that their fathers were on shore. He also wondered how they managed to survive the island inhabitants, as the human drills were anything but friendly. Luffy growled as he spotted his prey. A stag beetle was sitting between 2 giant logs and his tiny arms couldn't quite reach. Suddenly he began to push his limbs to stretch themselves and panted. Stretching on command was a lot different than stretching during a fight. Fighting meant having to wind up using what Sabo called momentum. Stretching on command meant having to think it in order to make it happen. "Come on," he said quietly as he pushed and pushed arm to stretch, when suddenly his fingers barely grazed the shell of the beetle. Just a little further. His fingers grasped around the huge insect before his arms snapped back. Luffy looked at his hands with amazement. He felt a little emotional at finally doing something he'd been practicing to do and accomplishing it. If only his brothers had been there to see it. As it were, both were inland checking to see if there were any fruit trees blossoming. Last week they'd seen coconuts on the trees near the sea. Back on Dawn that only happened once the warmth had returned. Spring is what Sabo called it. Sitting on his butt with his back turned, Luffy never saw that he was being stalked by a large being. He was so enraptured by the colorful stag beetle with gold and green colors. He gently rubbed the exoskeleton to make the beetle's wings come out. He wanted to see if they were colorful too. So when 2 pairs of hands grabbed him from behind, a scream that was so loud and ear-piercing was sounded. The bug was forgotten as he turned and twisted in the hands that had encircled him. "Anchor, calm down." His Popye's voice caught Luffy by surprise. "Popeye!" he cried out in surprise, his hand reaching up and grasping Shanks' shirt before encircling around the red-headed man's neck. Luffy buried his face into his father's neck, causing Shanks to laugh lightly. "I missed you. I missed you as well, Anchor." Shanks replied with a softness to his voice. He truly had missed the little boy he had adopted. Shanks then noticed that neither of his brothers were around. He was about to say something when he felt a large dark presence behind himself. Turning slowly around, saw a hideous large ape beast snarling down at him. He had heard that Mihawk's island was inhabited by large apes, but he had never actually seen them, until now. Holding Luffy close to his chest with his left arm, Shanks prepared to grasp his sword with his right hand when Luffy spoke. "Popeye, don't hurt her. She's the alpha female, she won't hurt us." He looked at his son as if he'd just grown another head. "Are you certain?" he asked, knowing bloodlust when he felt it. "She heard me scream," Luffy explained. "So she came to help me." "Oh?" he thought as he looked up at the huge ape. Luffy wiggled out of Shanks' arm and stood firmly in front of the human drill. "He won't hurt me," he told her. The beast pet its head at him. "This is my Popeye. He's nice." The ape snorted at Luffy, before giving a chuff at Shanks. Looking Luffy over, the alpha female sauntered back into the thick forest. Bending down to Luffy's level, Shanks ruffled his son's hair. "Why don't you tell me everything that's happened since coming to the island while we look for your brothers?" "Okay." Luffy pouted. "What's wrong?" Shanks asked as he took Luffy into his arms once more. Seriously, he wasn't holding the boy because he missed him or anything. No. Of course not. He was holding him to ensure his safety. "Yeah. That is his excuse. I caught a stage beetle," Luffy said with tears in his eyes. "But then you startled me and it flew off." "Oh boy," Shanks thought. "I guess we'll have to find another one," he said, hoping that would be the end of it. "You don't understand." Luffy's pout deepened. "I caught it by commanding my arms to stretch and grasp it instead of using my power to fight." He's training his powers already? Shanks stared in amazement. That's amazing, son. You'll have to show me. Luffy's cheeks turned red. I'm still learning. He admitted. I'm still proud. Shanks told Luffy, who looked up at Shanks with a bright smile. Oh, how he couldn't wait to see the man that his son would become. Chapter 26, Sleepy Ace. Ben Beckman had seen and heard a lot of things in his lifetime. 3 months ago he had witnessed Mihawk, his husband's favorite pirate to pick on, agree to take their 3 feral children into his home for safekeeping. That being said, the man really should have asked questions about the children. Instead he had assumed they were normal, not the wild children that they truly were. Beck loved his boys and their feral antics, but others did not. So upon seeing the warlord returning to his now claimed island was very entertaining, especially since the man seemed very annoyed about something. Upon docking his ship, Mihawk's boot-stomping gait could be heard even by those on the other side of the pier, where Beck was currently sitting on the wall that led towards the castle. You should have asked questions. He teased the yellow-eyed warlord. You should have given me the information on those boys. He countered as he looked up at the flag flying from his home. Nevertheless, if the castle is still standing, I am not too angry. He continued up the steps. If there is damage to the foundation, I will take it out on your husband. Beckman raised a brow. Oh? Would he now? He grinned, the toothpick in his mouth was spat out. Oh, Shanks will love that. Meanwhile, said Redhead was coming out of the forest with Luffy on his hip. A whole field had been cleared by the smaller human drills, as seedlings had been placed into the newly cultivated ground by the boys only a week before. Sabo found books on planting and when to plant. Luffy explained. It had been left behind by the old owners of this place. There were seeds in the dungeon. Luffy stated with excitement. No prisoners though. He sounded disappointed in that aspect. None? Shanks questioned with shock in his voice. Not even a ghost? No ghosts. Luffy cried out in frustration. Not a ghoul. Not even a vampire. Nothing. He slumped over his Popeye's shoulder for dramatic effect. Shanks chuckled quietly. He thought it was funny how much his son thought he'd see such things. Sabo also read the history of this place. He continued. It's boring. He stated in a monotone voice. I bet. Shanks agreed. He'd read about it once, when he'd been bored. He was first traveling with Beckman. It was a very boring 13 days of sailing through the calm belt to the North Sea. They hadn't been as well versed in navigation as they were now. He may have gotten them lost in the calm belt, and Beckman may have thrown him into his cabin and told him not to come out until they had figured out where the sector they were. That was the first time he'd heard Beckman use his native language, and it had been a curse word to boot. So being locked up in his cabin, he had done the second most boring thing in his life. He read books. Going past the fields, Shanks first found Sabo standing next to a river. Sabo had turned towards the noise of footsteps and dropped his pipe weapon the second he saw Shanks. Popeye! He grasped Shanks by his legs and gave him a toothy grin. Shanks reached down and ruffled the blonde hair. Oh, how's my bookworm doing? Sabo grinned at the nickname. Rubbing his finger under his nose to scratch an itch, Sabo spoke. Great. He grasped Shanks' free hand. Come look what Lulu, Ace, and I built during the winter. He led the older man to a building next to the river. It was a stone water mill with a fully functional wheel outside that was moving as the river water ran through it. Inside was fully functional as well, with a stone mill wheel in the center of the room that was currently grinding what looked to be nuts into a powder. He noticed that the boys had several labeled jars full of ground fruit, nuts and seeds. Impressive. Shanks thought when he spotted Ace at the top of the mill roof when the raven-haired boy spotted him. Popeye! Ace waved down at him before climbing down from the rafters. What do you think? He asked. He's looking for praise. Shanks thought as he looked the building over. Upon closing door he could feel how much warmer it was inside. He sat Luffy down as he inspected the walls, how sturdy everything was. I'm impressed. He spoke truthfully. Who would have thought 2 8-year-olds and a 6-year-old could build something so resilient looking? He certainly didn't. The older boys looked pleased with their work. It wasn't easy, Ace admitted. But with Luffy's ability to talk to the human drills we were able to build it quickly. Sabo finished for his twin. We got it done just before the New Year's celebration, subsequently our birthday too. Using big words again, Bo, Ace teased his brother. Sabo frowned at Ace. Vice fodder. He cursed at him. Ace grinned before laughing. Right back at you. No heat was in his words. Shanks was a bit shocked by the curse word leaving Sabo's mouth, but he was certain the boy knew worse words than F.U. Clearing his throat, Shanks changed the subject. So you two just celebrated your 9th birthday. This caused the boys to look at him instead of each other. Good thing I knew your birthday was approaching soon. You did? Sabo asked. Luffy grinned. Popeye and Baba asked about it before they left. Luffy supplied the answer on how Shanks had known. Oh, the twins thought. How about we leave and come back with Baba later? Shanks asked. Everyone wants to help celebrate you two today since we weren't here for your actual birthday. The two boys looked at each other with excitement clear on their expressions. Okay, they yelled in unison. It was the first time they'd get to celebrate their birthday with family. Lulu had done his best by making up a scavenger hunt for their day that ended with the boys finding 2 treasure chests, one with each of their names on it, though Sabo pointed out their names being spelled wrong. The chests had been filled with toys, clothes and fur blankets that Lulu had smuggled off of Goa when they'd left. They had no idea how he'd snuck the items on board Mihawk's ship, but they had loved the surprise. Lulu, when is your birthday? Ace asked, now curious. Sabo answered. May 5th. He grinned. I asked Kino a while back. Ace rolled his eyes at the show-off his brother was being. Shishishi. Luffy laugh. Bo is always a skin, questions. Luffy suddenly jumped onto Ace's back. What's the big idea? He complained though he didn't throw Luffy off of his back. Shanks grinned, recalling how he'd done something similar to Buggy when they'd been kids. Bo asked questions but Ace gets answers before the question is asked. Luffy stated as he hugged Ace tightly. TCH, Ace sounded irritated. What's that mean? Sabo asked as they passed the fields. Usually I beat the bullies up rather than ask them why they're hurting Lulu or you. Ace stated. Ace is a person of action. Shanks explained to Sabo. You like to discover the what's and the whys, which is not a bad thing, Sabo. It means you like plan ahead, not take action and then ask why that happened. What's that got to do with asking about Lulu's birthday? He asked though was happy to know that little Todd bit of information. I assumed Lulu was born in the spring. Ace stated. You actually asked. Oh. Sabo said as he hopped from one rock to another as they climbed the hill towards the castle and the pier. Seems Ace is widely versed in Luffy talk. Shanks thought with a grin. He watched Ace push Luffy up his back so they could follow Sabo on the trail. Ace, why not put Luffy down so you can focus on the trail better? Shanks asked his eldest. Almost obsidian in color, Ace's eyes looked up at his adoptive father. Lulu slips on the wet rocks too easily because he's made of rubber. Ace told him in a matter-of-factly tone as if he should have known that piece of information. Shishishi. Luffy giggled as he held onto his big brother's back. Yeah, Popeye. He grinned at Shanks over his shoulder. Come on, Ace. Baba is waiting for us with our Tios. I know that, Ace stated before muttering under his breath. Brat. Luffy laughed louder as Ace jumped from rock to rock before landing on the grassy hilltop. Shanks following his boys as they brought him to a tunnel that led underneath the castle. There were cells, bats, spiders and large human drills living in this area. They climbed up the stairs, shut the door behind them. This is the main hall of the castle. Sabo explained before the blonde took off ahead of them. Luffy jumped from Ace's back and began to give chase. Ace stayed back with Shanks. Are you alright, son? He asked, noticing the exhausted look the boy had. We ran out of the medicine Tio Hongo made us. He explained. I was hoping it'd last longer but I'm glad you're here. I think I need a break from Lulu and Bo. It wasn't even a second later Ace's eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Shanks caught his son as he fell face first. Ace! Shanks yelled. He felt the boy's face. No fever. He was breathing. As he could feel air escaping his mouth and nose. Both Sabo and Luffy came back to where they'd left Shanks and Ace. Ace fainted again. Luffy said as if it was a normal thing. Shanks frowned. This has been happening? He asked, gaining dual nods. How often does this happen? Both boys shrugged. A couple of times a week. Sabo answered with uncertainty in his voice. Shanks picked Ace up. He was a bit disconcerted at how limp his son was in his arms. He moved Ace's head into the crook of his arm before standing. Follow. He commanded as he made his way to the red force immediately. As he passed Mihawk, the yellow-eyed man's eyes widened. What happened? Mihawk asked, for once sounding concerned. Shanks looked towards the warlord. I don't know. He answered truthfully. Shanks couldn't help the fear creeping into him. His thoughts becoming muddled as he remembered how his father became sick. How Roger tried to hide it behind closed doors. How he would cough so hard that his lungs would bleed red and how it would take up to an hour for him to be able to breathe properly again. He quickly passed Beckman and the crew until he came to the plank. Upon boarding his ship, Hongo was on deck talking to Limejuice. The two men quickly reacted. Hongo had been standing next to Limejuice trying to finish their gift to the twins. Limejuice could carve anything out of wood. So as the first set of wood daggers were drying, Hongo was putting the finishing touches on the two wooden pistols when he heard the fast-paced footsteps coming up the gangplank. Swiftly turning, he saw the panicked look on Shank's face, which told him something had happened way before he saw Ace's limp and unconscious form in Shank's arm. The boy's head was cradled with one hand as his body was cradled by the redhead's arm. What happened? Hongo yelled, quickly taking the small boy from his father. We were talking. Shanks said, his voice cracking. He's breathing. I checked. Breathing is good. Hongo thought as he carefully took the boy down to medical, both of his fathers filling him. He collapsed when he said he was glad we were here because he needed a break from Luffy and Sabo. I think he was tired. Shanks said as he replayed the scene over and over in his mind. Is there something I missed? He just carried Luffy on his back. Beckman pulled his husband into his arms. It's going to be okay, love. He whispered into his ear. Hongo will figure it out. Hongo laid the boy onto the bed in the medical wing. First Luffy, now his brother. He thought grimly. He said they just ran out of the medicine that Hongo had made for them. Shanks mumbled against Beckman's shoulder. He was starting to shake slightly from trying to keep his emotions in check when he felt a tug at his pants. Teary-eyed he looked down at Luffy. Anchor. He bent down and picked his son up, as he needed answers from his son. Do you know if he ate anything that could make him sick? Luffy shook his head. No. Ace isn't like me. He stated. Ace is smart. He knows what makes his tummy upset. Sabo tugged Beckman's pant leg. Ace has been passing out for over a year. He announced. He gets these spells without any warning. They never last very long. Hongo put a blanket on the boy to keep him warm. He was listening to everything that everyone was saying. This led to him believing he knew what was happening to the boy. Narcolepsy. He stated as all the pieces came together. Shanks turned towards his friend and ship doctor. What's that? He asked, frowning. Falling suddenly into an unconscious state. He answered. Narcolepsy can be caused by a head injury, slide, sarcoidosis, or other medical conditions that affect parts of the brain. It could also be caused by genetics. He thought about this for a moment. Stress can cause it to flare. Hormonal changes that occur during PBRTY can cause it to suddenly appear. He shook his head. Though he's not old enough for any PBRTY changes to be the reason. AMMM caused the room to go silent as Ace suddenly began to come to. The boy sat up and rubbed his eyes as he came to fully. Looking around he saw all the worried faces of his family. What? He asked, sounding annoyed. You did that thing you do when you fall asleep suddenly. Sabo explained, gaining a nervous look from his brother along with a red flush to his face. Sorry. He mumbled softly as he continued to feel embarrassed. Shanks sat Luffy on the bed next to Ace. It's okay. He said with concern as he touched Ace's cheek, startled by his son. We'll get you treatment and hopefully it'll stop, or at least we'll get it under control. There's no cure. Hongo stated. However, I can give him medication that will help him control this. I can still become a pirate, right? Ace asked with panic in his voice. Luffy turned towards him to give him a hug, which he accepted. I can still sail the sea, right? He said this a bit quieter as he was beginning to get emotional. Though not curable, it can be managed. Hongo assured him. As long as you take the medication, I don't see why you can't be a pirate. Relief went through Ace like a warm blanket being placed on him. He nodded. Yes, T.O. He accepted his fate. He would be who he wanted to be as long as he did as he was told to do when it concerned his health. Now, Hongo began as he grinned down at his three nephews. I heard we're supposed to be celebrating you two boys today. So let's do just that, huh? Three grins shone brightly as the two in question were carried off to be celebrated as their little brother led the pack up to the top deck, which allowed the party to commence. Chapter 27, The Bends. Gray eyes stared out at the island before their owner with annoyance. Shanks had told him to come to the Warlord Mihawk's island because that was where the red-haired man had decided to hide his children. He'd known Mihawk's was a contender for that. Hell, he'd given Beckman the idea. Didn't mean he was happy about it. Buggy knew about the reefs around the island. He just didn't know where these things were. The white dendon in his hand rang. Blib blib blip. Blib blib blip. Ka-chung. What's the way? He asked the person on the other end. The snail mimicked his brother-in-law's face. It's a snake pattern. You'll head north for 400 meters, then take a sharp turn west. Take that for 600 meters and then dash. Let me guess, east. Buggy grumbled as he leaned on his hand. Heard there was an incident last night. Are the kids okay? You spoke to Shanks? Beckman sounded shocked that his husband had called Buggy. The red-haired idiot had worked himself up into a tizzy. Buggy stated as his ship began following the directions his brother-in-law had given him. It set him into the path of some bad memories that he needed me to pull him out of. Beck sighed. I was wondering why he wasn't in bed last night. Thought maybe he had grabbed anchor and was telling more tales on the figurehead. He still sits on that thing? Buggy gasped. If Mama were still around, Yonko or no, she'd grab him by his ear and give it to him. Oh, a good memory that had been when Portgus D. Rogue had torn Shanks off of their papa's figurehead by his ear and yelled at him for being so stupid because even at 10 years old it was too dangerous for her little boy to be up there. Of course nobody wanted to tell her about his antics in the crow's nest where he'd balance himself on the edge of the bucket. Idiot. What are the next coordinates? Luffy looked up at Mihawk as he inspected the vegetation the boys were growing in their fields. This all came from those seeds? He asked, amazed that the seeds had still been viable after being in those cells for so long. Yep. Luffy said excitedly as he walked the stone pathway between the rows of the growing plants. This field came from unknown seeds. Mihawk's golden eyes turned towards the boy. Unknown? He inquired as he spotted Sabo with a book in hand while looking at the leaves of the new plants. I think I know what they are, the blonde announced. Luffy quickly followed Mihawk as they walked over to the hill Sabo and Ace were on. Ace, having passed out again, was resting with the warlord's dark coat over him. Holding out his hand, Mihawk quietly asked for the book. Sabo handed it over to the warlord. The boy pointed to the two plants it could be. Grain, sorghum, or corn? Corn? Luffy asked his brother when Ace sat up. The dark-haired boy looked at his brothers. What did I miss? He asked when he realized he was wearing Mihawk's jacket like a blanket. Thanks. Of course. The man said as if it wasn't a big deal. We have discovered what the unknown seeds may have been. Sabo grinned. It might be corn. Ace frowned. What's corn? It's a grain. Mihawk supplied. It's good grilled or boiled. Doused in salt and butter. Oh. Ace said, finding that boring. He noticed both of his brothers were drooling though. Sounds yummy. Luffy exclaimed. You can also make popcorn out of certain corn kernels. The dark-haired man supplied, gaining a couple of rumbles for the two boys who were suddenly hungry. Sorry. Sabo apologized as he rubbed his belly. Guess Lucky's bacon and eggs breakfast wasn't enough to tide us over like I thought it would. A sudden thought came to Luffy as he put the small bag he'd brought with him down on the ground. His two brothers looking down at it as Luffy pulled out banana leaves that were wrapped around something. Lucky made these for us. He held one up for Mihawk. There's one for you as well. Each boy took a wrap. Inside was some cooked meat and rice. Oh, yum. Luffy ate the whole thing, leaves and all, before anybody could stop him. Mihawk had turned to see what was in it by looking at Luffy's, only find nothing in the boy's hands. Luffy, next time don't eat the banana leaves. Ace mumbled as he stuffed the food into his mouth. Yeah, they're not to be eaten. Sabo chastised the younger boy. Mihawk's eyes widened. You didn't. He stared at the boy with a mixture of horror and amazement. Luffy looked at his guardian innocently. Didn't what? He asked sweetly. Mihawk felt his eyebrow twitch in annoyance. He was already counting the ways he'd like to kill the red-haired BSTRD, and if these boys produced any gray in his hair over the next few years, he'd be taking those strands into account on how he was going to torture these boys' fathers. On the red force, Beckman felt a shiver run up his spine. Turning his attention away from the sea towards the jungle behind him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of doom coming towards him. Turning back around, he spotted the big top settling into the dock across from Mihawk's ship. Buggy didn't even wait for the plank to be lowered as his body parts flew across the pier, coming back together in front of Beckman. What's the big idea, oh brother-in-law of mine? You almost got us killed. You had time. He countered with a sly grin. Time? Buggy got right in his face. One scratch on my ship, I don't care if it'd anger Shanks, I would have carved a nice new tattoo on you, from your own bones. Beckman winced at the screech in his ear as Buggy had grasped him by his shirt to emphasize just how sad he was. Raising his hands up in surrender, he grinned. Forgive me, brother, I couldn't resist. Shanks came out of the captain's cabin at that moment and leaned over the railing of the upper deck and grinned at the sight of his brother and husband. Should I be worried here? He asked. Buggy turned towards his brother. Your dumbass husband almost had me sailing into a reef. I was just playing. Beck teased a little. The blue-haired man growled at him. Don't do that. He screamed into Beck's face. If I wanted a daily scare, I would have joined that red-haired idiot that I call a brother years ago. Oh, so that's why you didn't join me? Shanks groaned as he fell back onto a barrel that was made into an impromptu chair on the upper deck for dramatic effect. My brother thinks I'm an idiot. He falsely cried. I'm not the only one. Buggy muttered under his breath when a creaking sound was heard. Suddenly the barrel Shanks was using as a seat broke. Shanks fell into a pool of water and ended up looking like a fish out of water as he failed to get back up and only ended up slipping and falling once more. This caused the whole crew to burst out laughing. You really are an idiot. Buggy grouched as he rolled his eyes at his younger brother's antics. Tio. The trio of voices was quickly followed by a canopy of outcries as 3 boys were slingshot from the port side of the ship to the starboard side when Luffy decided now was the best time to reveal to his newest guardian his devil fruit powers. Mihawk's brain had officially had an overload moment as he stared wordlessly as the youngest boy stretched and slingshot across the red force with his 2 brothers in tow. Buggy groaned as the 3 kids hit in sync at his gut. He ended up on his back in front of Beckman, who was grinning like an idiot that for once he hadn't been victim to his boy's antics. What are you doing here? Sabo asked first as he was the one to land on his uncle's chest. Did you bring us something? Ace asked, having been grasped by Buggy's right arm in a reflex to catch him. Did you bring food? Luffy piped with stars in his eyes as he peeked out from behind Sabo when suddenly he was grasped from the nape of his neck by Mihawk. The raven-haired man brought the boy up to his face. When did you eat a devil fruit? He demanded, thinking it had happened on his island. Shanks and the crew remained silent before he tried to sneak back to his cabin to finish up some paperwork. Unfortunately, the golden-eyed man saw this, causing him to realize something. Is this another one of your moments you forgot to mention something, red-haired? He approached the man on the upper deck before drawing Yoru from the placement on his back. Oh boy. Buggy said, sounding annoyed. As Mihawk went to strike at Shanks, Buggy separated his hands from his body, twin daggers in his hands as he blocked the attack in front of his defenseless brother. Now what's the big idea, Hawkeyes? He don't even have his sword on him and you're gonna attack him? He narrowed his eyes at the warlord and growled. Where's the honor in that? Oh. Shanks watched Mihawk pull away from his brother's floating weapons and watched the man give rare grin. Oh. Shanks thought as he watched the dark-haired man jump from the upper deck. Mihawks then came at Buggy, causing the 3 boys to rush over to hide behind Beckman. Buggy refused to move as he recalled his hands back to his body. At the same moment suddenly Shanks was in front of his older brother with Griffin in hand and blocked the incoming strike. TCH, Buggy made an annoyed sound as he turned back towards his nephews. Who wants to see the big top in all her glory? He asked the boys, gaining cheers from the 3 children. He looked at Beckman, who was watching the fight intently. You coming? He asked the first mate, who shook his head no. Can we fly over there? Sabo asked, having seen his uncle's hands fly like they had, so obviously the rest of him had to do it too. Of course, Buggy yelled. We have to make flashy grand entrance. Plus I'll introduce you to some of my men. As Luffy jumped onto Buggy's back, the jester then picked up Sabo and Ace under each arm before running, and with a little footwork, he activated his devil fruit to float over to his ship, which was thankfully close. Mihawk watched the jester leave, feeling as if he'd just been blown off by the blue-haired man. He will pay for that. He thought as Shanks came at him with all the fury of a set-off child. He blocked the release of Haki coming at him with a flick of his hand, his own Haki batting away the Haki of the Mad Emperor. Finally, he's not holding back. With the joy of a madman, Mihawk charged at Shanks as the redhead released a divine departure. Chapter 28, A Little Fun. As soon as his feet hit the deck, Buggy made a beeline for his private quarters. Once in the room, he felt Shanks' release of Haki. DMN idiot. He thought as he stopped in front of 2 chests. Luffy jumped off of Buggy's back and instantly began to explore the new room. Happy birthday, you two, he announced as he placed Ace and Sabo in front of the chests. I know I'm a little late to the party dash. It's okay, Tio, Sabo said excitedly. These last couple of days have been the best birthday celebrations we've ever had. Ace stated as he reached out to open the chest but found that it was locked. It's locked, he gasped. Sabo tried opening his but found it locked as well. So's mine. Sabo looked up at his uncle. Now it wouldn't be a true treasure if it was already open, Buggy stated with a wide grin. However, I'll tell you that the way to open them is somewhere in this room. He waved the 2 off to go explore the room. Turning his attention towards Luffy, he saw the boy trifling through his personal hope chest. Oi, what are you doing there, little Sobrino? Luffy lost his balance and fell into the chest before popping back up. On the little boy's head was a feathered red and black pirate captain's hat which swallowed his tiny head. Shishishi. Luffy giggled. Explorin', he said with a wide grin. If you dig around in there you might find your own treasure as well, Buggy stated with a grin. He knew he'd probably no get back here in time for his youngest nephew's birthday, whenever that was. Luffy's eyes widened. Treasure. Buggy smiled, his Sobrinhos bringing him such joy. The hair on the back of his neck suddenly rising as he felt Shanks and Mihawk's fight getting serious. What the hell, he thought as he walked towards the door. Upon opening it, he saw Shanks' Haki take the form of a griffin before spotting Mihawk going right at it with no concern for his safety. Idiots. He thought again as he shut the door in order to keep the kids from seeing that. Upon turning around he saw that Ace had the lock on the floor as he had found his key. On the other hand, Sabo was picking his lock. The blonde had his tongue out in the corner of his mouth as he concentrated at his task at hand when there was a clink as the lock opened. Both boys opened their chests. Ace grasped the first item, an ostentatiously orange hat with a joy and sad face pins on the top of the hat. He traced the cowboy hat shape until he saw the drawstrings where he saw a hibiscus charm on them. Your mama's charm was a hibiscus, Buggy explained. He pointed to the same charm pinned to his blue and gold captain's jacket that he was wearing. Shanks and I both wear her charm. Ace's face showed that of sadness. See, can you tell us more about her someday? He asked, trying not to cry. He hated crybabies. Buggy wasn't too surprised the boys would want to know more about their shared mama. In fact, that was the plan. Little by little he and Shanks were going to reintroduce their parents to the two boys. The only side of the story the twins knew was that of Garp's diluted version. No problem, he said as he ruffled the raven-haired boy's hair. Got it. Luffy cried out as he popped out of the chest with a tiny box. Buggy grinned, knowing what was inside would make his nephew very happy indeed. Climbing out of the treasure chest, Luffy sat down in front of Ace and Sabo and waited for them to finish with their stuff. He could wait. Really? He could. Sabo peered into his chest and grasped the first thing he could grab. It was a pipe. He frowned. This can't be right, he thought as he examined it. On the side of the pipe was a tiny indentation. He ran his thumb over it and felt a button. Pressing it, the pipe suddenly extended to 1.5 feet. Pressing it again and the curved pipe suddenly flipped, revealing a dagger at the end. Pressing it again and suddenly a round red ball shot out of the opposite end. A moment later the ball released a stink gases that had the three boys coughing at the scent, which was worse than a skunk. Other than the stink bomb, Sabo began as he plugged his nose. This is pretty cool. Glad you think so. Buggy grinned. My friend in Orange Town made it for me. Later I'll show you how to load the pellet bombs into it, and when you're older I'll show you how to make the bombs. He took the pipe and squeezed both sides, which returned the pipe to its stored form. Train with that. It'll become your best friend in a few years. Sabo nodded. Thanks, Tio, he said excitedly before going back to the chest. The second item inside was a new blue top hat with blue, red and black trio of feathers were embroidered into the side. New goggles shone brightly around it. A pin was on the opposite side from the feathers with a red hibiscus on the pin. Sabo's smile turned sad at the pin. Even though he knew Buggy probably knew the truth, the gesture signified that Buggy saw him as Ace's twin. Thanks, Tio, he said tearfully. Ace suddenly gasped, causing Sabo to look at him. A green sheathed dagger was held by the boy. Ace pulled the blade out. It shined brightly, causing all three to coo and ooze and ahs. This is the coolest, Tio. Ace grinned happily up at the blue-haired man. Of course it is, flashy idiot. Buggy laughed with his arms over his chest. Baba ain't going to be happy, Luffy said with wide eyes. Pointing to the scar on his cheek, he continued. Popeye still hasn't forgiven himself for what I did with Baba's knife here. You did that? Buggy yelled, gaining a nod from his youngest nephew. He looked at the other two. Don't be an idiot like him. Yes, sir, they said in unison as they glared at their baby brother. He'd almost cost them their birthday gifts. As Griffin slid into its sheath, Mihawk leaned against the starboard side railing to watch the red-haired man. You need to tell me if there's anything else that I should know about your sons. Mihawk stated his annoyance with this man had dwindled a little bit, not by much, but enough. After all, he couldn't really kill the only person that gave him the best battles, even if he wanted to. Anchor and the twins are Garp's grandsons. Beckman's revealed. Beck. Shanks pouted, I wanted to tell him. In another month, or when Garp suddenly shows up demanding to take the boys? Beck asked, knowing his husband very well. He's right, Chief. Yasopp said from one of the sails he was checking on to make sure it didn't need repairs. You like tugging Mihawk's tail feathers for fun. This caused the raven-haired man to frown. If this partnership is going to be successful, there needs to be transparency between us. He kicked off of the railing and approached Shanks. You stated that they were abandoned by their grandfather. To what extent? Anchor hadn't seen Garp since he was 3. Was left in the jungle until his cousin found him last year. He growled out. He was a little over 5 then. He's 6 now. That explains his wild nature. Mihawk thought out loud. The twins. He eyed Beckman for that information. We don't know much of their history, Beckman admitted as he tapped his cigarette onto the ashtray. Anchor was sick when we met them. They had already claimed our son as their brother. We adopted them soon after. Shanks sighed as he felt the sea wind against his face. We know Garp claimed them as his grandsons. That they had grown up in the jungle, like Anchor. They were living with bandits who taught them that they were lower than dirt and worthless. Shanks explained. When he saw Mihawk's eyes harden, he knew the boys had a true guardian out of this man. They're technically my brothers. Beckman scked in air sharply. He hadn't thought Shanks would share that. He eyed the other man closely, his hand on his weapon twitching. He may look like a normal observer, but the second he thought Mihawk to be an enemy, the man would have a bullet buried in his head. I see. Mihawk's golden eyes turned towards the big top ship. They're that man's children. He closed his eyes and thought. There had been a rumor 11 years ago that he had impregnated a woman. He looked at Shanks. Your mama was a strong-willed woman. I assume she used her will of D to lengthen her PRGNNCY by a year. 20 months. Came Hongo's voice near the figurehead as he cleaned his staff weapon next to Lime Juice, who was looking bored as hell by reading a book near the doctor. I'd heard some women of the D clan can do it up to 36 months. Of course that depends on their age too. A woman in her late 30s would have a harder time doing it than a woman in her 20s. He eyed Shanks, trying to ensure he hadn't upset his captain. Mama would have been 36 when Ace and Sabo were born. Shanks looked at Mihawk's reaction. Are you going to tell Rayleigh? TCH, a disgusted sound left Mihawk's lips. I do not concern myself with my stepfather's affairs. I know he felt something towards your mother and that after her death he sought out mine for comfort and companionship, but he is a waste of space in my personal opinion. He eyed Buggy's ship once more. If I were you though, he turned back towards the red-haired man. I would keep Ace and Sabo away from him until they've come into their own power. That man will try to claim your sons as his own, if not try to use his will over them. He's the Dark King for a reason. Beckman stated as he flicked the butt of his cigarette out to sea. I wouldn't want to fight him, but I would for my sons. Shanks nodded. If it came down to it, he'd take care of the BSTRD before he'd touch either boy. With that said, Mihawk placed Yoru onto his back. We have a truce until those three leave my island. Shanks pouted slightly. Does that mean I can't fight you anymore? He grinned. You are fun to fight. Mihawk sighed as he rubbed his temple to make Shanks believe he was getting a headache from him. Truthfully, he wanted something in return for the fights now. His lips twitched as a small smirk graced his lips. I will fight you still, if you give me information on your annoying blue-haired brother. Shanks stilled at the new terms. He looked between the big top where Buggy had disappeared to and then back to Mihawk, who was sporting a slight redness to his face that had nothing to do with the cold spring air. Oh, he thought as he pieced it together. A devilish smile appeared on his face. It would seem his brother's appearance had caught the Hawk's attention. Depends. He said as his fingers played with Griffin's hilt. What do you want to know? Mihawk's hand twitched. Oh, that little sheet. His thoughts were interrupted as Shanks pulled Griffin. The second Yoru was off his back. The two came inches from each other, the two swords sparking. Everything. Mihawk whispered as a sheet-eating grin appeared on Shanks' face. Chapter 29, Fate Steps In. Fate, the development of events beyond a person's control, regarded as determined by a supernatural power. Sabo read out loud but stopped when he heard the snores of his two brothers. He had to agree with them, this was so boring. Continue. Mihawk's emotionless voice echoed in the library as he sipped his cup of wine. Besides their swordplay, Mihawk was ensuring that all three boys could read, write, and do simple math. He wanted all three to have the advantages that others did not have. Ace. Luffy. Wake up. Luffy lifted his head from the book of world maps, drool escaping his lips. Sorry. He apologized. I am not the one you need to apologize to. Mihawk stated, gaining a confused look from the boy. It is your future crew you should apologize to. Luffy's eyes widened. I am sure you are planning to have a navigator on board your ship. However, what happens if that person is incapacitated by sickness or injury? Then it is the captain's job to get his crew to safety. He touched Luffy's shoulder. If you wish to be king of the pirates, as you claimed months ago, then you must gain skills that you seek from your crew so that if they fail you can pick them up and assist them. Luffy sighed. But the maps are so hard to understand. One is in Goyan, which I understand, but this one is in a squiggly language that I don't know. Mihawk looked at the map. That is Fishman language. It's also known as Atlan language and it has 4 different dialects to it. He paused. Are there other languages you do know? World Sea, Goyan, Flevance, and some Honshu. Luffy said as tried to recall what he knew. Hongo taught me his home language of Flevance when he wanted to distract me because of the stupid 4 I needed for a while because of the medication I was taking. He grinned up at Mihawk. I liked learning that. It was fun. Honshu? He asked with a raised eyebrow. It's a small island near Dawn. Luffy's explained. A dojo master came to Dawn looking for a sword for one of his students. He grinned as he started laughing. Shishishi. What's so funny, Lulu? Ace asked, no longer sleeping. He told Kino that he was worried about his student because he's always getting lost. His grin was wide. I'd love to meet his student. He sounds cool. He sounds like a loser. Ace stated with an eye roll. What kind of kid gets lost in his own village? One who doesn't pay attention. Mihawk stated with exasperation. He had to agree with Ace though, what kind of child gets lost in their own village? That boy will not amount to much. He thought, answering his own question unknown to him, that the boy they were talking about would one day become his protege and will one day earn the title of the King of Hell. What going on here? A voice jarred the boys from their studies. Papai! All three jumped from their seats and ran to the red-haired man. Shanks fell to his butt as he got run over by the troublesome trio. His straw hat falling to the floor and rolling over to his husband's feet. Beckman picked the old hat and smiled as Shanks was mauled by the three boys who hugged Shanks, refusing to let go of him. Help Beck! Shanks cried out. They're dominating me. Shanks' laughter filled the room. Huh? Can take on the likes of Kadu and Big Mom, Beckman said as he walked over to the dog pile. But gets defeated by two 9-year-old kids and a 6, soon-to-be 7-year-old boy very easily. He placed the straw hat onto their anchor's head before picking the boy up and placing him onto his hip. What kind of Yonko are you, love? The complicated type. Shanks answered as Ace jumped onto Shanks' back. Oof! He gasped, having not expected that. The breath from his lungs being knocked out by the young boy. Okay, I take it we've been missed. You've been gone forever. Luffy yelled as he went lax in Beckman's arms, his devil fruit activating, causing body to act like melted wax for a moment. Lulu, get solid. Ace warned his brother. They were only gone for 6 weeks. They're even early for your birthday. He rolled his eyes at his little brother being dramatic. It's still a long time. Luffy countered as he went solid and hugged Beckman. Baba, where did you go? He asked curiously. The Coral Islands. He answered his son. They have pink sands and beautiful aqua-colored sea with species of fish you cannot find anywhere else in the world. The coral reefs are every color imaginable. Luffy gasped. Wow! He said as his eyes began to shine with stars in them. I call bullshit. Ace said with a frown, looking up at Beckman. There's no way you can know that the coral are every color imaginable. Ever the doubting Thomas, Ace. Shanks stated as he ruffled his son's hair. Standing, he noticed the table covered in books. What's going on? He asked, nodding towards the mess. School. All three boys said in unison. Their voices lacked any enthusiasm. Gray eyes turned towards Mihawk. How's that going? About as well as you'd think. The warlord stated. I am in between jobs at the moment and thought I would try to cram something other than violence into their brains. Violence is more fun. Luffy said with a big grin. Beckman placed his hand over his son's mouth. I'm sure it is, but it is best to learn as well. He tried to promote his boys learning something important. The only one enjoying this is Sabo. Ace complained. True, but even I think you two can benefit from this. The blonde stated as he went back over to the table. Especially if either of you want to be captains someday. Captains? Shanks asked, recalling Luffy's announcement months ago. Yeah. I'm going to be pirate captain one day. Luffy said excitedly. Then I'm gonna be the next pirate king. You keep saying that, Lulu. Sabo uttered as he picked up the book he'd been reading. I want to be the one to write down yours and Ace's adventure, but I can only do that if I know how to. He turned in his seat to give his brother a challenging look. You can only do that if you know your charts for navigation and how to properly fight. He turned back around to continue. Oh, Luffy declared with sudden excitement. I didn't think of it that way. Luffy wiggled out of Beckman's arms. Down, Baba. Once on his own feet, he took off to go back to learning. Ace sighed with a resignation. Guess I'm staying. He disclosed as he walked back over as well. Lulu needs somebody to explain the big words. You still can't even spell your name right. Sabo teased his twin. Ace blushed in embarrassment. Shut up. He groused. He keeps spelling it with an S. Lulu explained as Shanks came around to look at the maps with his son. Isn't there an S in his name? Shanks asked with a joking tone. No. Luffy yelled before giggling. Shishishi. He laughed. It's spelled ACE. He corrected his father. Oh, Shanks said with realization. He drew out his words for effect. Okay. Ace gave a smirk. Spell your name, Lulu. Luffy looked confused for a moment. Which one? He asked. Papai calls me Anchor. You and Sabo call me Lulu. My real name is Luffy. Which should I try spelling? He really did sound confused. Luffy. Mihawk answered for them. Luffy. He spelled with absolute confidence, thinking it was right. You missed one. Sabo announced. It's Luffy. Luffy made an O-shaped expression. He truly hadn't known that was how he was to spell his name. Oops. He looked at Shanks. I missed an F. Simple mistake. He looked at the maps with his in detail before recognizing the area. Fishman Island? He asked Mihawk, who nodded. I can't read Fishman. Luffy told his father. Neither can I. Shanks admitted, gaining a shocked look from his son. Beck does though. Mihawk eyed the dark-haired man. Impressive. He commented before turning to leave. There's sake in the kitchen along with other booze, if you're interested. Shanks grinned. We're interested. He yelled as he ruffled Luffy and Sabo's heads affectionately after retaking his hat from his son. Study well, boys. He ran to catch up with the swordsman. 2 hours later the boys found themselves outside after having spent all morning and most of the afternoon studying. The boys ran with their renewed freedom to the beach. As the 2 older boys took off ahead of him, Luffy grasped a post with one end and a tree with the other hand before he pulled his body backwards before yelling out. GOMU GOMU, slingshot? Both boys froze as they turned in fear at the words being yelled out. They had stepped into their little brother's trap. As they were hit by the flying body, Luffy wrapped his rubbery arms around them. The 3 flew past the rocks and landed into the ocean bay. Ace popped up out of the water first, with Sabo appearing next to him as Luffy clung helplessly to Ace. You're an idiot. Ace muttered as he scooted Luffy's body higher on his back. The younger boy grinned with a shishishi as he laid his head onto Ace's shoulder, his body feeling heavy like his limbs were made with iron. Sorry. He slurred his words as he was feeling very lethargic from the water. You're impossible, Lulu. Sabo said with exasperation as he began to swim closer towards the rock formations. Ace chuckled as he looked to check on his little brother. You're impossible, Lulu, sure you're okay? He asked, noticing how tired Luffy looked. The younger boy tightened his grip on Ace. I want to work up an immunity to water. He groaned as he nuzzled Ace's neck after having mispronounced the word. The older boy shivered. His neck being sensitive sent chills down his spine. Immunity. Ace corrected him. Suddenly there were yells coming from shore as the red-haired crew tried to get their attention. Being too far out, neither of the kids heard what they were saying. Ace turned to look at Sabo, who was looking at him and Luffy with an absolutely horrified look. Looking behind himself, then up, Ace felt the air in his lungs rush out at the sight of the beast. It was huge. It looked like dragon but without wings. He knew what this thing was. He had seen pictures inside the castle of it. The Serpent Sea King. The red and gold slit eyes narrowed at him. Luffy whimpered on his back. Ace. The uncertainty in his brother's voice was a red alarm bell. I see, can't speak to T that one. Luffy had once explained that the only beasts he couldn't use his gift on were the ones who carried a deep darkness in them. Fear entered him at that moment. We're gonna die, he thought. I can't swim fast enough with Lulu on my back. If he dropped his brother he could outswim the beast, possibly. But Luffy was his baby brother who couldn't swim because of his devil fruit. He couldn't abandon him just to save his own life. As the beast went to lunge down at them, Ace screamed out. Get away, you bstrd. The beast suddenly looked stunned for a second. It didn't move, so Ace swam as fast as he could from it. The beast roared in anger as its meal began to get away. It then dove into the water and began to chase the children. On shore the crew began to panic when suddenly Mihawk appeared. He threw a slash strike with Yoru. At the same second Shanks used Skywalk to practically fly towards his sons. Get back! He yelled, his Conqueror's Haki hitting the beast head on. However, instead of being deterred from its meal, the Sea King gave a final push to capture the children and eat them. So as Shanks pushed down upon the beast his full Conqueror's Haki, wrapping the beast in it and squeezing the energy around the beast, Mihawk's Yoru slashed in air down upon the beast. The Serpent Sea King turned its attention to those attacking it. Flipping its spiked tail in the air, it made contact with Shanks' left arm and sheared the appendage off of him. Shanks fell to the rock formations that Sabo was on. Blood spraying out of his wound, some getting on Sabo. Papai! The boys screamed. Ace climbed the rocks with Luffy still clinging to him. A clanging sounded, catching his attention. Turning, he saw Shanks' arm still holding Griffin within its grasp. The beast gave a shriek. In his mind Ace saw the beast's mouth cover him and Luffy, eating them. Brought back to the present, Ace grasped Luffy by his rubbery arm and flung his limp form towards where Sabo stood frozen in horror. Upon seeing his little brother at his feet, Sabo turned in time to see Ace grasp Griffin and turn towards the beast and yell, "Eat me, you bstrd." Ace! Sabo screamed. No 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 no. The monstrous creature suddenly diving down onto Ace's form, blood exploding everywhere as Yoru finally cut the Sea King's head from its body. On the rocks blood flowed in the area Ace had once stood. Chapter 30, Alive. Pain. Pain was radiating everywhere, especially from his left shoulder. A shiver went through him as the memories of the last few minutes went through his mind. Shanks remembered drinking Mihawk's expensive sake out on the pier overlooking the Bay Area when they had heard screams. Upon investigating, he and Beck had found the three boys flying through the air and watched as Luffy had wrapped his arms protectively around his brothers. Ignoring the fact that his youngest had a devil fruit, they had laughed when they'd seen all three pop up from the water. "They're fine, love." Beckman's voice echoed in his mind. Fine. That had changed in seconds. Everything was a blur after the DMN Seeking had appeared. His son screaming for him. Ace swimming to shore with Luffy on his back. His children were safe. Right? They were safe. He felt panic begin to seep into him. He had to protect them. Gray eyes open to his blonde son crying next to him, his son's belt on his stub where his left arm had been. A truncate. His mind supplied for him. His son had made a truncate so that he didn't bleed to death. He still couldn't make out what his son was saying. He was still losing blood, he realized. His son wasn't strong enough to hold the truncate so that the two main veins of the arm didn't bleed. I'm going to lose consciousness. He realized. Would he die? He wanted to laugh at that. He never thought it'd be a FING water lizard that took him out. Though the sheer size of the beast had been nothing to laugh about. It had been the size of the Red Force and Big Top combined. Shanks tried to calm his breathing because if he breathed slower perhaps his heart wouldn't be feeling like it was going to burst from his chest. Pie! Pie! Oh, now he could hear Sabo. His poor golden child was doing his best to keep him alive. Where was Hongo? Why was it taking Beckman so long to get to him? Where was his anchor? These thoughts went through his mind even as the darkness creeped at the edge of his vision. Where -s Ace? His words slurred and his voice sounded like he had gargled with glass, again. Sabo's face said it all. The all-familiar look of pain from loss crossed his son's features as tears flowed freely down his face. No, 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 no. A new pain filled him. Not his son. Not my boys. Tears began to form in his eyes. Did he fail? At the last minute, did he fail to kill the beast and stop it from taking Ace and Anchor? He closed his eyes for a moment to try and push out his observation haki. He could feel the panic of others as they rushed down the artificial dam of rocks and boulders that they were on. Some were gathered around the head of the beast, others were rushing towards him. Suddenly he felt hands on his still intact arm. Opening them he saw Hongo but couldn't focus enough to hear him. It took forever to focus. Thing Chief. That took yo dash, he slurred but couldn't focus to finish as he tried sitting up but was stopped by his ship doctor. Not dash, Hongo said as his voice went in and out of focus. Idea. Hongo looked at the wound. The arm was shredded. He'll need surgery. He assessed as he noticed the truncate and smiled. You did good, Sabo. He praised the boy who was slowly losing focus because of his emotional state. Your papai will make it. I'll ensure that. He waved Bonk Punk over. Chief is hurt bad. I need you to carry him. The larger man nodded. Got it, document. Hongo took his own shirt off and tied it around the truncate in order to ensure it wouldn't move. Get him to medical now. He ordered as he grabbed his staff weapon from the ground and placed it on his back. He then picked the sobbing older boy up and placed him on his hip as he grasped Anchor's hand with his free one. Pulling both crying children with him and away from where the incident had occurred. He handed them off to Lucky. Get them to the castle. He then headed off to save one of the two idiots. Beckman placed his hand against the teeth of the beast. He had begun running towards the dam the moment he saw Shanks fall. He never thought he'd see the day his husband would fail at something. Then his heart stilled when he saw Ace pick up Griffin. Eat me, you DMN BSTRD. The word sent a chill down his spine, and had he not been used to Shanks' Conqueror's Haki release, he may have fallen on his butt. Well, DMN. He thought, never having been so proud of his son, but that pride was soon swallowed as he saw the beast's jaws close around his eldest son. Then at last second the beast was slain by Mihawk. When he arrived at where Ace had been eaten, he saw a pool of blood. His heart stilling in his chest. No, 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 no. His thoughts whispered over and over. The beast's head had landed in a position where its jaw was slightly open around one of the boulders. It was possible that Ace may be alive. All they had to do was pry the Sea King's jaw open. Lime juice. He yelled out, gaining the thinner man's attention. I have a job for you. The blond man paled as he saw Shanks being carried off by Bonk Punk. Shaking himself to focus on the next task, he ran over to Beckman's side, who looked at Yasopp. Tell me you have something that can break this monster's teeth in your arsenal. Mihawk joined the group and looked up at the hole where the creature's throat was. That may not be necessary. He muttered, only for his words to fall on deaf ears. Taking his hat, boots, socks and jacket off, Mihawk decided that it was up to him to do the task. He then slammed Yoru into the ground next to his items. Jumping into the air, he landed where the hole to the neck and head joined. The wretched scent coming from the beast made his lips curl in disgust at what he was about to do. Beckman happened to Look up in time to see Mihawk disappeared down, or was it up, the throat of the Sea King. More blood gushed out of between the teeth of the creature's closed mouth onto the rocks and boulders. Suddenly the jaw and part of the head was cut from the inside. The bone, muscle, teeth and skin falling to the ground, revealing a blood-covered Mihawk holding an unconscious Ace under his arm and Griffin in his other hand. Stepping out of the monster's mouth, the swordsman handed the child to his worried father. Other than the cut on his forehead and the gash on his left elbow, he seems to be all right, Mihawk stated as he pushed Ace's hair out of his eyes. The boy began to groan in Beckman's arms. Beck looked down at his son. Pulling the boy close to his chest, he began to make his way back to the castle, his eyes showing worry as he looked back towards the Red Force where his husband was undergoing surgery. Calypso, please give us a second miracle. He silently prayed before quickening his pace to get to the castle faster. Get a first aid kit, he ordered whoever was closest to him. He didn't have time to worry about anything other than his children and husband. Taking the steps up to Ace's room, he took two at a time to get to his son's room quicker. The other two children were on his heels as soon as they saw their father enter the castle. The black room that his son lived in was covered in bright-colored objects that his son had collected or made. He looked behind him at Sabo, who was looking at him worriedly, Luffy clinging to his older brother like he was his lifeline. Go start some water. We need to clean him so we can take care of his wounds. Sabo wordlessly nodded, grasping Luffy's hand, he pulled his brother with him. A presence behind him caused him to turn and spot Yasopp, the sniper, looking a bit unsure of what he was to do to help. Any word? He asked his friend. Bonk and Monster are both on board the Red Force. As soon as Hongo is done, one of them will come get you. Beckman nodded. The tub is ready. Sabo's came from inside the bathroom. Wordlessly, Beckman left the sniper in his place to go clean his still unconscious son. Once inside the room, he began stripping the boy in his arm. Careful of his head, wound and arm, Beck took the wet rag and washed the blood and muck off of his son's body. Sabo, get into the tub. Sabo listened to his father. Stripping and getting to the water. As Ace was placed into the water as well, he gently held his brother. He looked up at his father. Baba, is Ace going to be okay? Yes. Beckman assured him as he ran a hand through Ace's hair, reassuring himself that his eldest was breathing, therefore alive. Will Papai? Came Luffy's tear-filled voice. Moving his right arm, he motioned for his youngest to come to him. Luffy snuggled against his side. Boys, listen to me. Your Papai is a strong man. Yes, he lost his arm, but we got to him in time, he said as he reached for Sabo's head. Caressing the longer blonde locks, he continued. Sabo, you did good today. I saw you quickly moving to your father's side. You made a truncate, didn't you? Sabo nodded. Yes, Baba. Sabo started tearing up again. The blood on his face and hands were gone, but he could still feel where it had been. His skin tingled and burned from the feeling of the blood from one of his fathers. Ace miming caught everyone's attention. Dark brown eyes opened. The first thing Ace felt was the water around him. He tried to move from it. Ace, Sabo's voice sounded, causing him to focus on the blonde. Ace felt tears start to flow down his cheeks. Bo? His voice croaked, feeling as if he eaten sand. His lip quivered before he began looking around. Where's Lulu? He sounded almost panicked. I'm right here. Luffy's babyish voice caused his brother to look up and spot his father and baby brother. Relief flooded him. Papai? He asked as he went to move, though he gasped as Aihi's arm felt as if lightning had struck it. Careful, son. Beckman carefully pressed his son back against the bathtub as he was looking like he was losing his balance. I think I saw Papai flying. Ace grinned tiredly. That was so cool. Beckman chuckled. You think so? He asked when he saw Mihawk standing in the doorway of the bathroom, his clothes freshly changed and hair wet from a quick shower. The younger man walked into the room with a box. Has he awakened? He asked, noticing that Sabo was bathing as well. Ace looked up towards Mihawk. Tio, he questioned. Mihawk's ears twitched at the word. Uncle. He snorted. When did this happen? He wondered. Resigning to fate, he spoke. Voci esta bem, Sabrino? He asked as Beckman raised an eyebrow. Since when did he know Gon? Beckman wondered as Luffy held up a towel for Ace. Eu Machukiai. Ace answered, not bothering to change back to World Sea tongue. His head hurt. He wanted to go to sleep. Once you are bandaged and looked at, I'm sure your Baba will let you rest. Mihawk answered as he opened the box, revealing a med kit. Your men were tearing up the place looking for this. He reached for the plug and pulled it. Once the water was gone, Sabo helped Ace get out. Beckman dried off his little survivor. He then found fresh clothes waiting for Ace. Luffy was standing with another set for Sabo too. He hadn't even noticed Anchor moving from his side. He frowned, only now realizing how quiet his youngest was being. He was going to have to find out why. First he needed to take care of his oldest boy. Taking the bandages from the swordsman, he began to do just that. Ace didn't seem to be in too much pain. That wasn't concerning, but the silence was. Once the wounds were tended to and the boys were dressed, Beckman led his children into the bedroom where they all, Luffy included, climbed into bed. He turned to clean the bathroom, only to find that Mihawk had already done so. I'll have to thank him later, he thought as he walked back into the bedroom where the boys were all curled up together. Closing the curtains, Beckman grabbed a chair and took up a vigil next to his children. He'd have to wake Ace up in a couple of hours. He wasn't certain, but he thought he might have a possible concussion. He looked at the clock on the wall. It read 5:30. He groaned inwardly. It's going to be a long night. It was around midnight when Beckman was woken up by Lucky. "Boss," the cook whispered as he shook Beckman, who was leaning over the mattress where his boys were sleeping. Beckman sat up. "What's going on?" he asked as he looked at his friend and crewmate. "Chief came through surgery," Lucky told him. "Hongo says nobody is allowed in medical. He wants to keep it as sterile as possible for at least 3 days. An annoyed look crossed Beckman's face. "I understand, even though I don't like it." He stood up and gently shook Ace. "Can you get Ace something sweet? I've been waking him every few hours to ensure he doesn't have a brain injury." "Sure thing." Lucky agreed to do the request. "Son, wake up." Beckman's voice echoed in the room. Ace's dark eyes opened, a frown marring his face. "Can you sit up?" Ace groaned as he pushed the warm blankets away from himself. "Baba?" he questioned as he sat up. "Yep, it's me, kiddo." Beckman sat on the edge of the bed. "Need you to recite what happened today." Ace groaned. "Wish I could forget." Ace muttered quietly. He looked at his two brothers. "They didn't get hurt, right?" he asked as he watched as a candle was lit and held by his father. "No harm came to them," he assured the young boy. "Right." Ace pushed his hair out of his face. The longer strands were annoying him. "We were studying when you and Papai came into the library. We were happy to see you, but we decided to go back to studying when Tio invited everyone to go drink as we studied." He paused as he looked at his hands in his lap. "We then decided to go for a swim after we were done studying. Luffy did a slingshot move, which threw us into the deeper water. We were about to begin playing when a beast attacked us." He stopped talking as the memories started making him feel emotional. He sniffed. "I swam for shore with Lulu on my back. Papai got hurt. When I got to shore I threw Lulu off of me, grabbed Papai's sword, and as the beast lunged for me, I moved the sword upwards and then I passed out." He doesn't really remember using Haki, Beck thought as he rubbed his chin and thought. "Where were you when you woke up the first time?" Ace wiped the tears from his eyes. "With my brothers, you and Tio," he said as he calmed himself. He then looked at his father. "Baba, when can we stop? Do I have to do this forever?" Beckman smiled softly at his son. "When daylight comes around I'll stop," he answered as he stood up. "I just need to make sure that brain of yours isn't damaged." Ace grinned. "You mean more than usual?" he teased his father, who chuckled. "Go to sleep, son." Ace laid his head on his pillow before grabbing Sabo and pulling his twin close. The rest of the night was quiet. The next time Ace was woken up he was given a cut-up apple with caramel for dipping into. He recited what happened and was allowed to sleep until dawn. As the first rays of morning light crossed the horizon, Hongo left medical and almost bumped into Beckman's chest. "How is he?" The blonde doctor looked exhausted as he began to give his report. The arm had been found, but it was too damaged to be reattached. So Hongo had worked nearly 8 hours to get the bleeding to stop, sear off tendons, stitch muscle and saw off bone to make the wound look presentable. "How's Ace?" Hongo asked, still standing in front of the door, knowing the second he moved the first mate and husband to his captain would go into the room. Beckman leaned his hip against the wall of the corridor. "No concussion," he said, sounding relieved. Kept waking him every 4 hours throughout the night to ensure that. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair. "I made him retell his day to me. So no memory loss." Hongo nodded. Not what he would have done, but it was best to cover all the bases with Ace. The boy had been through the ringer. "He has no memory of using Conqueror's Haki," Beckman announced, sounding a bit concerned. "I don't know if that's normal or not. Shanks would know, but I currently have him on the highest possible level of pain and sleep medication." Hongo told him. "I get it," Beck said as he looked ahead tiredly. Exhaustion pulling at him and teasing him with thoughts of sleep. "Go to bed," Hongo ordered. "You look like sheet." He went to open the door to medical to return. "Bonk Punk knows to keep the boys and the kiddos out of here." He waved the exhausted man away. Beck got the picture. So he begrudgingly went to his and Shank's room. It felt empty without his beloved husband. He pulled the curtains close, which blocked out Shanks's favorite view of the wall of windows. As the room got dark, Beck laid on the mattress in the dark. It wasn't long after he had laid down that Beck felt a dip in the bed followed by two more. Lifting his arms, he found himself surrounded by his sons. "Baba watched over us," Luffy said as he explained why they were there. "Now we get to watch over you. Snuggles are just a plus," Sabo said as an afterthought as he settled against his father's side. "Plus Tio wouldn't dare come in here to get us to study," Ace added, the other two agreeing. So with that in his thoughts, Beckman fell asleep with his boys watching over him. Chapter 31, Gears of Fate Turn. The next 4 days were hard on Beckman as he waited to be able to see his husband. Hongo never let up from his imposed quarantine of Shanks. However, on the 4th day everyone heard Shanks' curses as he woke up and was being the worst patient ever by throwing a tantrum. By the end of the day, Beckman swore Hongo was going to leave their family unit when he walked out of medical with a bowl of soup having been thrown at him. Liquid diets had never been Shanks' favorite. On the morning of the 5th day all 3 children were waiting patiently on deck for the go-ahead from the ship's doctor. Beck waiting by the main door only to groan as he felt who was coming up the steps. Instead of the doctor opening the door, Shanks stood looking pale as step onto the deck. Before he could take 2 steps out, Beckman snagged his wrist and pulled Shanks towards himself. The full-on kiss had surprised everyone as Beckman was still one to not feel comfortable with public displays of affection. As soon as the 2 men separated, the children came to them with Luffy being the timid one. Having enough of his youngest son's display of shyness, Beckman picked Anchor up and took him to the side as the other 2 affectionately hugged and pulled Shanks further out onto the deck. "Okay, so why are you acting like this?" he asked Luffy. Eyes began to water instantly. "Popeye lost his arm because I launched Bo, Ace and I too far out into the water," Luffy wailed. His cries drew the attention of the redhead. "Popeye and Ace almost died because I was stupid." As weak as Shanks was feeling, he couldn't allow his son to think this way. Taking his hat off, he sat it upon Luffy's head before slowly lowering himself onto the deck and sitting behind Luffy. Turning the boy around, he spoke. "Anchor, it wasn't your fault," he stated with the softness only a father could have for his child. "I made a miscalculation in executing my attack, it led to me losing my arm." He lifted Luffy's chin, tears flowed freely from his son's eyes under the straw hat. "Popeye," Luffy said weeping. "Do you think I'm weaker without my arm?" Shanks asked his son. "I certainly feel weaker," he thought sadly. The tears stopped for a moment as Luffy shook his head. "No!" he screamed before launching himself at Shanks. The redhead stifled a whimper of pain as held his son tightly. "Popeye is the strongest." Snot fell from Luffy's nose even as he announced this. He sniffed it back up his nose, causing Shanks to make a disgusted look, quickly covering that with looking up at the sky. "So, why are you mourning me losing an arm if I'm still the strongest?" he asked as he looked back down at his son with the gentlest look he could muster. "But Luffy began but was suddenly tackled from the side by Ace. "Shut up, idiot," Ace said as he playfully punched Luffy's side. "Popeye didn't die and neither did I." He looked at his father. "Besides, Popeye is much too stubborn to die from a FINGC snake." "Sea King," Sabo corrected him. "Probably the largest in the area at that." "Whatever," Ace brushed off at being corrected. "It was a lizard." "Fish," Sabo corrected again. Ace looked at him with an annoyed expression. "What FING ever?" he yelled before placing his hands on his hips as his face turned red. He was now wearing a brace on his injured arm, causing Shanks to touch the leather brace. "I'm okay, Popeye." Shanks felt those tear-filled emotions rising up. He had failed to protect his eldest. "I'm sorry you got hurt, Ace." He apologized, his eyes feeling wet with tears. Ace grinned. "Are you kidding?" he asked. "This is nothing compared to getting mauled by the Dark Demon of Goa." Shanks wore a shocked expression on his face. "Dark Demon?" he asked. "Oh," Ace exclaimed. "I'll have to tell you that story sometime." He grinned as he recalled the big black panther he had fought a few years ago. "Can we change the topic? I don't like all these mushy feelings popping up," he complained. Shanks smirked as he ruffled his son's hair. "I suppose," he stated. "How about we talk about the chief sneaking past me?" Hongo asked. "Won't move an inch, my butt." He approached his captain. "I turn my back to get you the last dose of pain meds and you're gone faster than a hawk spots a snake." He placed the needle in Beckman's hand. "He's your husband, you deal with him," he huffed as he stalked away angrily. If there were a curse followed by Shanks' pain-filled outcry, then nobody mentioned it. Sometime later that day, after the celebrations of both Ace and Shanks recovering, Shanks found Luffy staring out at the sea with his older brothers on either side of him. Both of his siblings were wearing the hats given to them by Buggy. Luffy turned toward Shanks. Above them the crew looked down at the chief with his kids. "You're leaving again," Luffy stated, sounding sad. Shanks sighed sadly. "We've annoyed Mihawk long enough," he said, trying to keep his voice even. "It's time for us to leave." It got harder to leave his boys behind every time. "Will you miss us?" "Yeah. I'll miss you," Luffy answered as Beck came down the plank to the dock. "I know you can't take us, Papai. So I won't ask this time." "Oh?" he questioned, thinking his son was finally showing some maturity. Luffy grinned. "I've decided to do it myself." Both of his brothers grinned as well. "To be a pirate." Shanks smiled. "I think I remember something being said about that," he stated as he pinched his son's cheek. "Either way, I couldn't have taken you with me," he teased, gaining a pout from the boy. "You can't become a pirate yet." "I will someday," Luffy yelled, his temper flaring, not realizing his father was just teasing him. "I'll gather my own crew that'll beat yours," he growled as his anger turned his face red. "You bet, Lulu." Sabo agreed, trying to divert his brother's attention so he wouldn't say anything stupid that he'd regret. "You already have a notary and a fighter," Ace stated with a chuckle as he leaned on Sabo with his good arm. Sabo looked at his twin. "Notary? Now who's using big words?" Ace blushed from embarrassment. "Shut up." He punched Sabo's arm, who flinched in pain. Luffy grinned. "Then the three of us and our crew will find the world's greatest treasure together," he cheered happily. Beckman grinned as the cigarette in the corner of his mouth fell. "That kid," he muttered under his breath. "No matter what, I'll become the Pirate King," Luffy swore. Shanks stared in amazement at his youngest son's words. "Oh? You're gonna beat us, huh?" His eyes wide with joy and shock, before noticing that Luffy was still upset. "Well then," he took his hat off before placing it on his son's head. "Could you keep this safe for me? It's my most important treasure." Tears sprung forth from his son's eyes. "Someday, you can return it, when you've become a great pirate." "Looks like you've gotta become a great pirate now, Lulu," Ace chuckled. "If you're becoming the Pirate King, I'll become your right hand." Sabo looked at his twin with shock on his face. "You'll become a worse monster than him." Ace almost looked hurt at being called a monster. Pushing his hat back, Sabo grinned. "Oh well, I guess I'll have to become an even stronger one than you two. Knowing you idiots, you'll have the world government after you the second you get out on the sea." Luffy tipped the straw hat back. "Shishishi," he laughed. "I'll be the strongest," he announced. "Afterwards we'll have the biggest party on Laugh Tale and everybody can come." Sabo paled at that. "That's a lot of people, Lulu," he yelled, realizing his baby brother meant the whole world could come and celebrate. Ace could only imagine every pirate group appearing and celebrating with his little brother. "Oh? That's going to be fun. We'll need lots of food and drink for everyone." Shanks chuckled at the boys before looking at his anchor. He could see it now. Everyone from Whitebeard to the Elbaf giant celebrating with his and Beckman's children at the crowning of a new pirate king. His eyes shone with emotion. Was it his son whom his father had once spoken about that would bring either an era of peace or destruction? He hoped it was the first that anchor would bring. "I can't wait," he whispered, and knew that tomorrow would be filled with tears as they left their children with Mihawk for the next year. Chapter 32, Coming of Age, Sabo. At the ripe old age of 10 years old, Sabo's secret came to light to his family. That he was a noble from High Tower in Goa. This information had been well hidden by Ace and Sabo, to the point only Buggy suspected he wasn't Ace's twin but possibly an orphan. The day it came out was the Yuletide celebrations at Mihawk's castle, a week before his 11th birthday. Sabo and Ace sat looking at the decorated pine tree. The beautiful blue, green and red lights and glass bulbs flickering. It had taken them a few hours to decorate the tree, that included with Luffy's help. Sabo looked down at the book in his lap. According to this, the tradition of decorating Yuletide trees can be traced back to medieval plays that featured a paradise tree. The tree was decorated with apples and wafers to represent the Garden of Eden. Ace looked down at the picture the book was showing for an example before asking, "What, the Garden of Eden?" Sabo shrugged. "Never heard of it," he stated. But according to the book, it was around the same time that Krampus and Santa Claus came to being. "Santa." Luffy's excited voice came from the top of the second-floor stairs. The two boys turned in time to see him dumping a load of blankets and pillows onto the floor below him. Unfortunately, that was also right on top of them. The two boys ran to narrowly avoid being buried alive under the mountain of fluffiness. "Lulu," Sabo groaned at the mess. "Tio asked us not to make a mess." Luffy jumped from the banister to the bottom floor. "Which one? Does it matter?" Ace asked. "I'm the one both will yell at." The fact that Buggy had been spending more time with the boys, subsequently with Mihawks as well. It had become well known between the boys to not go to the top floor unless they wanted to get an eyeful of something they shouldn't see. Ace had the unfortunate opportunity to see what should never be seen once and had been so traumatized he had refused to talk about it for weeks afterwards. Luffy had laughed for a full day after Ace finally told them what he'd seen. Section. His two favorite uncles had been doing the nasty. Sabo had been horrified but Luffy had been amused. It wasn't the first time their younger brother had surprised them with a story, only this one was about having seen Shanks and Beck doing it too. Their parents had been none the wiser. "I'm not making a mess." The 8-year-old pouted as his brothers were looking at him with disappointment. "Oh yeah?" Sabo challenged as he looked at the pile of pillows and blankets. "Then what is this?" he asked, pointing at the mess. "Stakeout supplies," he stated with the widest grin. "We're going to see Santa." "Huh!" both of the boys yelled in unison. "We're going to stay up until after midnight and catch him," Luffy yelled, not seeing a problem with the plan. "Why do you want to see the old man?" Ace asked as he spotted one of his blankets in the pile before pulling the black and red fur blanket off of the pile before wrapping himself in it and sitting in front of the tree that was next to the huge fireplace. He may be selfish about it, but he loved the handmade blanket that Baba had given him for his and Sabo's last birthday. Luffy grinned. "I want him to bring Baba and Papai home from your birthday this year." The twins stared at him in shock. "I doubt that'll happen," Sabo said with longing. He'd love to have their parents home for the New Year's celebration and their shared birthday. It would be nice. Ace sighed as the chill of the night was finally leaving his bones. Sabo and Luffy worked to lay out the rest of the blankets and pillows in front of the tree and hearth. Ace grasped a fuzzy pillow and threw it down before laying on it. "In 6 days we're 11. He muttered quietly. Sabo opened the book back up to show his brothers more images in it. This caused Ace and Luffy to pull themselves up next to him. "What's that?" Luffy asked, looking at the monster on the page. "Krampus," Sabo answered. "Is that thing for real?" Ace inquired as he looked at the beast. Sabo placed the book in Ace's lap. "Your turn to read." Ace groaned as he took the book. Krampus, in Flevance, was a popular legend, a half-goat, half-demon monster that punishes misbehaving children at Yuletide. He is the devilish companion of Santa Claus. Krampus is believed to have originated in the North Sea, and his name derives from the Titan Islands word krampen, which means claw. That doesn't say if he's real or Luffy paused as he tried to think of the word. Myth. Ace continued to read a bit more to himself when he saw an image of a devil fruit. Obake no Mi is thought to be the fruit that created the first Krampus. The Paramecia-type devil fruit allows the user to stick their hand into a person's body and pull out their dark sides. This also is true on the flip side, allowing the user to pull out his more demonic side. "It's real!" all 3 boys exclaimed. Horror was written across their faces. "What the flashily F are you 3 screaming about?" Buggy's body floated above them. His appearance startled the boys, causing Ace to throw the book at him, which hit Buggy squarely in the face. "It's T.O. Luffy yelled as he was the first to get his wits back. "Sorry T.O. Buggy." Ace apologized as he picked up the book that now had green and white smudges of makeup on it. "TCH, Buggy made an annoyed noise. His lower half of his body was still with his lover, who had been giving him great pleasure when he'd heard their scream. Buggy froze as Ace showed him the image of the half-goat, half-demon monster. "Krampus heh?" he asked. "Nothing you boys need to worry about." Ace raised an eyebrow. "What about the Obake no Mi?" he asked, showing the grimly oozing-looking devil fruit. "It says Krampus comes from it." Buggy felt his eyebrows shoot up in shock at this. Rayleigh Fing lied. He remembered the story of the demon beast from his childhood. Roger had told Shanks and him the story when they'd been around the twins' age. They had nightmares of the beast stealing them away until Rayleigh had told them it was just myth that people passed along the ages. That it wasn't real. "Okay. Enough book reading." Buggy retrieved the book from his nephews. "Tell your own stories or something, just stop scaring each other with myths." He then floated off back to his shared room to punch a certain swordsman for tickling him where he shouldn't be. Sabo grinned when he saw their uncle vanish up at the top floor. He pulled out another book entitled Yuletide Haunts, True Legends and Myths. Ace and Luffy grinning as they opened the large book, the first chapter being on man-eating reindeer. It was going to be a very long Yuletide evening. Shanks jumped from the Red Force as they came up to the pier towards the castle. They had been planning a surprise for his children for months now. It had been decided that they'd come to the island during Yuletide and stay until a week after New Year's and return in May in time for Luffy's birthday. 11 and 9 were important years after all. He and Beckman raced up the slippery pier as the crew got the ship tied down for the night, the snow and ice making it hard to see. As they entered the castle courtyard, they spotted several human drills in the hot spring that sat at the corner of the courtyard. "Smart," Shanks thought as the creatures took advantage of the naturally warm pools of water. Pushing open the rather large doors of the castle, before shutting them, the two men were met with a small fort of blankets and pillows in front of the large hearth and decorated tree. They both grinned as they sneaked upon their children. They spotted Ace in the middle of Sabo and Luffy, reading a book quietly to his brothers. Suddenly Ace stopped reading when he sensed something, or rather someone, behind him. Turning his head, the other soon noticed and followed his gaze. "Yo!" Shanks said to them through the darkness. Both he and Beckman were covered head to toe in snow, giving them both appearances of an abominable snowman. Ace dropped the book into his lap with an audible plunk before all three boys grabbed each other and screamed, "Abominable snowmen!" Huh? Both of their fathers thought as the boys took off in opposite directions. "That's it." Buggy's voice sounded from above before he landed in front of his brother, looking rather set off. "Can't you three dash?" He paused as he spotted Shanks and Beckman, who waved at him. "You've gotta be kidding me. You two flashy idiots?" "Hi, brother." Shanks greeted with a wide grin. "Hi, brother." Buggy screeched. "You two look like ice monsters. No wonder those three took off." "Papai?" Sabo was the first to peek out from behind the tree, as Luffy and Ace peered out from under the staircase. "Baba." The other two ran up to the two men just Buggy's left arm reattached itself, having came to Buggy from the bedroom. "Sorry for startling you three." Shanks apologized as the snow and ice finally melted from his body. "It's okay," Luffy said. "A good scare ain't bad for us." Ace said. "That's what Tio Buggy says." "True," Buggy agreed. "I take it your crew is staying on the ship until morning?" he asked, gaining nods from his brother and brother-in-law. "We wanted to surprise the boys by being here when they came down for their gifts in the morning," Beckman stated as he sat two huge sacks down onto the floor. Luffy noticed them immediately. "What's that?" he asked, gaining the attention of the other two. Shanks quickly stood in front of the sacks. "Dirty laundry," he lied. "How about you three show me to a spare room so I and your baba can clean up?" "Okay," all three yelled with excitement lacing their voices. Luffy jumped onto Shanks' back, gaining a low groan from the redhead. "We were trying to stay up until Santa showed up," he announced as he wrapped his arms around his father's neck. Shanks reached around with his arm to support his son on his back. "Oh?" Shanks asked with a grin as they began to go up the flights of stairs. "Why is that?" Ace and Sabo both went red. "We were gonna ask him a question." Ace answered tentatively, a little embarrassed. "What question?" Shanks asked, noticing Ace's sudden shyness. "To bring you and Baba home for our birthday this year." Sabo stuttered nervously. "We weren't sure if he'd do it but thought we'd ask." Shanks paused in climbing the stairs up to the third floor, causing the other two brothers to pass him. "You really wanted that, didn't you?" he asked, gaining nods from the two older boys. "We plan on staying until a week after," he told them. It was going to be a surprise. Luffy laid his chin on Shanks' shoulder and giggled. "Now we don't have to ask Santa." Luffy jumped off of Shanks' back once they arrived on the third level and took off down the hall with his brother to one of the larger rooms. Shanks gave them a tired look. Where do they get the energy at this hour? He wondered as he went to follow, only to see Mihawks coming down from the upper floor without a shirt on. Shanks whistled when he saw the scratches on the man's chest. "Either you got into a fight with a cat or you finally got with Buggy." Shanks chuckled, gaining a raised brow. "You don't mind that I have a relationship with him?" Mihawk asked, sounding disappointed that Shanks wasn't going to fight him over this. "Nope." Shanks shook his head as he turned to follow his sons. "I've known for a couple of years that something was going to happen. You just made Beck lose our bet is all." "What bet?" the swordsman demanded to know. "I said you two would be together before the end of the year. He said it wouldn't be until spring." Shanks grinned at the slight widening of Mihawk's eyes. "I won," he stated with a grin as he ran down the corridor before Mihawk decided that he wanted retribution for the bet. When Shanks turned the corner of the corridor, he found the lights on in a room with blue as the main color of the room. Ace was next to the fireplace starting a fire as Sabo and Luffy waited on the gigantic four-poster canopy bed. "DMN. Do all the rooms have these huge beds in them?" he wondered as he recalled the boys' rooms. "Thanks, boys." He pulled off his cloak before heading into the bathroom and shutting the door for privacy. By the time Beckman found the room, all three boys were on the bed resting as the fire in the fireplace was roaring with life. The older man heard the shower going and chuckled as he placed a finger to his lips. The boys held hands over their mouths to stop themselves from laughing as Beckman slipped into the bathroom to have a little fun. A crashing sound was heard, followed by Shanks yelling, "Beck!" All three boys laughed as they ran out of the room. Obviously their baba needed to calm their papai down before something bad happened. When the three of them got back to their fort, a trio of gasps left their lips as the floor around the tree was covered in presents. How? Luffy gasped. DMN. Ace cursed. We missed him. Sabo groaned. Missed who? Buggy asked. Santa. They said in unison. Oh, yeah. Buggy said with little to no emotion. He just left. Gah! Luffy cried out as he pulled his hair. We missed him again. The two older boys gave each other a look. This is getting ridiculous. Luffy complained before going over to the fort and sulked as he pulled a blanket over himself. Buggy grinned. Oh, this gets better every year. He thought as he went back up the stairs to find his hawk. The next morning Shanks and Beckman walked down to the tree to spot all three boys waiting in their makeshift bed fort. What's going on? Shanks as he sat down on one of the many pillows on the floor. Tio Mihawk says we have to wait. Sabo said sadly. More presents showed up after we fell asleep. Ace stated, causing the other two to whip their heads around. Ah, Sabo gasped. He's right? Who brought those? Luffy asked his brothers. Not sure. Sabo shrugged. But if Santa came while we were upstairs, then maybe dash. He was interrupted suddenly by Ace, who had gone to inspect the boxes. These have Tio Buggy's writing on them. Ace stated. Tio. Sabo and Luffy gasped as they ran up to the rather large boxes. That's right. Buggy yelled as he walked into the room wearing a Santa suit minus the beard. He heard a snort from Shanks. One chuckle, red-haired, and no present for you. He threatened. Shanks held his hands up in surrender. Buggy walked over to the presents just as Mihawk and the crew began filtering into the main hall. He grasped 3 gifts before handing them out to the boys. As the self-entitled gift giver, Buggy announced each gift to the person that it went to. The kids gaining a mountain of boxes filled with clothes, toys, and new blankets, or in Sabo's case, new books. One book, however, made Sabo freeze up. Inside were pictures of him, as a baby. Sabo wanted to cry. They know. They know. Shanks saw Sabo suddenly curl in on himself. Tears appearing to fall from his son's eyes. Sheet. He thought as he quickly put his gifts to the side and got to his feet. Sitting behind Sabo, he pulled his son to his chest. Papai? He questioned as tears continued to flow. Where did you get these? Shanks pulled Sabo tighter against him. Makino did some search for us. He admitted. She gave us the pictures and told us the truth behind them. He felt Sabo begin to tremble. Please don't make me go away. He stuttered as he became both emotional and fearful. Shanks felt his chest tighten. Never. He growled out as his haki flared with his claim. He turned the young boy around to face him so that Sabo could see the truth in his words. You are my son. You are Ace's twin and Anchor's big brother. We do not care that you came from another. It doesn't matter if you were born to people in that place. You found your way to Ace. Then to Anchor and finally to us. His haki kept flaring as he claimed his son. Let him feel how much he and Beck loved him through seeing, hearing and feeling their claim. Buggy had told him a few months back that he'd known for years that Sabo wasn't Ace's true twin but was one through a claim like he and Buggy had claimed each other as brothers. Wiping Sabo's face, he cupped his cheek. You are Ben D, Sabo. Our son. Sabo flung himself at Shanks, hugging him tightly as he dumped the book off of his lap and onto the floor. Ace picked the book up and grinned as he looked at the pictures. Hey, Lulu, look at baby Sabo. Sabo froze at those words. Hey! He yelled when he saw that they were looking at his pictures. Give that back. Ace dodged his brother. Ah, you're wearing a baby bonnet here. He pointed to the image. Sabo tackled Ace, only for Luffy to snatch the book. You're skiing a bottle here. Luffy said as he pointed at the pictures. Sabo jumped at his baby brother and landed on him. The book suddenly flew across the floor towards Beckman's feet. The 3 boys were a muddled mess of limbs as Ace and Luffy began tickling Sabo, trying to cheer him up. Soon the entire hall was laughing as the adults all began opening their presents as well, leaving the brothers to figure out their mess. In the present, at age 17, Ace and Sabo were about to leave on separate adventures. They had both agreed to return once Luffy had a crew and was at Reverse Mountain. The tiny carousel ships that both he and Ace had bought were decently sized and could hold moderate crew on board. The plan was, Luffy would gather his main crew of 9, 10 counting Luffy, and then they'd meet at the Reverse Mountain with their respective crews before heading off to the New World to find the One Piece. Sabo couldn't wait for the 2 years to go by until he was sailing with his brothers. They weren't greenhorns to fighting even if they were rookies on the sea. Tio Mihawks had drilled everything he could into their puny brains. From swordsmanship into Sabo to how to throw daggers for Ace, who was lethal with his kunai, not to mention what happened when he got his hands on a saber. Ace was a born killer, or so Mihawk had stated once. When Sabo wasn't wielding a sword, He had his revolver that his parents had bought him for his 14th birthday, not to mention T.O. Buggy's secret lessons. All in all, Sabo was as prepared as he possibly could be. So why am I so hesitant to leave Ace's side? He eyed his brother. You'll call monthly, right? He asked. You won't leave me worrying? Ace looked off out to sea. No. I'll call. He promised. Lifting his fist he grinned. Remember, 2 years and we meet against. Sabo sighed, a sad smile appearing on his face. Yeah, definitely. He then bumped his fist against Ace's. I'll have a higher bounty than you by then. He laughed as he dodged his brother's swipe. Over my dead body. Ace called out as he raced Sabo to his ship. As the two brothers ran for their respective ships, they silently worried about Luffy, about their futures, but mostly the worried about their crazy little brother, hoping Mihawks could drill some sense into his crazy monkey brain. Chapter 33, Coming of Age, Ace. With the wind and blowing black locks of hair across his face, Ben D. Ace found himself at peace. The scent of the sea, the splash of the waves, Ace had always found the sea his place to be. Pushing his hair back, Ace placed his orange hat on his head. The old hat had seen so much wear and tear throughout its use since his T.O. had given it to him. Placing his hand over his green dagger, Ace ran his thumb over the smooth leather of the hilt as his thoughts turned towards his brothers. In his hand waved Sabo's first bounty that was definitely going on the wall in his captain's cabin. He guessed it was an okay first bounty, 80 million berry. He frowned as he looked at his severity, 9 million won. He got beat by 1 million. Come on. Captain, there is an island ahead. Came the soft as silk voice of his best friend, Deuce, or Masked Deuce as he liked to go by. He was also Ace's first mate. He was a great fighter, as Ace had found out when they'd first met on Sixus Island 6 months ago. Let's go then. I've been wanting to see this island. He stated as he jumped onto the figurehead of his small ship. Batarilla, the island of his birth and subsequently the island where Portgas D. Rogue was buried. He figured that if he found the island he would pay his respects to her. After growing up believing he was better off dead by Dayton and her bandits, Ace had once wished she'd killed him in her womb. After becoming a Ben though, he learned the truth behind his mama's life from T.O. and Papai. She had started out as Portgas D. Hibiscus Rogue, the pirate huntress. She had found and captured both dead and alive pirates since she was 16. She had met Roger and Rayleigh 10 years afterwards and became their frequent lover. It wasn't until her mid-30s did she become PRGNNT by Roger as he was dying. Ace felt that he owed Rogue a story on how his life was going, even if she was dead and gone from this world. Perhaps his words would reach her in the next? As the wind pushed them towards the island of his birth, Ace sat on the figurehead. His mind drifted back towards a few years before he had left. A trip? Are you serious? Ace cried out with excitement, his voice squeaking slightly, causing his Papai and Baba to chuckle. PBRTY was not going well for the young 14-year-old who thought his vocal changes would have stopped by now. First his voice was too high, then too low, and now it's squeaky like FING mouse. He couldn't catch a break. Until now. Leaning forward from the stone wall grinning, he got close to Shank's face to see if he was truly not pulling his chain on this. He did it so often Ace had to make certain. Shanks grinned at his eldest son. If we can sneak away for a day or two. The island nearby looked to have ruins on it. Ace was practically bouncing with excitement. The fact that his fathers were taking him and only him on this adventure was too good to be true. This is for real, right? He asked, his voice squeaking slightly. No Lulu. No Bo. Just us, you, me, Baba and the crew. His eyes were wide as he grinned like a madman. Yes. Shanks said, loving the pure joy on his son's face. Let's go then. He yelled as he jumped from the stone wall to the pier his fathers were standing on. He grasped Shanks' arm and pulled him towards the Red Force. Whoa there. Shanks laughed as he went along with his eldest pulling him forward. Beckman snorted. Some emperor of the sea you are. His tease didn't go unheard. Beck. Shanks whined as he and Ace went up the plank. The wide smile would forever be etched into Shanks' mind. He loved how free his son was at this moment. What's going on? Yasopp inquired as he put a barrel of rum onto the platform to be taken down into the cargo bay. Papal says we're going on an adventure. Ace said excitedly, still having not let go of his father's hand. Lucky scratched his head. Didn't we just get here this morning? He asked, sounding a bit annoyed. I haven't even begun picking up the vegetable harvest with Luffy. Yeah, Chief, Yasopp agreed it was a bit early to leave. I haven't even talked to Sabo to see how his training has been going. Ace really wanted to pout, really he did, but instead he stopped bouncing around and let Shanks' hand go. It's okay. He shrugged it off. There's always next time, Papai. Shanks could see the hurt in his son's eyes upon hearing the crew's words. He wasn't the only one. So as Ace shoved his fists into his pant pockets, he went to walk off the ship only for Beckman to grab his son by hooking his arm around him. "Now stop it, you idiots." Beckman growled out with annoyance, lacing his words. "We made a promise to Ace and we are going to keep it." "Baba," Ace began. "It's really okay. The crew has been at sea a long time. I understand that they want to see Lulu and Bo. Doesn't matter," Beckman stated as he moved his son towards the doors going into the ship. "Your papai was about to give an order and the lot of them interrupted him. As first mate, it's my duty to remind them who's in charge on the ship." His eyes narrowed at the crew who had the decency to look ashamed. "Now get the ship seaworthy in the next hour," Beckman yelled as Shanks pulled Ace with him to below deck as the men began rushing around like headless chickens. "I've never seen Baba yell like that before," Ace commented, quite impressed and amazed by his father. "Huh," Shanks hummed. "Your father can be a beast when he feels like it." He led Ace to a small room with a single cot in it and a treasure trunk, which was open and empty. "Anything you get can be placed in there." He then pointed to the bag on the bed. "You might want to start with that." Shanks turned to leave when his arm was grasped. "Papai," Ace said his father's name with deep emotion in his voice. "Thank you." The 2 days it took to get to the island was a learning experience for Ace. He learned everything from how to unfurl and fuel the masts, how to keep the decks clean, rope tying, which was essential, and of course cooking lessons from Lucky. Hongo drilled into him techniques such as how to suture a wound by giving him shirts and pants with holes in them. His medical training wasn't as easy as he had wanted because Ace kept poking himself with the needles. Navigational charts had been put in front of him one morning as Building Snake began testing him on where each sea was, what pirate groups roamed those seas, what emperors of the sea ruled what territories. The young teen passed with flying colors with this lesson because of Mihawk's own random quizzes of the subject. Overall, the crew kept Ace so busy he didn't have time to miss his brothers or notice they were closing in on the island. The morning of the third day was a warm, sunny spring day. Ace had gotten done cleaning the deck and was currently fishing off the starboard side of the ship with a Lucky supervising the boy who was sitting on the edge of the side railing of the ship. Shanks came up behind the two. "Catch anything good?" he asked. Ace's grin and Lucky's pout had him chuckling. "I've caught 4 red snappers," Ace said excitedly. "Oh? Only 4? Shanks asked as he lifted the lid of the fish barrel to look. 4 was better than what Shanks could do. Tio caught something he called a mahi-mahi, Ace announced as Shanks put the lid back on the barrel. "Our lobster traps caught 6 large lobsters. Are those for lunch?" Shanks inquired, excited about having variety of fish for lunch today. Lucky chuckled. "You bet, Chief. Ace here is great at catching fish." Lucky praised the teen, gaining a bright smile from him. "I would do better with a net," Ace stated before giving a shrug. "But Tio says he doesn't have one that's not broken or ripped." He then looked at the larger man. "Remind me when we get back to Tio Mihawk's and I'll give you mine that use." "Are you sure?" Lucky asked, touched by his nephew's offer. "Definitely," Ace stated with a nod. "I just made a new one. I can make another." Lucky gave Shanks an impressed look. His eldest kept showing unexpected kindness to the crew, and it was really impressing everyone just how selfless the boy was. "Thanks, Ace," Lucky said with a grin of his own as he pulled a large fist from the sea. "Whoa!" Ace exclaimed. "What is that?" Lucky held the 4-foot-long fish up, which was easily done for the 7, almost 8-foot-tall man. Lifting his glasses from his eyes with his other hand, Lucky stared in amazement at what he'd caught. "It's a tarpon," he gasped. "Is that an unusual fish?" Ace inquired as he eyed the long and slender silvery-hued fish. "They're very rare this time of year," Lucky explained. "Usually it isn't seen until around Luffy's birthday." He grinned at Ace. "One way to prepare a bony fish like tarpon is to poach it, remove the meat from the bones, and use it to make fish cakes." "Oh, so fish cakes are on the menu?" Shanks asked. "They are now," both Ace and Lucky answered. "You'll teach me that recipe, right, Tio?" Ace asked expectantly. "Yep," he answered as he began to carry his prize down to the galley. "Bring the barrel, Ace. We have enough." Ace grinned. "Okay," he answered back as he reeled in his fishing line and jumped back onto the deck. He picked the barrel of fish up like it weighed nothing and ran to catch up. Beckman approached Shanks, who looked to be pouting. "What's wrong?" he asked with an exasperation. "Ace didn't seem to want to learn anything from me over these last few days," Shanks said, still pouting. "Have you seen what the kid's been doing?" Beckman asked, his annoyance leaking through to his tone. "The crew has kept him so busy the few days that by the time the sun sets he's passed out from exhaustion." Shanks' eyes widened. He hadn't had any idea that his crew was doing that to Ace. "What are they doing to him?" he asked, now sounding like a worried parent. "They're teaching him," Beckman answered with a look of pride. "He's learning their tricks of the trade." Building Snake actually told me that we'll never have to worry about his navigational skills as they're the best he's ever seen. Apparently Mihawk's lessons have stuck to him. Good. Shanks said with a relieved sigh. One less to worry about. Chief. A yell from the crow's nest caught the attention of the two men who looked up towards Yasopp's voice. Island ahead. Shanks gave a happy grin at those words. Good. Now he could have a treasure hunt with his son. Tell the crew. We're going on land. Beckman smirked. You heard him. Make the announcement. The two men then turned towards the door that led down into the ship. They couldn't wait to start the fun with their son. Ace jumped out of the dinghy as they came onto land. His bare feet burrowed into the warm sand. Oh, he liked this feeling. But before he could truly savor it, Ace grasped the edge of the dinghy and helped pull the small boat further on land as his fathers got out and waited for him to finish. The crew was on another small boat with supplies as they planned to stay on the island until the treasure hunt was over. The island was small but large enough to have had a nice civilization on it at one point. The large rock ruins and homes that had overgrowth on them showed that at some point of the island's history it had held at least 1,000 people on it, if not more. As they left the beach, Shanks watched his son run his hands over the ancient inscriptions on the decaying walls. These ruins had writings on them that were similar to the inscriptions on the poneglyphs that would one day help his boys find the last island. Meaning this civilization had once been a part of the ancient kingdom that the world government had destroyed. Ace looked at the designs on the wall that had been carved into the stone. He ran his fingers along the smooth edges as he continued to walk forward. Following the pre-designed path, Ace wasn't really paying attention when he felt the stone beneath his feet almost give way. He jumped back from the spot. What's wrong? His father's voice sounded. Ace turned towards Shanks. I think that stone might set off a trap. He stated, causing the two men to raise eyebrows in surprise. Beckman picked up a large rock from the trail and threw it onto the stone Ace was pointing towards. It was rare when actual traps were set, but when there were it was because whoever set it up didn't want anyone to take something. The rock landed onto the stone slab. For a second nothing happened until the slab sunk down. Not even 3 seconds later a spear shot out of a hole and went past the three and embedded itself into the nearby foliage. Ace's jaw dropped. That could have been one of them that it hit. Beckman leaned down to his husband's ear. Please tell me you set that trap? Shanks shook his head. No. This wasn't the trail for the treasure hunt he had set up. Ace had decided to go left when he should have gone right, where the trail took them to a cave where he had placed a chest filled with items for his son. He's following the ruins. He whispered. I set things up for the jungle. Great. Beckman grumbled lightly. This meant that if there were more traps, Ace was more than likely gonna set them off. Hey, are you two coming? Ace's voice caught them by surprise. Their son had walked ahead of them. The teen, having not been scared off by the first trap, had unknowingly sprung another. So as he went to walk further away, the trap under his foot sprang to life. A boulder fell into the path between him and his parents. Slamming into the stone path, the boulder left a deep groove into the earthen ground that was as deep as the red force was high. It was Shanks and Beckman's turn for their jaws to drop. Ace shaded his eyes as he looked up to where the rolling boulder had come out of. He grinned. I'll meet you both up there. He pointed to where he was talking about. Ace! Shanks yelled out, not wanting his son to get hurt. Son! Beckman called out as the boy turned to leave. I'll be okay. He waved at them as he ran down the path. Come on. Beckman beckoned his husband. There should be a secondary path. All right. Shanks agreed. It took them a while to backtrack before going back up into the ruins, and if Shanks wasn't so stressed he would have enjoyed the little adventure with Beckman. When they reached the entrance to what looked to be an ancient temple, Ace was waiting at the base of the steps for them. The teen looked fine, but his parents had singed hair. Ace snorted with his laughter. You two look like Luffy when Sabo had accidentally tripped him into the fireplace. He burst out laughing. Glad you're having such fun. Beckman groused. Oh, Baba. Ace shook his head. It'll be okay. He grinned at the older man. It's just hair. He turned to lead them into the temple. Wait. Shanks said as he grabbed Ace by the shoulder. He was exhausted from dodging traps all day long. I'll go first. Don't need to. Ace said as he picked up the box he'd been sitting on with a second smaller one at his feet. I waited 20 minutes and you didn't show up, so I went inside. Thought we could open them together though. Your treasure, son. Beckman stated as he lit a cigarette. You open it. Ace grinned. Really? He asked excitedly. He then turned the chest around to himself and began picking at the lock. Once the lock fell to the ground, he opened the inside and raised an eyebrow. Placing his hand inside, he brought it out to reveal a fruit in hand. A devil fruit. Shanks cried out in shock. Ace looked at the red and yellow fruit. It kind of looks like a flame from a fire. He thought as he continued to stare at it. Ace. Ace looked up at his father's. He answered with a hum. Can I take that, son? Shanks held his hand out to Ace. Ace meanwhile gave him a cheeky grin. Nope, he said before quickly taking a bite from the fruit. Suddenly his hands, hat and shoulders lit up with fire. Ace! Both men yelled out, as the teen laughed at them, his flames going out as smoke escaped his lips. What did you expect? He asked after he made a look of disgust. The fruit tasted like sheet. Lulu is my brother. If he ate one, then I have to as well to keep him from being stupid. He then stood up straight. This was fun. Tomorrow let's check out the jungle. Bet there's some beasts we can fight in there. He grabbed the second small chest and put it under his arm. Race you! He called out as he took off down the path they had narrowly survived. Shanks reached out for the teen. Ace, not that way! He yelled out. Son, let's go another way! Beckman yelled out as he too grasped for the teen. Ace turned his head to look at his father's over his shoulder. Only for the two men to crash into him and Ace to lose hold of the chest. The chest broke open to reveal diamonds, chunks of pirate's gold and a second devil fruit. Ace scrambled out from under his father's and grabbed the devil fruit. Don't eat that! Their voices could be heard echoing throughout the jungle. Ace grinned at his fathers, who were a mess of limbs on top of each other. I know. He answered as he looked at the blue and green flame-like fruit. But, finders keepers. He made a mad dash to get away from them. The two men took off in a chase to catch their son. The whole time Ace was laughing, enjoying the absolute look of terror on his parents' faces. Back in the present time, Ace looked through the old graveyard of Batarilla. Some of the tombstones were so overgrown that the earth was retaking them. He found his mother's grave overlooking the bay and the dead port town below. Garp had told him the story of his birth many times before Shanks and Beckman had adopted him and Sabo. Taking his dagger, he began to cut the grass, dirt and grime away from the gravestone. The white marble was slowly beginning to shine once again. The words, Portgas de Rogue, standing out once more. Taking his finger, Ace traced the letters that had once been painted in gold. Hi, Mommy. He spoke softly, almost afraid someone would speak back. I finally found you. Garp never said where Batarilla was. Sorry it took a while to get out here. He continued to clean her grave. I think you'd be proud of me. I found me a family when I was a kid, even got 2 little brothers too. He finished cleaning the grave. It looked shiny and new. Do you remember Shanks? Technically he's my big brother, but he's the one who adopted me. His husband, Beckman, is awesome. They taught me a ton of fun stuff, and their friend Mihawk, I call him Tio, he even taught me how to navigate the sea, how to defend myself with any type of weapon, and math. I hate math though. He groaned. But I have to admit that I'm pretty good at it. Nobody cheats, Ben D. Ace. He grinned. I hope you don't mind that I shook off both the GOL and Portgas names for Shanks and Beckman's. He looked off towards the sea. I ate a devil fruit a few years back. His hand lit up with flames. I'm pretty good with this too, but I always feel like I can do more with it. Maybe the fruit isn't fully awakened? He shook his head. I'm a pirate captain now. I've got a whole crew. With that, Ace continued to tell his mother stories of his life until the sun set and he was forced to return to his ship. Never once did Ace notice the spirit of the woman he'd called Mommy watching him, nor did he see her smile and disappear as her spirit could finally move on, knowing her child was alive and thriving. Chapter 34, Coming of Age, Luffy. Dark earthy eyes scanned the horizon at the calm blue sea as fish jumped out playfully at dust mites or tiny insects that were too small for his eyes to see. Luffy missed his brothers. They had called on his birthday, but a call was nothing compared to a visit. Heck, it had been over a year since he'd seen his parents even. Tio Buggy and Tio Mihawk kept him busy with training or with new books on fighting techniques. He knew how to fight with swords, guns or his fists. He really liked the last one, but he wasn't in the mood today for any of that. Laying his bare back against the stones of the pier, Luffy let out a sad sigh. Perhaps I'll just lay here today, he thought. So the 15-year-old laid there just soaking in the sun's rays when he heard a splashing sound. That wasn't unusual in itself, as the waves splashed against the rocks all the time, but these sounds sounded off, like someone was cutting through the water. Sitting up again, Luffy spotted someone swimming in the sea, like it was a FING pond or something. His jaw dropped when he saw a large sea king jump out, about to swallow the guy when said man punched it, killing the beast. It was then he felt it, haki unlike anything he had ever felt in his life. It was so strong. Jumping to his feet, Luffy raced down to the beach where the man walked onto land. Who are you? He asked curiously. It wasn't often they got visitors, and when they did they were usually there to challenge Mihawk. Sea Blue Eyes turned towards him. The gray-haired man pushed his glasses up his nose. Well, I wasn't expecting to be greeted by a boy. The man chuckled. I'm Silver's Rayleigh. He grinned as he eyed the boy. And who are you? his eyes looking towards the straw hat on the boy's head, instantly recognizing it. Luffy grinned one of his wide smiles. I'm Ben D. Luffy. Nice to meet ya. Ben D. Luffy, now where have I heard that name before? Rayleigh wondered when suddenly a child in a straw hat wearing a red shirt from the East Blue popped into his mind. Oh? He thought. Has Mihawk's picked up an orphan without us knowing? Wait, he said, Ben? Are you Ben Beckman's kid? Luffy was never good at lying, his whole family knew this. Heck, everyone knew he couldn't bluff even. Who? He asked, ping his head to the side in confusion. He was good at acting like he was confused, because half of the time he was. Rayleigh was about to ask again, knowing the boy wasn't dumb. Just as he opened his lips to speak though, Mihawk's presence was felt by him. I was wondering if you'd come. Mihawk's golden eyes narrowed at the other man. Luffy, get back here. He said, pointing to his side. The teen sighed, but did as he was told to do. You should leave, Rayleigh. You are not welcome here. He lifted Yoru off his back and held it at the ready. Rayleigh sat on a large driftwood log. Calm down, boy, I'm here because of Shaki. She says you've been ignoring her calls. I'm here to find out why. Rayleigh noted how Mihawk gently nudged the boy Luffy behind himself. So, he's found a purpose at last. He's not the government dog he plays for the public. She calls to argue about the same thing. He said as he tried to hide Luffy from this man. Shanks hadn't told Rayleigh about his and Beckman's children, which meant he had no idea that Rogers and Rogue's children had lived. She does not agree with me taking up the warlord title. Rayleigh cursed under his breath. The way she spoke, she made it sound like it was something else. And you came to check on me because of her? Mihawk asked, a thin brow raised at this. This is unbelievable. He placed his sword back onto his back and turned. Luffy, come with me. He began to walk away. Who is he? Luffy inquired as he followed his uncle. He could still feel that man's eyes upon him. A once great pirate who became a drunk and a womanizer even though he is married. Mihawk's voice sounded angered. Shaki? Luffy asked. Mihawk's eyes looked at Luffy as they walked back to the castle. My mother. He answered before continuing. Also his wife. Oh. Luffy thought, getting the picture. He's his padrasto. Luffy looked over his shoulder towards Rayleigh, who was still sitting on the driftwood log. He remembered stories Buggy had told him as a kid about Master Rayleigh, who was like a second father to him, and Shanks only for the man to dissolve the Roger pirates, sell the Oro Jackson, become a drunkard after Roger's death, drop the ball on helping Rogue escape Batarilla, and cheat continuously on his current wife. The man had gone from an honorable and dependable person to one where nobody wanted to be near. Still, even Luffy could sense the unfathomable strength in the man. As they walked away, Rayleigh felt a tug at his lips and realized that he was smiling for the first time in years. That boy. He thought, having been examining his haki as left. You may have been right, old friend. The next time Luffy saw Rayleigh was 6 months after his 16th birthday. Mihawk was gone off hunting for a pirate group called the Blackbeard Pirates on a request from Buggy and Shanks. Once again the man had swam to shore, having swam the sea after destroying his ship that was sinking. Luffy had been training with the larger human drills. His punches were too strong for Mihawk or Buggy to properly train him any longer. Luffy stood on shore with a thick pipe in hand held over his shoulder. A large alpha female human drill stood towering over him with one of her babies on her back. What's he doing here again? Luffy wondered out loud. Looking up at the female, he asked. Should I kick him off of the island or ignore him? A grunt followed by a couple tongue clicks was his answer. True. Mihawk said to ignore him if he ever came back. However, that just sounded boring. Plus it's been a while since he had someone stronger than himself as a challenger. He looked up at the female once more. If he approaches me, I'll fight him, otherwise I'll ignore him. He stated as he walked past the man as he walked towards the ruins of the old city that was partially sunk into the sea. Luffy walked out on the sunken stone path into the sea water. Almost instantaneously he felt the weakening of his rubber body. Over the last 3 years he had been trying to work up some sort immunity to the weakening that the sea did to a devil fruit users. Before, when he had been 12, he had 10 seconds he'd be able to be in the water for. Now he could swim for about 6 minutes before the weakening would take place. He would have 30 seconds after that initial weakening would happen to get back to shore. Human drill behind him gave him a snort. He looked at the beast and grinned. Don't worry about it. I'm only trying for 7 minutes today. He assured her as he patted the beast on her head. She gave him an unamused look. Ignoring her, Luffy waded out into the water until he came to a smooth rock where he sat. The water then came up to his chest. Luffy gave a light pant as the effects of the water made an appearance. Baths always sucked after he ate the devil fruit. He couldn't bathe for more than a minute, otherwise he'd pass out. Group baths were okay, as Ace and Sabo would keep him safe. Then when his brothers turned 14 it had suddenly been too weird to have their naked little brother hanging on them as they all bathed. So sponge baths became his thing, by himself. That is until Sabo claimed he still stunk worse than a skunk after a bath than before. At 2 minutes Luffy reached for the cuffs underwater. The metal chains and cuffs he had found when cleaning Mihawk's ship one day. Buggy had freaked out when he had seen them. He called them seastone chains. He had found that these were used one devil fruit users to contain their powers. It made them weaker than what sea water did. So for the last 6 months he'd been training with them to get stronger. He was determined to be as strong as possible when he left the island. Something told him he needed to be stronger than his brothers. Snapping the bracelets shut, Luffy felt the drain immediately. His skin crawled at the feeling. The warm sun beat overhead as Luffy continued to sit and wait for his time to be finished, counting mentally as each second went by. Oh? So this is what you're doing? Rayleigh's voice caught Luffy's attention. Using seastone even. That's an interesting usage of those cursed items. Luffy turned his head away from the man. He wasn't going to talk to him. I take it your guardian told you not to speak to me. No answer. Doesn't matter. I've figured things out. You're that boy from Goa that I met years ago. Ben D. Luffy, or that's the name you claimed was yours. That means you're Shanks' boy. I heard he had a treasure he was keeping from people, just wasn't expecting a kid to be it. Luffy looked at his fingers. He was going on to 5 minutes. His hands were shaking from the pressure that the chains added to his body. He felt a chill rise up his spine. How is old red hair and little blue boy? He asked. I know Buggy stays here. His haki lingers here. Along with Shanks, though Shanks' haki feels old on the island. Rayleigh took out a flask to sip from it only to pause and offer it to Luffy. Want some? He asked, causing Luffy to make a face of disgust. Oh? Well, to each their own. Your loss is my gain. He drank the liquid. My boys do hold a grudge against me still, don't they? You abandoned them and the crew. Luffy stated, keeping his face turned towards the horizon and away from Rayleigh. You wouldn't understand, boy. Rayleigh stated as he felt the beast's presence near him. He knew the island was filled with these creatures, but whenever he approached them, they scattered. He had noticed that a few, females from what he could tell, followed this boy around, almost like they were guarding him. Interesting. He looked at the large female who ignored him and moved from the jungle to the edge of the beach and gave a grunt at the boy. Luffy sighed. He was running out of time and endurance. He snapped the pins on the sides of the cuffs. They fell to the seabed. Standing on shaky legs, Luffy walked out of the water and sat on the stone slab where he'd left his things. The female sat her back to him and glared at Rayleigh. Luffy laid his hand flat on her back. "Akamasi," he spoke in a gentle tone. Rayleigh watched the beast go from guarded to serene at the words. "Where did you learn to do that?" he asked with widened eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the boy had spoken and the beast understood what was said. "I have always been able to understand the beasts and creatures of the world. Both land and sea talk, but nobody understands," Luffy explained. "Except for you." Rayleigh now understood why Mihawk seemed to be protective of this boy. The voice of all things. Luffy looked at him. "Roger would have loved to have met you." Looking away, Luffy rubbed the palms of his hands on his pants. His palms always felt like needles after a training session. "You live too much in the past and because of that you can't seem to see the future," Luffy muttered before looking at the alpha female and made a grunting noise at her. She moved away from the boy. "Who told you that?" Rayleigh raised his voice at the kid, getting annoyed. "She said it." He nodded towards the beast as she disappeared into the jungle. Human drills see and understand more than what they're given credit for. He looked back to the older man. "You need to calm down." "Calm down?" Rayleigh stood. "Perhaps I should put you into your place, kid." He raised his hand to create a hockey whip to strike the boy with. "You've been spoiled here." Luffy glared at Rayleigh. The blast of hockey that hit the older man was so strong it made his legs shake. It had been years since he'd felt hockey so strong from someone. It wasn't quite the same level as Roger, but it was definitely similar to Shanks when he'd been this boy's age. Another one, he thought. Another kid with a natural affinity towards Conqueror's hockey. "You're going to need to train that a bit more if you're ever going to take on monster pirates worse than me." Luffy looked away, dispelling the force of hockey he was using. He then stood. "If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead," he stated simply. "Papai began teaching me how to control and advance my ability once Conquerors was discovered. Baba thought it essential to teach the other two as well." He grinned. "But I don't feel the need to push my will onto others, even if it is someone like you. You might have monster strength and could probably teach me things I don't know, but a cad like yourself probably doesn't remember how to teach." "Watch your words, I'm still your elder," Rayleigh said pointedly. "Elder? Maybe." Luffy shrugged as he turned to leave. Maybe you would have been my Vovo had you not made the decisions in life that you made. Luffy looked over his shoulder. Until I'm told otherwise, I don't want to be in your presence. Your Haki, he looked away. It makes me sad. With those last words Luffy walked away from Silver's Rayleigh. Unable to shake off the feelings of great sadness that the older than me left in his heart, Luffy ran to the other side of the island hoping to escape it. When the early light of morning began to spread across the island, Luffy woke up and stretched his muscles. He had slept in one of the human drill colony nests where the 2 to 5 year old human drills slept. As his senses came to, he could feel Rayleigh closing in on his position. Luffy groaned. The old man doesn't give up. Luffy grinned. If the other pirate wanted a chase, he'd give him one. After all, he and his brothers weren't the island rulers for nothing. Jumping to his feet, Luffy stomped the ground, beat his chest and gave a howling war cry. The noise awoke the human drills. The older, larger ones grunted at him. Luffy beat his chest, grunted and snarled at them, giving them the order to take the younger members away to another colony. Jaw snapping and deep grunts from the older kids forced the younger human drill kids to listen and follow their elders away from the soon-to-be battlefield. Luffy didn't pull any stops as he began setting his traps. Being careful, he followed Buggy's advice in how to set a trap for someone who used Haki. Make sure nothing looked disturbed, and if it was already disturbed, like say a sleeping nest, don't make the trap look obvious. You wanted some to be easily discovered, but those were distractions from the real traps. Slipping a hand into the bag on his hip that he carried around that had random things in it, Luffy pulled out stones, wire and 3 buggy ball. He grinned. He knew grabbing those from Tio's pocket would come in handy. As Rayleigh entered the clearing, he spotted the boy up in a tree with his back to him. Shishishi. Came a weird laugh from the kid. You don't give up. Luffy turned towards. Okay. Let's have some fun then. The boy then slingshot across the field towards Rayleigh. Oh? The older man grinned. It had been a long time since he'd been challenged. Grasping a fallen branch from the ground, he swung to hit the boy after coating it in armament Haki, only for Luffy to bend and stretch so that the branch missed him. Shishishi. Luffy laughed. Gomu Gomu Gatling guns. Suddenly Luffy was hitting at him with his fists going faster, giving the illusion of dozens of fists hitting at him. To top it off, the fist seemed to be coated in armament Haki, much like how he had coated the branch. Rayleigh gasped a fist in mid-strike and threw the boy across the meadow. Luffy wrapped his body around a tree and slingshot himself back at the older man. It was then that Rayleigh noticed something shimmer in the morning light. A wire, which was connected to some branches being held back. As he sidestepped Luffy's attack, he noticed a few other wires in the trees. So, he's booby-trapped the clearing. He smirked at the nostalgia of the moment. Buggy taught him some of his tricks. He moved a foot only to spring a trap. A log swung at him from behind. Rayleigh dodged expertly. Another trap sprung, this one throwing sharpened spears at him from the side. Luffy burst out laughing as Rayleigh may have seen those traps, but by dodging them he hadn't seen the hole covered by the meadow itself. It was the same kind of trap he used to make to trap large animals for food. Rayleigh had grasped the edge of the hole and led himself up. Good floor trap, kid. He stated with a huff. That's just the beginning. Luffy said as he rushed at Rayleigh. He tossed 2 buggy ball at him. Catch! He yelled before sliding under the older man's spread legs and tossed the third one in behind. There was a grunt as Rayleigh threw himself in the opposite direction as the bombs exploded mid-air. The 3 explosions sent a shockwave out that sent Rayleigh across the meadow. Standing, he looked around for the boy but couldn't see him anywhere. Stretching out his senses, he found he couldn't even feel Luffy's Haki. His eyes kept scanning but not even a body was seen. Suddenly a pair of legs wrapped around his midsection. Looking up, Rayleigh found the boy grinning down at him. Luffy had stretched from the center of the tree to where Rayleigh was standing, about 15 feet, and the tree was bent. Suddenly Luffy's momentum pulled Rayleigh off his feet, into the air, and as the tree went upright, Luffy's legs released the once great pirate and flung him over the trees and into the air. Luffy on the other hand was sitting top of the tree, hand shielding his eyes, as Rayleigh was flung higher than anyone he'd ever done this to. The teen burst out laughing. This was fun. Rayleigh, gathering his Haki at his feet, pushed against the clouds, sending himself back to the ground as he engaged a version of Skywalk that had him flying at a high speed back towards Shanks' kid. He'd had enough of this play. When he landed on the ground, Luffy was still laughing. Ha ha ha! Luffy laughed, falling from the tree and landing on the ground on his back. Your face? Shishishi! His whole body shook on the ground. The shocked expression on Rayleigh's face had been so funny, even more so than the big alpha male human drill's face when he'd done that to him. Sitting up, the grin on Luffy's face was like a soothing salve with a lot of nostalgia hooked to it. You've got guts, I'll admit it. Rayleigh stated as he sat onto a stump, Luffy's grin suddenly getting bigger as Rayleigh heard a click. Sheet. Luffy jumped into the bushes as the rest of his pile of buggy bombs went off. When the dust cleared, Rayleigh wiped the mixture of blood and muck from his face before looking to the kid who still had a huge smile on his face. You're actually pretty cool. Shishishi. Wanna still train me? Luffy asked as he took his straw hat off and played with the hem of the hat nervously. It was a habit he had picked up a few years ago after the Sea King incident. Actually, Rayleigh began as he touched his chin. The boy could seriously be Roger's reincarnation with the way he acts and laughs. That wide grin. He thought as he walked over to the teen. Yes, but I want to train you be stronger than you think you can be. He pulled Luffy's face before releasing. The cheek stretched and then returned to its original form. I have a feeling you're going to do something that will change our world. Luffy grinned. Shishishi. He laughed. I just want to have fun, but I do plan to become the next pirate king and to be stronger than Popeye and his crew. He sighed wistfully at the thought of becoming someone that strong. Rayleigh chuckled. You wish to surpass Shanks? He asked, gaining an excited nod. Does this include your other father as well? He had only met Beckman's once. Though strong for a first mate, he really didn't see anything special about the man. He didn't even have Conqueror's Haki. His armament and observation had been subpar when he had met the man 15 years ago. Perhaps he was stronger? The red-haired pirates were quite famous for their strength and for being honorable opponents. Baba's the strongest first mate I've met, Luffy announced, getting an annoyed look from the former first mate of the Rogers pirates. He took in a thoughtful breath. However, it would have to be my own first mate who would have to be stronger than him, not me. Luffy grinned. Baba is the best marksman. So I'll need the best swordsman to take him down. True. Rayleigh opted not to argue with the boy about his second father. I will begin teaching you everything I know of fighting tomorrow. Tonight, I'd like to sleep in the castle. Luffy laughed outright. Good luck. He wished him. Tio Mihawk locked the castle up when he left as a challenge to me. He wants me to live in the wilds until he returns in a couple of months. Really? Rayleigh asked with a raised brow. Did he saw why? Luffy ped his head to the side in thought. Something about character building, but I didn't understand it. With that, Luffy led Rayleigh to the old mill him and his brothers had built years ago and was subsequently his home at the moment. As the spring months passed and it turned into summer, Luffy gained in strength quickly from his lessons with Rayleigh. He found that his devil fruit had different levels to it, gears he called them. Each gear level was stronger than the last. He surprised himself with how strong he really could be. He also learned to control his haki better. Before it had been like a wild wind, now with focus he could use it better in defensive and offensive attacks. He still couldn't use it like a whip like Rayleigh could, but he could knock out individual opponents that weren't a great threat so that he could go all out on the stronger ones. Rayleigh left by the end of the summer and even invited Luffy to Shaki's bar once he got to Sabaody Archipelago during his journey. Apparently he will need Rayleigh's help in coding his ship in order to pass into Fishman Island. Not really understanding what he meant by that, it was something to file away for another day. A day after Rayleigh had left, Mihawk had returned. Luffy had to stifle back laughter when Mihawk figured out that his stepfather had been there and that Luffy let old man train him. That was going to be a long call to Shanks that the swordsman did not wish to make, but would after letting Luffy back into the castle. Overall, Mihawk was impressed by how much the teen had grown in the months he had been gone. He knew soon, the boy would be ready. There was just a bit more that he needed to be taught and hoped he was up to that last bit. Chapter 35, Epilogue. Darkness swirled into light that glowed with bright pinks, blues, and reds, casting their colors all around a small island in the vastness of an ocean. As daylight came into being, the early birds began to sing their morning songs, making it clear to the world that a new day had come. As the morning light became brighter, it shone through a window of an old ship. The two men asleep in the bed with tangled limbs. Slowly silvery gray opened to the world around him. Raising his hand from his husband's back, pushing red hair out of his eyes, Shanks turned his head towards the calendar on the wall. Today was their youngest child's birthday. Luffy, Anchor, was turning 17. His chest tightened at the thought of his once little boy who had been so afraid of being alone, was about to embark on his own journey. Ben groaned before laying a kiss over Shanks' heart. Ganaden, ask him. He mumbled in his natural tongue. Shanks quivered under Beck. He loved how thick his husband's voice was when he woke up and that he almost always greeted him with his natural-born language rather than World C. Good morning, to you as well. Shanks responded by running his fingers through his husband's graying hair. It's Luffy's birthday. Beckman snorted. You think he's awake? He asked, even though he didn't have to. The real question is, will there be any food left by the time we get up? Shanks teased the other man. The men may have eaten everything. They had celebrated long into the night. They would arrive in dawn just as Luffy would leave. They'd stay for a day or two before returning to their territory. We really should get up. Beck groaned as he pulled his body off his lovely younger husband's body. Shanks chuckled. No teasing, he said as he swung his legs over the side of the bed. I'm not the one sleeping naked, Beck stated as he laid on his side whilst Shanks stood. I offered to help you relieve yourself of your clothes last night. Shanks countered as he sauntered away towards their bathroom. If he wiggled his butt at his husband, well, that was between them. Sabo, who stood on the ship's figurehead, grinned as Dawn Island came into view. It had been 8 or 9 long years since he had stepped onto the island of his birth. He still hated all those nobles in High Tower. Makino had come to visit them on Mihawk's Island, but they never did come back to Goa, until now. Luffy had wanted to leave from Dawn Island, and so everyone had agreed to come here to wish their youngest brother the best. Turning towards the noise behind him, Sabo spotted his friends Koala and Lindbergh. The blue-haired mink was tinkering with his flight suit again. You said this was where you grew up as a child until you were adopted? Koala asked as she scanned the island with her eyes. Yep, Sabo affirmed. Ace and I used to use these jungles like they were our training grounds. Then one day we met Luffy, swore a brotherhood with him, and in return his parents adopted us. He grinned. Ace and I were troublemakers, but we quickly found that Luffy was far, far worse than us. He became the ringleader of our group. So that's why you can fight so well. The duo turned their attention towards the older voice. Hack, did you sleep well? Sabo inquired as he jumped from the figurehead to his training instructor. The fishman had yellow skin that had brown spots on the upper part of his head, along with scales under his eyelids, sharp teeth, and gills on the sides of his neck. The older revolutionary had huge muscles, long light blue flowing hair, and a thick blue mustache. He couldn't wait for his little brother to meet his friends one day soon. He may not be a pirate, but he's changing the world in his own way as a revolutionary. Suddenly Lindbergh's ears twitched. Sitting up, his head turned from side to side, the goggles he wore allowed him to see further out away from their ship, and suddenly perked. Pirates! Portside! The warning alerted the other two but had little effect on Sabo. Calm down, he said as a grin spread across his face. It's just my twin. A ship came into view, quickly flying into the bay area that Sabo's group was waiting in. The back of the new ship seemed to be on fire. He's using his devil fruit as a fuel source to rocket his ship across the sea. Sabo gasped. He never would have thought to use it like that. Guess that's why he's the firecracker between the two of us. As the ship drifted up to their ship, a young man with shoulder-length dark hair and a bright orange had leaned over the starboard side and looked down at them from above. Yo, Bo! He waved at his brother, a wide grin appearing on his face. Heard you Revs freed an entire island last month, nice job. Heard the captain of the Spade Pirates got offered a warlord position, Sabo countered. But that he had quite flamboyantly said no by destroying an entire naval installation that bordered the East Blue and Calm Belt. Nice job, by the way. Ace grinned. Thanks. He chuckled. Tio Buggy gave me the bombs to destroy that place. Where do you think I got the endless fuel for Lindbergh's flamethrower when we freed that island? He pointed at the mink. Oh? So you're my brother's mink bestie, huh? He waved at the mink. Nice to meet ya. The feline mink would have flushed red at the compliment had he not felt a little put off when the other man's attention was pulled away. Ace. The two brothers were interrupted by a call from the crow's nest. Who is that? Sabo inquired as he spotted the blue-haired masked man. Masked Deuce. Ace answered. He's my first mate and is great with navigating the seas, awesome doctor and overall strategist. He looked up at his friend. What is it? He yelled. It's the red-haired pirates. The blue-haired man replied, sounding panicked. The revolutionaries looked horrified. Red-haired pirates. The three yelled. Sabo, we need to leave. Koala said, fear lacing her words. Sabo looked at her, he flashed a reassuring smile at her. Don't worry. He chuckled. They won't attack us. Listen to him, Lindbergh groaned. Sounding all sure of himself. The mink hissed. Listen, that's an emperor of the sea. They don't give two Fs about who you are, especially if it's Big Mom. Red-haired may be known as a partier, but he's also the strongest and smartest emperor. Hack told him. Sabo continued to grin, as did Ace. The two brothers shared a look. So as the red force crossed their ship's path, both boys yelled out. Papai! Baba! Before they began waving at the two men, and much to the surprise of their friends and crew, they two men waved back. When Sabo turned back, he found himself having to dodge Koala's deadly kicks. You never said they were your fathers. She screamed at him as Hack and Lindbergh's jaws had dropped and were still in shock that the Emperor wasn't attacking them. Lindbergh recovered first. Koala, don't kill him. He panicked. Red-haired Shanks may kill you if you kill his son. He waved his hands at her as his voice went an octave higher out of his panicking. The revolutionary girl froze in mid-kick as Sabo almost fell from the ship. Ace whistled at the close call. Hey, Bo, don't fall in. He winked at his brother who stuck his tongue out at him. Aboard the Red Force the crew and captain were all grinning like idiots as they watched the two boys argue and yell at each other. You'd think they were still 10 and not 19 the way they act. Beckman chuckled as he threw his cigarette butt into the water below. Shanks grinned softly as nostalgia hit him as he watched his sons. They'll always be kids to us, won't they? He asked his husband. He looked away from the two older teens and waited for his youngest. After today we won't see him until he's ready for our promised fight. Shanks sounded sad as he said this. I know we haven't seen him since he was 13, but still. Beckman looked at his emotional husband. Time has flown by too fast for this day to come. He stated, gaining a nod from the redhead. On shore, Luffy pushed out his small boat the jungle to the shore. The dinghy could hold 2 people or 1 boy and his supplies. Looking at the boat once more, before pushing it into the water, Luffy made sure that there were no holes in it. His fingers ran over the boards of the small boat, searching for holes but found none. He felt a presence behind him and smiled. Kino. He greeted the green-haired woman, his cousin, friend and former guardian. Makino held out a small bag of supplies. There's dried fruit, jerky and sugary sweets to keep you from dying for a short while in there, along with some fresh water. Luffy took the bag and placed it next to the barrel of food that the mayor had given him. Turning, he went to thank her when suddenly she pulled him into a tight hug. You be careful, she said tearfully. You find good people for your crew. She pulled away, tears still threatening to spill from her eyes. You come visit too, she said pointedly. I don't want to have to read about all your accomplishments, I want to hear from you once a month on your adventures. She wiggled a finger at him to get her point across to him. Yes ma'am. Shishishi. He laughed at the indignant look on her face at being called ma'am. Irma, thank you, he said with sincerity. If you had never pulled me out of the jungle I may not be here in this moment. You've given me the chance to have family, friends, and for my dreams to come true. He grinned. I may never have met my papai or baba if it wasn't for you. Thank you so much. He hugged her tightly once more before he turned around and pushed his boat further out until it hit the water. Grabbing the oars, he began to paddle out until he could pull the sail up. The plan was to sail to Orange Town to greet his T.O. buggy where he'd gain a true ship, but first he was going to make a pit stop at Shell's Town for a resupply run before heading off to his T.O.'s island. Of course he hadn't disclosed that little information when he'd spoken to his T.O. because it would undoubtedly add 2 or 3 days to his journey. Grabbing his Dendon snail, he gently put the tiny creature in the small box on top of the barrel of his water supply. He didn't want the creature to get eaten by a seagull after all. As soon as he reached the marked point, he noticed the 3 large ships in the bay. His brothers and fathers. Grinning, he waved to them. This could be the last he saw of them for months or years. He gained cheers from the 3 ships which quickly turned to gasps and outcries. Looking behind him, Luffy spotted a large serpent sea king. He grinned as he looked at the beast, using intimidation to scare it. The beast was obviously not expecting someone to be a bigger predator than it. The haki released by Luffy was controlled and direct. It hit the Sea King with the force of 1,000 of the Gatling punches without Luffy ever lifting a finger. The beast was thrown out and away by the force. Once it was gone, Luffy noticed the silence. Turning, he saw everyone gaping at him with jaws agape. Shishishi. He laughed. Tio Mihawk must have forgotten to tell everyone about my training with Haki. Shishishi. Ace and Sabo were the first of their crews to recover from the shock of what had happened. That idiot. Ace muttered before his own laughter bubbled up and out of him. Sabo tipped his hat forward and chuckled. Oh, this is going to be good. He grinned, as his friends looked at him confused. The world won't be the same after today. He told them as he went back to the stern to begin steering the ship out to sea. They had places to go. Ace also began ordering his people about. It was time to get back to their territory. He had a fight with Warlord Jinbe to do. He couldn't wait to fight the Fishman. He had heard the man was the best in using Fishman karate. He had to see this. On board the Red Force, Shanks and the crew watched Luffy sail off into the horizon, and as the morning turned to early afternoon the crew made their way to Foosha where they would celebrate the coming of a new age. The age of new pirates. The age of the worst generation.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.